Some men meet death with a prayer. Others meet it with a weapon in their hands. But for Corporal Magnus Sorensen, death was only the beginning of a much longer road. Black Mountain Stories presents The World of Eldara, Volume 1, written by Black Mountain Stories with the assistance of OpenAI's ChatGPT and narrated using Kokoro TTS voice synthesis. If you enjoy long-form fantasy stories like this one, please consider liking the video and subscribing to Black Mountain Stories.
Chapter 1: The Hall of Rebirth. Magnus fell into step behind the gray-furred beast man and immediately regretted not paying more attention to where the line actually went. It was easy enough to see the people immediately ahead of him. Beyond that, the queue became part of the crowd. It wound between columns thick enough that 4 men joining hands might not have reached around one. It crossed the enormous hall in slow bends, disappeared behind clusters of people, emerged again farther off, then vanished into a pale distance Magnus could not judge. The place was simply too large. He looked upward. The columns rose into white light, no ceiling, or none he could make out. That bothered him almost as much as the people. Magnus had been inside factories, train stations, churches, naval buildings, warehouses, and every miserable military structure the Corps had found reason to put him in. Buildings had rules, weight had to go somewhere, roofs required support, light came through windows or from lamps. This place had decided none of that was its concern. The line moved. Magnus almost missed it. The beastman ahead glanced over one massive shoulder. His amber eyes settled briefly on Magnus. "You intend to remain there." The voice was deep without being especially loud. Magnus moved forward. "No, just trying to get my bearings." The beastman faced ahead again. Magnus watched his ears move independently atop his head. One angled toward a conversation somewhere to their left, the other remained pointed forward. Magnus looked away before the creature caught him staring again. "Don't be rude." It was an absurd thought. Magnus had burned men alive that morning, or yesterday, or whenever Peleliu had happened relative to this place. Now he was worried about manners with a 7-foot bare man. His hand drifted toward his hip again. Nothing, no pistol, no knife, no grenades. He had already checked, several times. The absence left him feeling improperly dressed despite the uniform covering him from throat to boot. Magnus rubbed his thumb against the side of his index finger. No coral grit. His skin was clean, too clean. Everything about him was wrong. The uniform was pristine. His boots showed no wear. Even his fingernails looked as though somebody had scrubbed beneath them. The last time he had seen those hands, they had been wet with his own blood. He curled them into fists. The memory of the grenade returned. The lever leaving his palm, light, then Valhalla, then. Magnus looked toward the wall he had come through. He could no longer see it. Too many bodies, too many columns. That should have produced panic. Instead, his mind did what it had learned to do whenever panic stopped being useful. Inventory the situation. He was dead, probably. He had reached Valhalla, apparently. He had then wandered away from Valhalla because something strange had caught his attention. Definitely. That had been stupid. Also definitely. Now he stood in a hall full of creatures that should not exist, waiting in a line for something he did not understand. That was what he had. Magnus exhaled through his nose, worked the problem. A pair of people behind him spoke quietly. Magnus did not turn. One sounded like a woman, the other voice was lower and rougher. "You'll choose it again." "I haven't decided." "You've said that every time. And perhaps this time I mean it." "You never mean it." A short laugh, then the line moved again. Magnus stepped forward with everyone else, every time. He kept his face still. Behind him, the woman continued. "My mother's line is stronger for it now." "That is precisely what you said before." "I was right before. And died before 30. That was hardly the class's fault." Magnus kept walking. He waited. Nothing more came that explained what the hell they were talking about. He resisted the urge to look back. People noticed when someone listened too hard. That was true in barracks, it was true in bars. Magnus suspected it remained true in impossible halls after death. The queue bent around another column. A family stood several yards away from it. Magnus assumed family because the three shared the same long ears and the same pale gold hair. Elves, the word still felt ridiculous. The oldest-looking of them appeared perhaps 35. Magnus had no confidence that meant anything. He wore a dark green coat that reached nearly to his knees, belted loosely at the waist. Fine silver embroidery ran along the cuffs. Nothing about him suggested poverty. The younger man beside him had his arms folded. "I don't want Hunter." The older elf's mouth tightened. "You have complained about this for 3 lives. I complained because I do not want it. You were quite satisfied when you found the moon stag. I like the stag. That is generally part of being a hunter." The younger elf sighed. The woman beside them covered a smile with 2 fingers. Magnus nearly stopped walking. 3 lives, hunter, whatever that meant. He caught himself before the man behind him could walk into him. The line carried him onward. Magnus kept his gaze forward now. His pulse had changed, not much, enough that he noticed. 3 lives. Maybe they were speaking metaphorically. Religion did strange things to language. People said they had been reborn after getting sober. Men claimed they had lived 3 lifetimes in one war. Preachers used words however they pleased. Then again, men did not ordinarily say those things while standing dead beside elves. The beast man ahead turned his head slightly. "You keep staring at everyone." Magnus looked up at him. "I've been told I have an unpleasant habit of noticing things." "You are human." "So I've gathered." The beast man's ear twitched. Magnus realized the answer had been stranger than intended. The creature looked at him for another moment, then faced forward. Magnus cursed himself silently. Too cute, too clever. Cartwright would have enjoyed that answer. Magnus's stomach tightened. John, Foley, Lewis, Mercer. The names rose together. He pushed them down. Not now. There would be time to mourn if time existed here. The line advanced another 12 paces. Magnus began studying the people less obviously. That was easier. Military reconnaissance did not require staring directly at everything. Look through, look past, use movement. Catch details. Humans were common, that helped. Some had dark skin, some pale, some somewhere between. Hair ranged from near white blonde to black. Their clothing was almost universally wrong by Magnus's standards. Woolen tunics, dresses, cloaks, boots, belts, pieces of mail, leather jerkins, embroidered coats. There were exceptions. A man ahead wore what looked like a long robe stitched with copper thread. A woman had plates of dark metal sewn across the shoulders of her garment. Another human appeared barefoot and entirely unconcerned by it. Then there were the others, elves. Those were obvious now. Pointed ears, long-limbed builds. A tendency toward clothing that looked expensive even when simple. The short green people were everywhere too. Goblins, if Magnus had to name them. Some were no taller than his chest, others barely reached his ribs. Their faces varied more than he had initially noticed, some narrow, some broad. One elderly-looking goblin woman had a hooked nose and enough jewelry hanging from both ears that Magnus wondered how the cartilage supported it. The gray-skinned people with tusks were something else. Orcs. That word came from childhood stories and dime novels rather than any reasonable observation, but Magnus had nothing better. One walked past the line carrying on a conversation with an elf. Neither seemed particularly concerned by the combination. Then beastkin. Magnus had started using the word privately because there were too many kinds for anything else. Wolf, bear, antelope. He saw something with broad antlers that nearly clipped a hanging banner. Moose, the creature ducked without breaking conversation. Nobody stared, that remained the most important detail. Nobody stared, not at the antlers, not at the tusks, not at the pointed ears, not at the goblins, not even at Magnus except occasionally at his clothing. The impossible was ordinary here, which meant. Magnus kept the thought unfinished. The line divided. 3 streams passed beneath broad stone arches. The beastman took the middle. Magnus followed. Symbols had been carved over each arch. Magnus stared up at them. He could read them. That made him stop, not because the marks resembled English. They didn't. The script curved and hooked through itself in ways no Latin alphabet ever had, but Magnus understood it, not translated, not slowly deciphered, understood. The sensation made the skin between his shoulders tighten. The inscription meant something close to lineage registry. Magnus stared. The man behind him cleared his throat. Magnus moved. Sorry. The words felt foolish. He glanced back at the inscription. Still impossible, still understandable. He had understood the green man's speech too, the bear man's, everyone's, he had noticed. He had simply been busy cataloging more immediate impossibilities. Now the implications arrived. Magnus looked toward two women speaking ahead, one human, one wolfkin. Their mouths formed different sounds. He could hear that now. The wolfkin's language carried harsher consonants. The human spoke something flowing and unfamiliar. Yet both reached Magnus's mind as clearly as English. He swallowed, all right. Something was translating them, or him. That conclusion should have been insane. It was losing the competition. The line crept forward. Magnus flexed his fingers again. Ahead, several waist-high pedestals stood between the arches, dark stone, smooth tops. People stopped at them one by one. A clerk or priest or whatever the hell he was stood beside each pedestal in plain white clothing. The bear man placed his palm against the nearest surface. A pale blue glow appeared beneath his hand. Magnus's entire body went still. The glow traveled beneath the stone, not reflected, inside. Thin lines spread outward from the beast man's palm like frost running across glass. The attendant glanced at the surface. Your maternal bond remains dominant. The beast man grunted. I expected as much. You retain access to hunter and wild magic. Warrior remains possible through your father's line. I know. The attendant's expression barely changed. You argued considerably more last time. The beastman showed several large teeth. Magnus realized he was smiling. I was younger. You were 87. Exactly. The attendant snorted. The bear man removed his hand. The light vanished. Magnus stared. He could not help it this time. The beastman noticed. You've never seen a lineage stone. Magnus's mind went blank. 1 second, maybe less, too long, he shrugged. Not one like that. The beastman considered him. Magnus held his gaze. It was not quite a lie. The creature eventually accepted it. Human work is usually uglier. Sounds familiar. That earned another flash of teeth. Then the bear man moved forward. Magnus followed. His heartbeat had begun striking harder against his ribs. The stone had glowed. The attendant had spoken of maternal and paternal lines. Hunter, wild magic, warrior. Words treated as categories, not professions exactly. Something inherited. The line passed through the arch. Beyond it, the architecture changed. The enormous central hall gave way to a series of broad passages. Still impossibly large, still crowded, but organized now. Magnus saw alcoves along the walls where people sat with robed attendants. Elsewhere, families gathered around circular stone basins full of pale light. He smelled nothing. That caught his attention. Hundreds of people, animals or animal people. Leather, wool bodies, no sweat, no smoke, no food. The place lacked the smells crowds should make. Only cool stone and something faintly sharp in the air. Rain, perhaps. The realization made the hall feel less real rather than more. A child ran past them laughing. Magnus watched her, human at first glance. Then she turned, small black horns curled from her temples. Her mother caught her before she reached the opposite wall. Slow down. I want to see. You've seen it before. I don't remember. No one remembers. Magnus's attention snapped toward them. The mother took the girl's hand. That's why we come back. They disappeared into another corridor. No one remembers. Magnus looked ahead. The bear man continued walking. Magnus followed automatically. Come back from where? He knew he didn't want to know. The answer had begun assembling itself whether he liked it or not. Dead people, families, lineage, different lives, being born again, no one remembers. Magnus looked down at his uniform, United States Marine Corps. The letters on his chest might as well have belonged to Rome. His throat felt dry. He wet his lips. There was no moisture. He did it again out of habit. Nothing. The bear man ahead spoke without looking back. You are nervous. Magnus's eyes narrowed. Do I look nervous? You smell nervous. Magnus almost laughed. Of course he did. That's inconvenient. The beast man glanced over his shoulder. Only if you have something to hide. Magnus met the amber eyes. For half a breath neither moved. Then the beast man turned forward again. Magnus's pulse climbed another notch. Careful. The corridor opened into another chamber. This one was quieter. Several dozen lines converged toward a distant series of arches. Magnus could finally see where everyone was going, not the destination itself, only the narrowing. The crowd diminished as it approached the far end. People entered. People did not seem to come back. That should have bothered him more. Instead, Magnus found himself watching everyone else. Nobody appeared frightened. Some were excited, some bored. One old human man complained loudly that he had been waiting too long. A goblin woman beside him told him that time did not function here and therefore he was complaining about nothing. The old man informed her that he could complain regardless. She agreed. Magnus almost smiled. Ordinary, that was the unsettling part. Everyone behaved as though this were a courthouse, a train station, a recruiting office, something annoying but expected. The bear man folded his arms. Magnus noticed claws at the ends of his fingers, not long, heavy. More like black nails sharpened naturally into points. Magnus considered asking his name, then decided names created relationships and relationships created questions. Still. The beast man had already spoken to him repeatedly. Magnus could either continue behaving like a suspicious lunatic or make the interaction less strange. What do people call you? The beastman turned. Rothen. Magnus nodded. Magnus Sorensen. Rothen repeated the surname slowly. Sorensen. That's right. Your people name sons after their fathers. Magnus hesitated. Sometimes. Rothen nodded as though this explained something. Magnus let it. Where is your house? There it was. Magnus felt his shoulders tighten. House, family, country, world. He had prepared nothing because preparing for conversation with dead bear men had not occurred to him on Peleliu. Far from here. Rothen's eyes remained on him. That was not what I asked. Magnus nearly smiled despite himself. He liked the bastard less every minute. My family moved around. Another partial truth. Across an ocean, at least, Rothen's nose moved subtly. Magnus remembered the smell comment. Could the thing smell lies? That would be inconvenient as hell, but Rothen only grunted. My mother's people do the same. Magnus released a breath carefully. Where are they from? The eastern reaches of the Endless Forest. Magnus stored the name, Endless Forest. Rothen looked mildly amused. You truly are far from home. You could say that. The line moved. Rothen did not ask again. Magnus decided not to push his luck. Ahead, a young human man spoke animatedly with an elf woman. His hands moved constantly while he talked. I could take mage. The elf's expression suggested she had heard this too many times already. You could attempt mage. I have the affinity. You have an affinity. Fire. A weak fire resonance. The young man frowned. My grandfather was a pyromancer. Your grandfather also spent 130 years studying before achieving pyromancer. I have his blood. You have his nose. The man touched his face. The elf continued walking. You do not have his patience. Magnus listened without turning. Mage, affinity, fire, pyromancer, not metaphor, not titles, the words accumulated. The young human rubbed his jaw. What would you choose? For you. Yes. Warrior. His face fell. Seriously. You enjoy hitting things. That doesn't mean I should build a life around it. The elf looked at him, the human sighed. Fine, it means I probably will. Magnus's thoughts accelerated. Mage, actual mage magic. He looked toward the lineage stones behind them, blue light. He had seen it, no trick, no electricity, no wires, no generators, nothing he understood. His stomach tightened. For the first time since stepping through the opening, Magnus stopped searching for an explanation that preserved Earth. There wasn't one, not anymore. He had not traveled to some forgotten corner of heaven populated by mythological creatures. These people spoke about being born again. They had parents waiting somewhere. They inherited impossible things through bloodlines. They discussed magic like college majors. Nobody recognized his country. Nobody recognized his uniform. The languages around him should have been incomprehensible. Magnus stared at Rothan's broad back. I'm not from here. The thought arrived cleanly. No qualification, no joke, another world. He felt suddenly cold, not physically. There seemed to be little physical sensation here beyond the pressure of his boots against stone and the movement of clothing against his skin. This was deeper. Earth existed. He had died there. Valhalla existed. He had reached it. Then he had walked through a doorway that should not have existed into. He needed the name. Someone would say it eventually. Magnus would not ask. That would be like asking an American what America was while wearing an American uniform. Too obvious, so he listened. The line crawled forward. Minutes passed, or hours, impossible to tell. The light never changed. Nobody ate, nobody drank, nobody sat unless directed elsewhere. Eventually, a woman 2 lines over began complaining to her companion. If they send me back to northern Eldara, I am filing a grievance. Her companion, an orc with 1 broken tusk, laughed. With whom? The Lord. The Lord will laugh at you. He laughed last time. That should tell you something. Eldara, Magnus repeated the word silently. Eldara. There it was, a world had a name. Somehow that made everything worse. The line advanced. Magnus began noticing the word Lord more often now, always with familiarity, never with terror. An old elf murmured that the Lord had denied her a particular lineage once. A goblin complained that the Lord had an irritating sense of humor. A human woman told her husband not to argue when they reached him. The husband replied that he had no intention of arguing. She reminded him he had said exactly that before. Magnus listened. Not God exactly, or perhaps God in a way Magnus had never imagined. The being at the end of the line knew these people, had spoken to them repeatedly. They called themselves his children occasionally. Not metaphorically, Magnus thought, at least not entirely. Rothan's posture changed. Magnus noticed immediately. The great beastman straightened. His ears came forward. The casual looseness left his shoulders. Magnus looked past him. Only 6 people remained ahead. The lines had converged into one. A pair of enormous doors stood open. Beyond them lay darkness. No, not darkness, distance. Magnus could see a floor, stone, a vast chamber, and something at the far end. He narrowed his eyes. A chair, someone sitting in it, too far away to distinguish. The woman ahead of Rothan stepped through. The doors did not close. Magnus expected to hear conversation. Nothing reached them. She walked farther into the chamber. The distance swallowed her. Then, gone. Magnus blinked. He hadn't seen her disappear. He simply could no longer find her. The next person went, then another. Magnus flexed his hands. His right reached automatically toward the holster he did not have. Rothan noticed. You are worried about meeting him. Magnus lowered his hand. I've never met him before. Rothan's expression became puzzled. Magnus realized the mistake immediately. Of course, everyone here had, repeatedly, he corrected. I mean, I don't remember meeting him. Rothan's face relaxed. None of us do. Magnus stared. Rothan looked toward the doors. We know afterward that we stood before him. Sometimes there are impressions, feelings, very little survives birth. Magnus's mouth went dry again. He chose his next words carefully. So whatever happens in there doesn't follow you. Not in memory. Rothan glanced down at him. Why? Magnus shrugged, curious. That answer at least was completely true. Rothan's teeth showed. That I believe. 3 people remained. Magnus watched each one disappear into the chamber. His pulse had become heavy now. He could feel it in his throat despite apparently lacking blood in any meaningful sense. 2. Rothan rolled his shoulders. 1. The attendant beside the doorway looked at him. Rothan of the Eastern Reach. Rothan stepped forward, then paused. He looked back at Magnus. You worry too much, Magnus Sorensen. Magnus raised an eyebrow. People keep telling me things like that. Rothan's ears angled outward. Perhaps listen. Then the enormous beastkin walked through the doors. Magnus watched him go. The chamber swallowed him. For the first time since leaving the road to Valhalla, Magnus stood alone, not literally. Thousands remained behind him, but the space ahead had emptied. The attendant looked toward Magnus. The man was human, or appeared to be, middle-aged, narrow-faced. Completely bald, white robes fell from his shoulders without fold or seam. His eyes stopped on Magnus's uniform. The first real reaction Magnus had seen from anyone working here, a slight narrowing, nothing more, your name. Magnus considered lying, immediately dismissed it. If whatever sat beyond those doors was what everyone claimed, lying would be idiotic. Magnus Sorensen. The attendant waited. Magnus waited too. Eventually the man's brow furrowed. Sorensen of. Magnus looked him in the eye. Just Sorensen. A pause. Behind Magnus the line waited. The attendant looked down at something that was not there. His eyes moved as though reading, then stopped. He looked at Magnus again. Something small changed in his face. Confusion. Magnus felt every instinct he possessed sharpen. The attendant stepped aside. The Lord will see you. Magnus looked through the doors. That's what everyone keeps saying. The attendant gave him a strange look. Magnus walked. His boots struck stone. The sound carried farther than it should have. The chamber beyond the doors was enormous, larger even than the halls outside. Columns stood along the perimeter, but the center remained empty. No banners, no guards, no decoration. Only stone. Magnus walked. The seated figure ahead slowly became clearer. At first Magnus thought him human, an old man, very old. Long white hair fell past his shoulders. A beard covered most of his chest. His robes were simple, almost plain dark fabric without crown or insignia. Magnus expected grandeur. Gold, jewels, something. Instead, the old man sat in an enormous chair carved from black stone as though he had been waiting there since before anyone invented ornament. Magnus continued forward. The scale remained wrong. The chair seemed distant no matter how many steps Magnus took. Then the old man lifted his head. Magnus stopped. Eyes, that was what broke the illusion. They were not human eyes. Gold surrounded a vertical black pupil, not bright gold, deep, old, the color of metal at the bottom of a furnace. Magnus's body reacted before his mind did. His shoulders tightened. His weight shifted slightly backward. His right hand moved toward the missing pistol. Again, Jesus Christ. The old man's gaze dropped to the empty place beside Magnus's hip, then returned to his face. A trace of amusement appeared around those impossible eyes. Magnus forced his hand down. The old being leaned back. He studied Magnus. Not his uniform, not his face. Magnus. The sensation was profoundly unpleasant. Magnus had stood naked for medical examinations that felt less exposing. He kept his mouth shut. The silence stretched. Then the old man's brows rose, very slightly. Well, child. His voice was quiet. It still seemed to fill the chamber. Curious. Magnus's jaw tightened. The old being tilted his head. Another one of your kind has found his way into my realm. Magnus went still. Every calculation he had made during the walk through the hall collapsed at once. The careful answers, the omissions, the assumptions he had allowed others to make. Useless, the old being had needed one look. Magnus took half a step back before stopping himself. The ancient eyes followed the movement. You need not worry. Magnus stared at him. I haven't decided whether I'm worried yet. The old man's mouth curved, not quite a smile, something older and more patient than amusement. No. Magnus folded his hands behind his back to keep them from reaching for weapons that were not there. No. The Lord of Dragons regarded him for another long moment, then his expression softened. "You may keep your secrets, Magnus Sorensen." Magnus felt his stomach contract at hearing his full name from that mouth. The old being continued, "My other children remember nothing of what occurs here once they are reborn." A pause, "Neither will you." Magnus said nothing. For the first time since Peleliu, he could not decide whether that was comforting or terrifying. Chapter 2: The Choice is Made. Magnus remained where he stood, hands clasped behind his back because there was nothing else useful to do with them. The Lord of Dragons watched him from the black stone chair with the patience of something that had never once needed to hurry. His human appearance had become less convincing the longer Magnus looked at him. The white hair, the beard, the lined face and plain dark robes all belonged to an old man, but the golden eyes did not. Neither did the sense of scale that clung to him, as though the figure seated before Magnus were only the part of something much larger that the room had agreed to contain. "You said I won't remember this when I'm reborn," Magnus said. "Before we get to that, I want to know whether rebirth here is actually my only option." The Lord's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "You are asking whether I can return you to the world from which you came." "Earth," Magnus said. "If I have to be born again, send me there. I don't particularly care where." For several moments the Lord said nothing. Magnus had expected an immediate refusal and found the silence worse. Hope was an irritating thing. Give it a crack and it would force itself through. At last the ancient being leaned back against the stone chair. "I cannot return you to Earth, Magnus Sorensen. More precisely, I possess no reliable means of doing so." Magnus's jaw tightened. "You knew exactly what I was asking before I finished saying it. That tells me this has happened before." "It has, though rarely. People from Earth have ended up here. A handful across spans of time that would mean little to you." The Lord rested one hand against the arm of his chair. "You are not the first child of another realm to arrive where he was never intended to be. Nor are mine the only children who have wandered beyond the boundaries prepared for them." Magnus thought of the pale trees, the narrow dirt path, and the impossible opening hanging between them. "Then somebody built that passage. If it brought me here, why can't it take me back?" "Because what you crossed was not a road in the mortal sense, and I did not create it." That answer caught Magnus harder than he expected. He had spent the last hour, or whatever passed for an hour here, standing in the personal realm of a being everyone outside apparently regarded as the source of their reincarnation. Somewhere beneath that, Magnus had begun assuming the Lord controlled the machinery surrounding them. The old being seemed to read the conclusion from his face. "Power is not the same as ownership, child. There are structures in creation older than many worlds and scars older than the civilizations that eventually learned to give them names." "Who made it?" "I cannot tell you." Magnus frowned. "You don't know." "I know what sort of thing it is. That is not the same as knowing whose hand first opened it." The Lord's gaze drifted toward the vast doors behind Magnus, though his attention seemed to move much farther than the chamber. "There was an age when beings such as myself were far more active beyond the realms that now bear our influence. Mortals call us gods because the word is convenient. We were not always as careful with one another as we have since become." Magnus folded his arms. "You're telling me the gods had a war?" "We had many." There was no pride in the answer. If anything, the Lord sounded tired of the memory. "We crossed realities freely then," he continued. "We opened passages where none had existed. We shattered boundaries when opening them proved inconvenient. We fought over peoples, worlds, principles, insults, ambitions, and matters so absurd that I would prefer not to defend them now. Some conflicts lasted generations of mortal life. Others began and ended before anyone below us understood that a war had occurred." Magnus studied him, and eventually everybody got tired of destroying creation. That is a crude description, but not an inaccurate one. A faint smile touched the Lord's mouth. We settled, domains hardened, realms became more distinct, peoples grew under laws that did not change each time two immortals became offended with one another. Most of the old passages were closed. Most, Magnus repeated, giving the word enough weight to make clear he had heard the exception. Some could not be found, some resisted closing. Others wander in ways even their makers may no longer fully understand. The passage you entered appears to be one of those remnants. Magnus looked down at the stone between his boots. The anger came slowly, which made it worse. He could accept being killed. Peleliu had settled that matter thoroughly. He could even accept Valhalla because at least Valhalla had made a kind of sense once he had seen it. But the thought that he had lost Earth, his family, and perhaps his father a second time, because he had stepped through the metaphysical equivalent of an abandoned wartime road, made something tighten behind his ribs. So I got misplaced. Yes, unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. Magnus gave the Lord a flat look. I'd appreciate it if you sounded slightly less accustomed to saying that. You would prefer panic. I'd prefer a return ticket. I cannot give you one. The old being did not soften the answer. Magnus respected him slightly more for that. Could someone else? Possibly. Creation is larger than my authority. There are beings capable of things I am not, just as there are things I can do that others cannot. I will not tell you that returning to Earth is impossible when I lack the knowledge to make such a claim. The Lord leaned forward, golden eyes settling on Magnus. I can tell you that it lies beyond my present abilities, and I know of no path from here that would carry you safely back. Magnus breathed out slowly. There it was, no loophole he could use now, no road the Lord had simply neglected to mention. What happens to me if I stay here? You cannot remain indefinitely. Why not? Because this is not an afterlife intended to contain permanent residence. It is a place of passage. My children arrive, their next lives are prepared, and they descend into them. You arrived without a place prepared for you, which makes the process inconvenient rather than optional. Magnus almost laughed. Inconvenient. Would you prefer catastrophic? I'd prefer accurate. Then inconvenient will suffice until it becomes catastrophic. That got the edge of a smile out of Magnus despite himself. The Lord rose. The movement changed the room. Magnus could not have explained how. The old man remained somewhat taller than average and no broader than a healthy human, yet the instant he stepped away from the throne, Magnus's body registered something immense. The same instinct that had told him to duck before artillery arrived and to watch darkness where a rifle barrel might be hidden now told him that standing within arm's reach of this thing would be a profoundly poor decision. The Lord either did not notice or did not care. He lifted one hand, palm upward. Light gathered above it. At first Magnus thought he was looking at smoke illuminated from within. Then the strands separated, stretched, and rooted themselves into the empty air. One thick line became several. Those became dozens. Branches divided from branches until a luminous structure towered between them like an enormous tree turned upside down. A word formed inside its base. Warrior. Magnus stared. More names appeared along the branching paths. Man-at-arms, knight, duelist, gladiator. Some divided only a handful of times. Others continued farther than Magnus could read, narrowing into increasingly distant points of light. Another structure appeared beside it, hunter. Then another, rogue. The fourth dwarfed the first three. Magnus stepped closer before remembering that caution was probably appropriate around manifestations created by gods. Mage. Its branches spread in every direction. Fire, water, air, earth, ice, lightning, arcane, mind. Other names appeared deeper within the structure, some understandable and others carrying concepts Magnus knew he understood only because whatever force governed language here was doing the work for him. He found fire again. Fire mage, pyromancer, infernancer. The branch continued. Magnus stared at it longer than he meant to. The Lord noticed. That interests you. I spent the last few years hauling a pair of tanks around so I could throw burning gasoline 30 yards. Magnus kept looking at the glowing branch. You're telling me people in your world can just make fire? With considerably more complexity than that, but yes. Magnus glanced toward him. I'm going to need a minute to be irritated about that. The Lord's quiet amusement returned. More roots appeared, priest. Wild magic. Then the final one formed somewhat apart from the others, Berserker. Magnus's eyes moved over it and stopped. There were no branching paths. The root descended in a single dark red line, narrow compared with everything surrounding it. Warrior looked like an oak. Mage resembled a forest. Berserker looked like someone had planted a spear in the ground and called the matter finished. That one seems incomplete. It is complete. Magnus studied it. No branches at all. None. Why? Because there is nowhere narrower for it to go. That answer made Magnus look at him. The Lord gestured, and a pedestal of black stone rose from the floor between them. Magnus watched closely for seams and found none. The stone simply became higher until its flat upper surface reached his waist. The structures you see are not options presented to every soul, the Lord said. Ordinarily lineage, race, prospective parentage, inherited aptitudes, and mana compatibility restrict what may be carried into mortal life. A soul does not simply demand whatever path pleases it. Yours entered my realm outside those normal preparations, so I must determine what can actually accept you. Magnus looked from the pedestal to the old being. How? Place your palm upon the stone. Magnus did not move immediately. And if something goes wrong, then I will learn something useful. That isn't particularly comforting. It was not intended to be. Magnus stared at him for another second, then set his right hand against the surface. Cold climbed instantly into his palm. Every light in the chamber vanished. Magnus jerked his hand away. Warrior had disappeared. Hunter and rogue were gone. The enormous mage structure collapsed into darkness so completely that its absence left his vision struggling to adjust. Priest followed. Wild magic died with it. Only one remained, the dark red root hanging alone. Berserker. Magnus stared at it, then slowly turned his head. The Lord of Dragons had stopped smiling. That looks like a problem. It is unexpected. That's a very polite way to say problem. The Lord stepped closer, remained still. Magnus almost asked why, but the old being's attention had already changed. Those golden eyes seemed to sharpen until Magnus felt them somewhere beneath the skin. A pressure moved through his chest, climbed behind his eyes, and descended through his limbs. It was not exactly painful. It felt like being examined by touch from directions the human body had never developed nerves to understand. Magnus resisted the urge to step away. If you find anything in there worth keeping, I'd appreciate knowing about it. You possess no mana structure. I gathered that from the lights going out. You misunderstand me. The Lord's brow drew together. Others from your realm have arrived without mana. That is expected. Earth, as you call it, does not possess the ambient conditions from which such a structure naturally develops. Magnus glanced back toward the extinguished mage tree, but they could use mana once they came here. They could receive it. Their souls accepted bodies capable of developing it during reincarnation. Yours refuses the structure entirely. Magnus's mouth tightened. Why? I do not know. That answer carried no hesitation and no excuse. Magnus looked at the lone red root again. Then why is that still there? Because Berserker requires no mana. Something almost nostalgic entered the Lord's expression. He walked toward the red light and lifted one hand through it. The glow curled around his fingers, faint and blood-dark. I created this path a very long time ago. Magnus waited. The Lord's gaze remained on the red structure. It began as something of a whim. That inspires confidence. You may revise your opinion after hearing the rest." "I doubt it." The Lord smiled faintly, perhaps. For a while he said nothing, and Magnus had the sense that the silence was not dramatic. The old being was simply looking backward across an amount of time Magnus could not imagine. "I was more active in mortal lands then," the Lord said. "This was before the class system reached anything resembling its present form, and before I withdrew from ordinary mortal affairs. I often walked among people in lesser shapes, sometimes for curiosity. Sometimes because I wished to understand what civilizations looked like when they did not know I was watching. In disguise. A useful mortal word for it." The Lord closed his hand around the red light. It passed through his fingers. "I met a warrior." Magnus's attention sharpened. He was human. Near enough for the distinction to matter little now. His blood carried aberrations that would be almost impossible in the peoples of my present realm. He was born before I stabilized many of the hereditary structures mortals now take for granted. An accident of ancestry, mutation, and old forces that no longer operate as freely as they once did. What made him special? His body repaired itself at an extraordinary rate, wounds closed, blood returned, fractures mended, muscle rebuilt after damage that should have crippled him. The Lord's expression became more thoughtful. That alone would have made him remarkable. It was not what made me remember him. Magnus folded his arms. He had spent his life learning how to fight, the Lord continued. Not merely one weapon, every weapon available to him, then weapons taken from foreigners, enemies, and travelers. Sword, spear, bow, axe, hammer, shield, knife. He studied grappling after meeting a people who favored it. He learned unfamiliar polearms because he disliked not understanding how they threatened him. By the time I met him, he had become less a swordsman or spearman than a student of violence itself. Magnus looked again at Berserker, and you fought him. The Lord glanced toward him. How did you reach that conclusion? You wouldn't still be telling me about him if you watched from across a tavern. A quiet laugh escaped the ancient being. I challenged him while wearing the body of an ordinary warrior. Did he know what you really were? He believed I was an arrogant traveler. Magnus nodded slowly. He wasn't entirely wrong. The Lord looked genuinely amused now. You would have liked him. That wasn't an answer. It was the answer you deserved. Magnus let that pass. We fought for 3 days and 3 nights, the Lord said. Magnus's amusement disappeared, without stopping. Very little. What the hell were you using? Everything we had not already broken. The Lord released the light and let his hand fall. We began with swords. His broke before sunset on the first day. Mine lasted several hours longer. We used spears after that, then axes. Shields became clubs when their straps failed. Eventually there were stones, shattered hafts, pieces of armor in our hands. You were pretending to be human the whole time. I restricted myself to what I considered an appropriate mortal degree. Magnus gave him a long look. What? You said you were arrogant. The Lord ignored that. The warrior tired, he bled, bones broke, muscles tore, yet something peculiar happened as his condition worsened. The body became less concerned with preserving itself for tomorrow. Pain stopped carrying the same authority. His movements grew more committed. His willingness to exchange injury increased. Fear did not compel retreat. It stripped away hesitation. Magnus had seen pieces of that before. Not the impossible regeneration, but men who kept fighting after wounds they should have noticed. Men who did not realize they were bleeding until someone pointed it out. Men who could run on a shattered ankle while bullets were still coming and collapse once they reached cover. He was running on fight or flight. Yes, but far beyond the limits your body would tolerate safely. His unusual physiology allowed the response to become something monstrous. How did you finally kill him? I did not kill him. Magnus waited. The Lord's expression shifted with old amusement. He collapsed. That sounds suspiciously like losing. His body consumed everything available to it. Regeneration costs matter, Magnus. Repair requires water, salt, protein, energy. Blood must be rebuilt from something. Torn muscle cannot be restored from emptiness. After 3 days, his body had spent more than it could continue supplying, and consciousness simply ceased. Magnus stared. You fought a man until his own healing starved him unconscious. That is one description. What was yours? I had not beaten him. Magnus barked a laugh before he could stop himself. The sound echoed strangely through the chamber. The Lord smiled. I found the result fascinating. A warrior whose greatest strength carried its own exhaustion, a body that became increasingly willing to destroy itself as death approached. A martial path that depended not upon spellcraft or divine favor, but upon skill, adaptation, regeneration, and the increasingly dangerous removal of the restraints nature uses to keep a creature from tearing itself apart. And you built Berserker out of that. Eventually, when I created the roots that would form the basis of the present class system, I preserved the principle. I expected some mortals to find it compelling. Magnus looked at the lonely red line. Apparently they didn't. Very few did. Why? The Lord faced him fully. Because the price is obscene. That wiped the humor away. Every conventional root in Eldara works through mana in some fashion. Warrior reinforces the body with it. Hunter depends upon it. Rogue uses it even when the user does not consciously think of the process as magic. Mage and priest are obvious. Wild magic is saturated with it. His gaze moved toward Berserker. Berserker forfeits the foundation shared by all of them. So I'd never have mana. You would possess none, not hidden mana, not weak mana, none. Magnus's eyes narrowed. I already have none. That is precisely why the path remains available to you. And what do I get in return? Potential. Magnus waited for more. The Lord's mouth twitched. You expected a better sales pitch. I expected specifics. You will receive none that spare you the work. Berserker does not place weapon knowledge inside your mind. If you cannot use a spear, you must learn. If your footwork is poor, you must correct it. If you cannot grapple, then a grappler may kill you despite whatever class you possess. That sounded right to Magnus. The root allows your body to adapt beyond ordinary mortal tolerances. It carries the regenerative principle that first inspired it. It can force greater recruitment from muscle and nerve when survival demands it. Fear, pain, exhaustion, and injury can feed a state that conventional mana usually helps other Eldarans control. Rage. The Lord nodded. That is the simplest name. Magnus looked at him, and the dangerous part. The same thing. The answer did not require elaboration, but the Lord gave it anyway. Mana stabilizes my children. Even warriors who use it violently possess an internal mechanism capable of helping them return toward equilibrium. Berserker lacks that. Its resource escalates rather than settles. At sufficient depth, aggression feels increasingly reasonable. Retreat becomes harder. Pain becomes easier to ignore. The body begins spending tomorrow in order to survive the next moment. And if I go too far, you may remain an exceptionally skilled fighter while becoming progressively less capable of remembering why you are fighting. Magnus let that sit. He imagined Cartwright approaching him after a fight and Magnus not knowing him. That image did more than any warning about death could have. What happens if I refuse it? The Lord looked toward the dark places where the other roots had been. Then, I continue searching for a way to place a soul that will not accept the structures necessary for ordinary Eldaran life. Perhaps I eventually discover one, perhaps I do not. So this is the only road you know works. At present, yes. Magnus stared at Berserker. It was not a difficult choice in the sense that he had two attractive options and needed to compare them. Earth was unreachable. Valhalla was behind a passage the Lord could not reopen. Every conventional life in Eldara had just rejected him. One road remained. Magnus rubbed the heel of his hand against his sternum. Once I take it, can you undo it? The choice is permanent. No changing routes later. You will die with the root you enter life carrying. Magnus thought about the warrior who had inspired it. 3 days and 3 nights. Broken weapons. Regeneration eating the man from the inside until there was nothing left to spend. Then he thought about Peleliu. Can't go back. That much had been established. Magnus stepped toward the red light. The Lord spoke before he touched it. Do not mistake necessity for absence of choice, Magnus Sorensen. You know enough now to refuse. Magnus looked over his shoulder. And then what? I do not know. That makes the decision fairly simple. Simple decisions can still carry difficult consequences. Magnus turned back toward Berserker. I've had difficult consequences before. He reached out, his fingertips entered the red light, his heart stopped, Magnus's breath caught in his throat. There was no slowing, no stumble in the rhythm. One heartbeat came normally and the next simply did not, then his chest convulsed. The heart struck so violently that his vision flashed white. Magnus staggered, one hand flying to his sternum. A second beat hit harder. Pressure expanded through his ribs as though the organ had suddenly become too large for the space containing it. A thin red line appeared beneath the skin over his chest. Magnus stared. The line split. One branch climbed toward his collarbone. Another ran beneath his ribs, then more followed, spreading outward with every pounding beat. Thick vessels illuminated beneath his skin first, each pulse forcing the red farther through his shoulders, neck, and abdomen. What the hell is happening? The Lord did not approach. The root is taking hold. Do not fight it. That would have been useful before I touched the damn thing. Another heartbeat drove Magnus to one knee. The red reached his arms. He watched arteries blaze down toward his wrists, followed by branching veins until both hands looked like anatomical drawings beneath translucent skin. The sensation was worse than the sight. Every vessel carried pressure. Not heat, not exactly pain, but the awful awareness of circulation everywhere at once. The pattern climbed his throat and spread across his jaw. It crawled behind his ears and over his scalp. At the same time, heavier lines descended through his hips and thighs. Magnus planted one palm against the stone floor, teeth clenched hard enough to hurt. His legs lit beneath the skin. Knees, calves, ankles, feet, then the large vessels were no longer enough. The red divided finer and finer, capillaries spread through his flesh in networks too numerous to follow. His entire body seemed to be filling with an impossible vascular map, every tiny path announced by another pulse from the thing hammering inside his chest. Time stretched. Magnus had known seconds that felt long. The moment before artillery landed, the space between seeing a muzzle flash and hearing the shot. The instant after being stabbed when the mind understood what had happened but the body had not yet decided how much it hurt. This was different. He could have sworn he knelt there for hours, then days. The class worked outward from his heart with maddening patience, touching everything. Magnus bowed his head and breath through clenched teeth. He refused to make a sound, partly from stubbornness and partly because the Lord of Dragons was watching, and being judged by a god was apparently not enough humiliation for one day. Then the pressure disappeared, not gradually. One instant every vessel in his body seemed incandescent. The next his skin was ordinary. Magnus remained on one knee, chest heaving. His hands trembled against the stone. He could feel his heart beating again at a normal pace, which somehow felt weak after what had just happened. He looked up. How long was that? Several seconds. Magnus stared at him. That felt like half my life. The soul is not always obedient to ordinary measurements of time. Convenient explanation. It also happens to be true. Magnus pushed himself upright slowly. The red berserker root had vanished, not gone dark like the others. Gone. The choice no longer existed because it was no longer a choice. Something about that settled into him more deeply than the pain had. The Lord studied him again, but this time the attention was different, less diagnostic, more concerned. There is another matter. Magnus sighed. Of course there is. You cannot simply be placed into Eldara as you are. I thought being reborn was the point. It is. Your problem is the body. Magnus glanced down at himself. This one seems functional. That body is an expression of your soul. It is not flesh. The Lord walked several paces across the chamber and motioned. The class structures dissolved entirely, leaving them alone in the vast stone space. My world is heavier than yours, he said, roughly twice the gravitational pull you knew on Earth. The manosphere contributes to that condition, and native life has developed with mana as part of its ordinary structure. Magnus frowned twice. Near enough. And people live under that from birth. They are born into it with mana already participating in their development. Magnus understood where this was going. I won't have that. You will not. So your world is going to try to crush me. The air itself is not the primary danger. The weight of the world is. The Lord's gaze passed over Magnus's shoulders and limbs. An adult Earth body suddenly exposed to Eldara would fare poorly. An infant born there has a better chance because growth can adapt gradually, but a monolith infant still begins at a severe disadvantage. Magnus considered that. How severe? Severe enough that I am unwilling to place you into an ordinary birth and hope. That answer was unpleasantly clear. What can you do? Very little without compromising the life itself. I will not make you invulnerable. I will not send you into the world carrying the strength of an adult or fill your mind with skills you have not earned. The Lord paused. I can give the body enough of a beginning to survive. Magnus's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? Greater bone density than an ordinary newborn would possess, stronger connective structure, a heart and lungs capable of adapting to the burden, musculature sufficient to endure the first years rather than fail beneath them, nothing that removes the need to grow, eat, work, and train. That sounded less like a gift than being issued equipment adequate to reach the battlefield. Magnus could live with that. You said prospective parents usually matter. They do. So who gets stuck with me? The Lord's expression softened slightly. No known lineage will claim you. Magnus stared at him. The old being continued before he could ask. That is the other portion of the boon I can offer. The normal inheritance process has already failed around you. If I force you into an established family line, your complete absence of mana may create consequences I cannot predict, and your Berserker route will be difficult enough for mortals to understand without a lineage that insists it should have been impossible. Magnus thought about the people in the hall discussing mothers, fathers, grandparents, and inherited paths as casually as Americans discussed family trades. You're making me a foundling. I am giving you no known bloodline from which others may draw conclusions. That's a nicer way to say foundling. It is also more accurate. Magnus did not like the idea immediately. That surprised him. He had expected practicality to win. Instead, the thought of entering the world already abandoned scraped against something raw left over from Earth. The Lord must have seen it. You will not be left without people. Magnus looked at him. I have found a village where a farming couple has spent many years taking in what life places before them. They are not wealthy. They are not powerful. Neither possesses a lineage that will draw political attention to you. They are decent mortals who understand hunger, whether work, loss, and the obligation of feeding whoever sits at their table. Magnus said nothing. The Lord continued. A farm will also serve your body. That made him suspicious. How? You will grow under work rather than encounter it suddenly. walking fields, carrying water, moving wood, digging, harvesting, feeding animals, lifting what becomes heavier as you become stronger. Your body will remodel itself under the weight of my world year after year. Magnus glanced down at his hands. So that's the plan. Make me a farm boy until the gravity stops trying to kill me. The gravity will never stop trying. Magnus looked up. The difference is that eventually your body will cease caring. That earned a quiet laugh. I suppose I've heard worse plans. You will also need food. Everyone needs food. The Lord regarded him with an expression Magnus had begun recognizing as the warning that he had missed something. Your regeneration will consume biological resources at rates ordinary people do not experience. Even outside serious injury, the body I am preparing will spend heavily while adapting. Farmers are useful for many reasons. Magnus nodded slowly. Food, work, no important family name. And people likely to keep an abandoned infant alive rather than sell him, surrender him to a temple, or leave him to die. That stripped the humor out of the conversation. People do that. Mortals remain mortals in every world. Magnus could not argue. He thought about the offer. It was strange to call it one. He was not being presented a list of perfect lives, no noble estate, no guarantee of safety, no promise that the farmers would love him forever, just a chance. A roof, food, work, people the Lord believed were kind. After Peleliu, that sounded almost embarrassingly luxurious. What are their names? The Lord hesitated. Magnus noticed. You know them. I do. But you're not telling me. You will meet them soon enough, and you will not remember this conversation when you do. Magnus's face tightened. That problem had returned. He had nearly forgotten it while dealing with everything else. I want to remember. I know. Then let me. I cannot permit the memories of this realm to remain intact. Magnus took a step toward him. You said I'm already outside the normal rules. That does not make every rule meaningless. I've already lived 23 years. You're going to put me in a baby's body and wipe out the only explanation I have for how I got there. I did not say your earth life would vanish. Magnus stopped. The Lord's voice became quieter. Your memories of this place will be suppressed when you enter mortal life. The hall, the choices, much of what we have discussed. Earth is different. Earth belongs to you. It shaped the soul standing before me. Magnus stared at him. I'll remember who I was. Not with equal clarity at every age. Infancy is not designed to carry an adult mind comfortably. Memory may become distant, pieces may sleep, some may return through dreams, fear, familiarity, habit, or circumstance. The Lord met his eyes. You will not become a different soul simply because you cannot recite this conversation. Magnus thought about Ari, Cartwright, the smell of gasoline, the weight of a gerund, snow against the windows of his parents' house. He swallowed. You're sure? As certain as I can be about something involving you, which I admit has become a less satisfying phrase since your arrival. Magnus almost smiled. Then another thought occurred. What about Berserker? If I forget this place, do I forget what you told me about the class? You will know what your life teaches you. That wasn't my question. No, it was not. The Lord studied him. You will not descend with a handbook, Magnus Sorensen. You will discover the route as mortals are meant to discover their paths through living. Magnus muttered something under his breath. The Lord's eyebrows rose. I heard that. I assumed you would. The ancient being smiled. Then the chamber changed, not dramatically. There was no thunder, no burst of magic. The black stone floor several yards away simply became something else. Magnus saw rain, a muddy yard, a low farmhouse built from dark timber and fieldstone. Smoke crawled from a chimney into a gray sky. A barn stood behind it, patched in several places. Chickens scratched beneath an overhang while a broad-shouldered man in a wool coat carried split wood toward the house. The image sharpened, the front door opened. A woman stepped out carrying a bucket. She was sturdy, perhaps in her 30s, with brown hair tied beneath a cloth and the purposeful gait of someone who had too much to do before dark. The man said something. Magnus could not hear it. The woman answered. He grinned. She kicked mud toward his boots. The man laughed and nearly dropped the wood. Magnus watched them. Nothing about the scene was grand. That mattered. No castle, no servants, no magic blazing from windows. Just two people in the rain arguing about something stupid while trying to get through their work. These are the farmers. They are. Do they want a child? The Lord's expression became difficult to read. They wanted one very much. Magnus looked toward him. The old being did not elaborate. He did not need to. Magnus looked back at the couple. The woman disappeared into the farmhouse. The man followed after stacking the wood beneath the eaves. They lost one. Yes. Magnus exhaled slowly. You're putting me in the place of their dead child. I would never make such a substitution. The firmness of the answer surprised him. You will be yourself. They will know you are not the child they lost. What they choose to make of finding you will belong to them. Magnus watched rain strike the roof. How do they find me? You will be born beyond the village boundary, where no mortal lineage can be attached to you. They will find you before the cold becomes dangerous. Magnus turned toward him. That sounds like an awfully thin margin. I am capable of arranging an abandoned infant beside a road without killing him. When you say it like that, it sounds worse. Most mortal truths do when stated plainly. Magnus looked again at the farm, a normal life, or the closest thing he was going to get. He had no idea what came after childhood. No idea what this Aurellion Empire was beyond fragments overheard in line. No knowledge of the wars or monsters or whatever passed for ordinary danger in a world where men could throw fire from their hands. But there would be time, apparently a whole new lifetime. Magnus rubbed his palms together once. All right, send me. The image of the farm faded. The Lord did not immediately move. Are you certain? Magnus looked at him. Earth is out of reach. Valhalla is behind a door you can't open. Staying here eventually becomes a problem, and every class except the one I just took rejected me. I'm not sure certainty has much to do with it. Perhaps not. Magnus hesitated. There was one question left, and he disliked how difficult it was to ask. If my father was in Valhalla. The words failed for a moment. The Lord waited. Magnus tried again. If Ari was there and I walked away before finding him, does that mean I lost him? The Lord of Dragons regarded him with an expression that contained none of the earlier amusement. I cannot speak for another realm's laws. Magnus's jaw tightened. But, the Lord continued, I would be cautious about believing eternity offers only one opportunity for anything. Magnus looked away. It was not an answer. It was enough. The Lord stepped toward him. Magnus's body tensed automatically. The old being stopped within arm's reach and lifted one hand. Your life will not be easy. I had gathered that. You will grow in a world where nearly every living person possesses something you do not. Mana will be as ordinary to them as breath. Tools will exist that refuse you. Healers may find you difficult. People may call you defective before they understand what you are. Magnus met his gaze. The class will ask more of your body than you believe a body should give. It will reward habits that can destroy you. There may come a day when continuing to fight feels easier than choosing to stop. The Lord placed his palm against Magnus's chest, directly above the heart where the first red vessel had appeared. When that day comes, remember something even if you remember nothing else from here. Magnus waited. Survival is not the same as victory. For some reason, Magnus thought of Peleliu. He thought of ordering John away. He thought of staying because somebody had to, then he nodded. I can work with that. The Lord's eyes softened. Good. Warmth entered Magnus's chest. not mana. He knew that immediately without understanding how. It spread from the Lord's palm through bone and muscle with none of the violent pressure Berserker had carried. Magnus felt his body becoming less distinct around the edges, his fingers tingled, his boots seemed farther away, the chamber dimmed. Magnus looked down, his hands were fading, he could still see them but the black stone showed faintly through the skin. So this is it. This is birth. I remember the first one being less complicated. You remember very little of the first one. Magnus considered that fair. The numbness climbed his arms. His knees weakened, though he no longer felt as if he possessed enough weight to fall. The Lord's hand remained steady against his chest. Magnus looked once more toward the enormous black throne, the empty chamber and the ancient creature wearing the shape of an old man. What should I call you if we meet again? The Lord smiled. That will depend upon who you have become when we do. Magnus frowned. You really enjoy answers like that. I have had a great deal of time to practice them. The darkness reached Magnus's throat. His last clear thought was unexpectedly mundane. Cartwright would have hated this place. Too many riddles, not enough coffee. Magnus smiled faintly. The Lord of Dragons watched him disappear. Live well, Magnus Sorensen. The chamber vanished. There was pressure. Immense crushing pressure, not pain at first. Wait. His entire existence contracted around it. Darkness closed from every direction. Something beat nearby. No, inside him, small, fast, his heart. Magnus tried to breathe and discovered that he could not. Panic hit with animal purity. There was no Peleliu, no Valhalla, no Lord of Dragons, no language, only pressure and the desperate need for air. Something shifted around him. Cold struck his face. Hands, a sudden terrible opening in his chest. Magnus inhaled. The first breath hurt. The second became a scream. Rain whispered against leaves somewhere beyond the darkness, and beneath twice the weight of the world, a newborn child cried alone beside a muddy country road. Farther down that road, a farmer carrying an empty basket stopped walking. He turned his head toward the sound and listened. Chapter 3. Edric and Helena's POV. The rain had begun before dawn and showed no interest in stopping. Helena stood at the hearth with one hand wrapped around the wooden handle of the porridge spoon, listening to the soft hiss of water against the roof and the irregular knock of the north gate shifting on its swollen hinge. The sound came every few breaths, a dull wooden clack, silence, then another clack when the wind leaned against it again. She had heard it yesterday. Edric had heard it yesterday. The gate, apparently offended by being ignored, had decided to spend the night reminding them. Before you disappear into those woods, Helena said, scraping the thick barley from the bottom of the pot, you are fixing that gate. Behind her, Edric pulled on his second boot. I was wondering how long you'd give me. I gave you yesterday. It rained yesterday. Helena glanced toward the shuttered window. And today the gods have generously provided us with something completely different. Edric looked toward the roof, as though considering the distinction. He was not a particularly tall man, but years of moving sacks, splitting timber, hauling stone from fields and wrestling livestock had thickened him through the shoulders and back. His dark hair had begun thinning at the temples, though Helena had learned long ago that pointing this out produced a remarkable failure of hearing. The shirt he wore had been patched twice beneath one arm and once at the cuff, and his left boot had taken so many repairs that the cobbler in the village had begun calling it an old friend. He stood, tested the boot against the packed earth floor and reached for his belt. I'll brace it before I leave. You'll mend it. I'll brace it. That means you'll wedge a piece of wood under it and call the matter settled. It settles the gate. It does not settle me. No, Edric buckled the belt. I've never found the right piece of wood for that. Helena stared at him for half a heartbeat, then turned back to the pot before he could see her smile. There were arguments that mattered in a marriage, and there were arguments that simply became part of the marriage. The north gate belonged firmly to the second kind. So did the leaking corner above the grain chest, the question of whether Mara was still fit to pull the cart, and Edric's apparently unshakable belief that every scrap of bent iron on the farm would someday become useful if he left it beside the shed long enough. The farm itself lay on the outer edge of cultivated country, where tilled fields gave way by degrees to pasture, thorn hedge, and wet woodland. Their barley occupied the broadest stretch of ground near the house, hardy enough to forgive soil that would have embarrassed better grain. Rye grew farther upslope where the earth became thin and mean. They kept a smaller wheat plot on the southern side, where drainage was better and the yield worth enough that Helena sometimes found herself looking at the green shoots and calculating how much of the harvest would never enter their own granary. There were oats for the mare and for winter porridge, turnips banked beneath straw, onions and garlic hanging in braids from the rafters, a narrow patch of flax, 6 old apple trees and 1 younger tree that had yet to prove it deserved the space it occupied. 8 sheep crowded the enclosure beyond the barn. Their milk cow, Brenna, had decided sometime during the previous winter that gates were suggestions. 2 pigs lived behind a fence Edric inspected more faithfully than the north gate, because a broken hinge was irritating but a loose pig became everyone's problem. Helena filled 2 bowls and set one in front of her husband. White face is still favoring the hind leg. I looked at her. You looked at her from the barn door. I could see her from the barn door. That must have saved you a tremendous journey. Edric broke yesterday's rye loaf and dipped a heel into the porridge. She isn't swollen. She doesn't need to be swollen to be lame. I'll put hands on her before I leave. Helena sat opposite him, and the gate. And the gate. And you're not taking the cart down the east track. That made him pause. Helena narrowed her eyes. There it is. What? That face. I have one face. You have several. That one means you've already decided to do something stupid, and you're wondering how much of it I know. Edric chewed slowly, which was confirmation enough. Helena set her spoon down. What are you doing at the east track? The pine came down. The leaning one. It isn't leaning anymore. Edric. What? It was leaning over a washout. It fell across the other side. You walked down there yesterday. Yes. In the rain. It wasn't raining when I left. It was raining when you came home. That happened later. Helena rubbed 2 fingers against her brow, and now you mean to go cut it. Not all of it. The upper limbs are dry under the canopy. Good kindling, maybe some straight lengths if the trunk hasn't split badly. With the ground like soup. With an axe. The axe won't keep you from sliding into the wash. No, but it will make the fall more interesting. She looked at him until he dropped his gaze to the bowl. Basket, Edric said after a moment. What about it? I'll take the basket, no cart. Helena exhaled through her nose. You see, somewhere beneath all that stubbornness there is still a man capable of learning. I've heard rumors. A knock sounded against the front door before she could answer. 3 heavy blows closed together. Both of them stopped. Visitors before breakfast were rarely welcome and almost never casual. Edric looked toward the spear resting in the corner beside the door, then toward Helena. She saw him decide not to take it. That told her almost as much as if he had. Expecting someone? He asked. No. Another knock came, accompanied by a muffled voice. Edric, open the damn door before I drown. Helena closed her eyes briefly. Bran. Edric lifted the latch. Bran Heller came inside wrapped in rain, mud, and bad temper. He was older than Edric by perhaps 5 years and heavier through the belly than he liked to admit, with a broad face, a graying beard, and the permanent red nose of a man who considered ale one of the more successful inventions of civilization. Water dripped steadily from the edge of his felt hat. He looked toward Helena. Morning. It was. Bran glanced down at his boots and after seeing where her eyes had gone, scraped them properly against the threshold. Edric stepped aside. What happened? What makes you think anything happened? You walked half a mile through rain before breakfast. Bran removed his coat. Maybe I missed your company. You didn't. No. Helena was already reaching for another bowl. Mara throw you out. My wife adores me. That isn't what I asked. She says I snore. You do. Bran frowned at her. How would you know? Helena placed the bowl in front of him. Your wife tells me things. Bran looked at Edric. You live like this. 21 years. Gods preserve you. Wait. Bran did. The room settled into the comfortable quiet of people who knew one another well enough not to perform conversation. Helena ate while Bran shoveled down porridge as though he had not seen food in a week. Edric waited. He knew Bran too well to ask again. Eventually, Bran pointed his spoon toward the door. Steward's man came through before first light. Edric's expression changed only a little. Helena saw it anyway. Whose? Lord Aveline's. What does he want? 2 labor days from every holding before month's end. Road work. Edric stopped chewing. Which road? The North Road. The North Road was repaired after harvest. So I told him. And? Bran took another mouthful. He seemed wounded by my concern. Helena leaned back slightly. 2 days from every holding. Or coin. How much? Bran named the sum. Edric's mouth tightened. Helena did not need to ask whether they would pay it. 2 days of Edric's labor would cost them less than the coin, even if it came at the worst possible point in the spring. Did he say why they're doing it again? She asked. Bran shrugged. Aveline's household is expecting guests, first citizens from the west, apparently. Important enough that their wheels can't endure the same holes ours do. Then perhaps the guests could fill them, Edric said. Bran barked a laugh, then looked toward the window as if the steward might somehow be standing outside in the rain listening. Careful, he said, that's nearly a political opinion. It's a road. In Aurellion, enough roads become political if the right man owns the carriage. Edric went back to eating. Helena watched the 2 men. Bran enjoyed complaining because complaining gave shape to things he could not change. Edric complained only when something had already irritated him beyond the point where silence helped. Neither man would refuse the labor days. Neither would march to Lord Aveline's manor demanding justice. They would show up, move stone, curse the steward when he was out of earshot, come home tired and return to their own fields the next morning. That was how most power touched people like them, not as proclamations or grand speeches, but as 2 days suddenly missing from a month that already did not have enough. Bran's spoon slowed. There was something else. Edric looked up. I assumed so. Legion recruiters in North Mercy. Helena's fingers stopped against the rim of her bowl. Not for long. Passing through, Edric asked. Recruiting. Volunteers. Bran gave him a look. Edric's face went flat. Right. Mara heard from Elson's girl that they're taking names in the square. Young men mostly. No broad levy yet, but there's talk. Helena rose and carried her bowl toward the wash basin. She did not look at either man when she asked, Guild still taking applicants. Not Aurellion men, Bran said. Not while the recruiters are active. Notice went up yesterday afternoon. Edric grunted. That was quick. The Crown knows where boys run when they smell a levy coming. Bran scraped the bottom of his bowl and added, They've got 2 Legion men standing across from the guildhouse entrance besides. Anyone who looks young enough gets asked where he's going. Helena turned, asked. Bran's eyes flicked toward her. Sometimes politely. That was enough. Edric's jaw shifted once. Varro's eldest was talking about joining. That's why I came by, Bran said. Thought you might have heard whether he actually did. No. His mother's beside herself, says he left before dawn. Helena dried her hands on her apron. If he'd already passed his guild tests, they'd leave him alone. If he'd passed them, Bran said. Last I heard, he couldn't get through the reading test. Edric frowned. He reads. He reads names and numbers. Guild gave him a contract sheet last time, and he missed half of it. That's more than some Legion officers manage, Bran muttered. Helena gave him a sharp glance. Bran smiled faintly. That one you didn't hear. Nobody spoke for several moments. Outside, the north gate knocked again. Clack, Bran leaned back from the table. Saw a guild party yesterday, too. Edric reached for his cup. Heading where? East probably, 5 of them. Golds if Joran read the badges right. What were they doing in North Mercy? Buying provisions. That usually helps with eating. Bran ignored him. There was an elf with them. Helena felt the atmosphere change before Bran said anything else. It was small, familiar. The sort of change that happened when someone stepped close to a line everybody in the room knew existed. Bran shook his head. Walking right through market in mail, sword on his hip like the place belonged to him. Edric drank. The guild allows arms. I know what the guild allows. Then why mention the sword? Bran looked at him. Edric lowered the cup. For a moment neither man spoke. Bran's mouth pulled sideways. Doesn't sit right is all. Long-year walking armed past Aurellion families, while good human boys are being measured for the Legion. Helena looked down at the table. There it was, not shouted, not spat. Bran wasn't angry enough for that. He sounded the way men sounded when they were discussing a broken boundary stone or a neighbor grazing sheep where he shouldn't. A thing obvious enough that disagreement seemed strange. Edric rubbed his thumb along the handle of his cup. Guildman's a guildman. Elf first. Not according to the guild. Bran snorted. Guild would put a badge on a wolf if it could sign its name. Wolf might read better than Varro's boy. Bran laughed despite himself. The tension loosened, but Helena saw Edric's eyes remain lowered. He had never liked these conversations. He never said that. Bran was their neighbor. He had helped Edric raise the barn wall after the old one collapsed. Mara Heller had sat with Helena through 2 nights of fever the winter Edric nearly died. Bran had lent them grain once without asking when he would see it returned. He was neither cruel nor stupid. He also believed, without much examination, that Aurellion was a human country because humans had made civilization worth having, that elves were arrogant, that orcs were little better than raiders, and that beastkin belonged in the forest unless someone had found a better use for them. Edric found much of it distasteful. He also knew what happened to men who developed strong public opinions about things larger than themselves. So he usually let Bran talk. Bran pushed his empty bowl away. Heard the elf was Ravaloni. That made Edric look up. Who told you that? Baker's apprentice. Then he's probably Emperor of Thalrendor. Bran grinned. You think the boy lies. I think the boy once told half the village he'd seen a dragon drinking from Miller's pond. He was 9. He was 13. 12. Old enough to know a goose. Helena picked up Bran's bowl. It was a large goose. Bran laughed again, louder this time. That was usually how conversations survived in the village. People pushed until somebody found a way to move sideways. Helena preferred sideways. Bran stood and pulled his damp coat around his shoulders. You're going east today. Edric nodded. Pine came down by the old track. In this mud. That is what Helena said. Helena's often right. I know, she tells me. Bran fastened his coat. Watch the bend past Rook's marker. Water took half the bank last night. Edric's expression sharpened. How much? Enough I'd keep Mara off it. I wasn't taking her. Good. Helena handed Bran his hat. He settled it onto his head, then paused with one hand on the latch. Edric. What? Bran's humor had gone. If you see Varro's boy on the road. Edric nodded once. I'll send him home if he'll listen. Bran exhaled. His mother's had enough trouble. Then he opened the door and stepped back into the rain. Helena watched him disappear beyond the yard before shutting it again. For several seconds she stood with her hand on the latch. Edric returned to the table. You don't agree with him? It wasn't really a question. Edric glanced at her. About what? The elf. He wiped the last of his bread around the bowl. I've never met the elf. You know what I mean. Edric ate the bread. Helena waited. At last he said, Bran talks too much. That isn't an answer. No. Edric. He looked toward the hearth. I don't understand why a man being born with pointed ears makes him property. Helena said nothing. Edric's face tightened, not with anger at her but with the discomfort of having finally put the thought into words. Doesn't mean I want Raveloni armies crossing our fields, he continued. Doesn't mean I trust every orc who walks down the road. Doesn't mean the Empire's wrong about every danger beyond its borders. I know. It just seems, he rubbed a hand over his beard, a strange thing to decide about a man before he's opened his mouth. Helena looked toward the closed door Bran had just passed through. You've never said that to him. No. Why? Edric gave her a tired look. Because Bran is my neighbor. Because Lord Aveline's steward doesn't need another reason to remember my name. Because the Emperor has been ruling this place longer than anyone's grandfather can count, and I'm not stupid enough to imagine he has been waiting 600 years for my opinion. Helena's mouth twitched. Edric stood, and because I have a gate to mend. That, she said, is the first sensible political statement you've made all morning. He leaned down and kissed the top of her head as he passed. It was a brief thing, almost absent-minded. Helena caught his sleeve before he moved away. Edric stopped. Her fingers stayed around the rough linen for a moment. Be careful by the wash. I will. You said that last time. I was careful last time. You came home bleeding. That was from the branch. The branch you cut. Edric considered this. Then I'll be careful of myself. Helena released him. That would be new. He smiled properly this time, took his axe from beside the door, slung the empty carrying basket over one shoulder and stepped outside into the rain. By the time Edric had crossed the lower field, the house had nearly vanished behind the gray curtain. The rain was finer now, less a downpour than a cold persistence that found every seam in his cloak. Mud sucked at his boots along the field margin. Young barley lay dark and shining beneath the water, each green blade bowed under droplets. Beyond the hedge the land rose toward the old east track and the forest beyond it. Edric walked slowly. He knew this ground too well to hurry through wet weather. At Rook's Marker he found Bran had not exaggerated. A section of the bank had collapsed into the drainage cut, leaving the path narrow enough that taking a loaded cart across it would have been foolish. Helena would enjoy hearing that. He would tell her eventually, not today. Edric stepped around the washed earth and continued toward the trees. The wood smelled different in rain. Bark, wet leaves, black soil, old rot, and the sharp, clean scent of broken pine. Water dripped through the canopy long after the rain itself had softened. Somewhere deeper in the brush, a bird gave a warning call and fell quiet. Edric shifted the axe higher against his shoulder. He was less than 100 paces from the fallen pine when he heard the sound. At first he thought it was an animal, something small, high-pitched. He stopped, the sound came again. Edric frowned, not fox, not cat, not anything he wanted to name from a distance. Then it came a third time, thin and ragged through the rain, a baby's cry. Edric did not move. For several heartbeats the forest seemed to hold itself still around him. Then he lowered the basket from his shoulder and turned toward the road. Chapter 4 Foundling. The cry came again. Edric stood in the middle of the east road with rain running from the edge of his hood and listened until the sound died beneath the dripping trees. It had been faint the first time, strange enough that he had stopped because he could not place it. A fox kit caught beneath deadfall, perhaps, or some other small animal injured beyond the brush. The second cry had stripped away that possibility. There was a child somewhere in the woods. He lowered the empty basket from his shoulder and set it beside the road. The fallen pine could wait, so could the kindling. Edric stepped off the track and pushed between the wet branches, following the slope downward toward the shallow drainage cut that ran beside the road. "Hello," his voice carried poorly under the rain. "Is someone down there?" Nothing answered him. He descended farther, boots sinking into black soil softened by 2 days of weather. Water slid from leaves onto his shoulders whenever he disturbed the brush. The ground smelled of wet bark, old leaves, and exposed earth. A thorn caught his sleeve and held until he pulled free hard enough to tear the linen at the elbow. The cry did not come again. Edric stopped. For the first time, fear settled properly into him. Child. He moved faster. The ditch curved around a stand of alder and young oak, its bottom thick with sodden leaves that had washed down from higher ground. One of the alders had shed a branch during the storm. It lay tangled against the bank, smaller limbs bowed into the undergrowth. Something pale showed beneath it. Edric dropped the axe. For an instant, he did nothing else. The child was so small that the branches nearly hid him. A newborn lay against the wet earth beneath the alder, bundled in wool that had soaked through completely. Brown leaves clung to the swaddle. One thin branch rested across the child's legs and finer twigs had caught in the cloth around his shoulders. Rainwater gathered at the ends of his hair and ran down over his forehead. The hair was a startling orange red. His eyes were squeezed shut. His mouth opened, but what came from it was no longer a proper infant's wail. It was a hoarse, exhausted sound. Oh, gods! Edric went to his knees hard enough that mud soaked through his trousers immediately. He pushed the branches aside. "Easy now, I've got you." The baby did not react to his voice. That frightened Edric more than the crying had. He touched the child's cheek with the backs of 2 fingers and recoiled at the coldness of the skin. The little hand protruding from the swaddle was curled tightly against the chest, its fingers trembling. "No, no, you're coming out of that." The knot securing the wet wool had swollen until Edric could not loosen it. He tried once, forced himself not to pull harder, then drew the small knife from his belt. His fingers had begun shaking. He hated that they were shaking. He slid the blade beneath the knot as carefully as he could and sawed through the cloth while keeping the edge turned away from the tiny body beneath it. "Just a moment, hold on for me." The knot parted. Edric peeled the wet swaddle away. The cold had mottled the child's skin. His legs drew weakly toward his belly as the cloth came free and another thin cry escaped him. There were shallow scratches across one shoulder and along the side of his scalp, probably from the brush, but Edric saw no serious wound. No blood except a tiny smear where one scratch had opened. He stripped off his cloak, shook water from the outer surface and turned the driest part inward. The wool beneath his shoulders still held some warmth. He wrapped it around the child and lifted him carefully. The baby's entire body fit along Edric's forearm. Something inside him gave way. He had not expected that. He had expected fear. Anger, perhaps, confusion certainly. Instead, he found himself staring at a face scarcely larger than his palm while an old grief he had spent years burying opened without warning. His own child had once fit into his arms like this, not for long, never for long enough. Edric bowed his head over the bundle and had to close his eyes. The memory was not one he visited willingly anymore. Helena white-faced against their bed pillows, the midwife speaking so quietly that Edric could barely hear her, and the terrible absence of sound from the little body she had placed in his hands. He had spent years learning how not to think about that room. Now another infant lay against his chest, colder than any living child had a right to be, and Edric could feel the fragile beating of a heart through wet linen and wool. He swallowed hard. "Not you." His voice broke badly enough that he stopped speaking. Edric pulled the cloak tighter around the child and tucked him beneath the front of his shirt as far as he safely could, holding the baby's body against the warmth of his chest. The little face remained exposed beneath his chin. He stayed there only long enough to feel another breath, then another. Work returned to him. He looked around the ditch. "Is anyone here?" Edric rose and turned slowly, searching the brush. Can anyone hear me? Only Rain answered. He climbed several paces farther along the bank, keeping one arm firmly around the child. He found no woman, no discarded bag, no cart wheel. No blood, no horse sign he could distinguish from older marks churned into the roadside mud. He studied the ground beneath the altar, but the rain had softened footprints into shapeless depressions. There had been someone here. There had to have been. A newborn had not crawled beneath those branches. Edric pushed farther into the brush, then stopped when the child shuddered against him. That decided it. If someone lay injured in these woods, he might already be abandoning them by leaving. If he remained searching, he might kill the one person he had actually found. Edric looked toward the trees one last time. "I'll come back." He did not know to whom he made the promise. He retrieved his axe, left the basket where it stood, and climbed back onto the road. The pines ceased to matter. Edric walked home as quickly as the mud allowed. He did not run. Twice he nearly slipped without running, and the first time his boot went sideways beneath him. His whole body tightened around the child with enough force to hurt his ribs. After that, he shortened his stride and watched every patch of ground before placing his foot. The baby made almost no sound. Edric would have preferred screaming. Every few dozen steps, he loosened the cloak enough to look at the little face and make certain the child was still breathing. "You can make as much noise as you please," he murmured as he passed Rook's marker. "Helena won't mind, not today." The infant's mouth moved against his shirt. Edric placed one broad hand across the tiny back and felt the faint motion of breathing beneath his palm. He had just passed the Heller pasture when someone shouted his name. Bran stood inside the low field wall with a grain sack propped against one hip. Even at a distance, there was no mistaking him. Bran Heller had cultivated a belly over the last 10 years that he defended as proof a man was doing well, though everyone in the village knew at least part of it had been purchased one mug at a time. He was broad-faced and heavy-shouldered, with a graying beard he allowed to grow longer than his wife liked, and the easy confidence of a man who had never allowed ignorance to prevent him from speaking on a subject. "Edric, I thought you were going after that pine." Edric did not stop. "Leave the sack and come with me." Bran's smile disappeared. "What happened?" "I found a baby." For perhaps the first time Edric could remember, Bran had nothing ready to say. He stepped over the field wall and came closer. "You found a what?" Edric opened the cloak enough to show him. Bran stared. "Golden Mother preserve us, where did you get him?" "Down beside the east road, under the brush." "In this weather?" "He was lying in wet leaves with the swaddle soaked through. I couldn't find anyone near him." Bran reached as though to touch the child, thought better of it, and drew his hand back. "How long has he been out there?" "If I knew that, I might know who left him." Bran looked toward the east road behind them. His face, usually so quick to fill with opinion, remained sober. "You searched." "As much as I could. He's too cold, Bran. I wasn't going to carry him through the woods while I looked for tracks that rain has already taken." "That was the right choice. Get him to Helena, I'll come with you." Edric looked toward Bran's abandoned grain sack. "Leave it. Nobody's stealing wet barley off my wall, and if they are, they need it badly enough to keep it." They started toward the farm together. Bran kept pace for half a minute before asking, was there anything with him? A charm, cloth with a house mark, anything sewn into the swaddle? "Nothing I saw." "You'd think even someone poor enough to leave a child would leave something." Edric turned his head. Bran noticed the look. "I didn't mean it that way." "Then don't decide what happened before we know." Bran's mouth closed. That more than an apology told Edric his friend understood. They walked another stretch before Bran said, more carefully, "I'll go back once we have him inside. You can show me where you came off the road. If somebody is hurt out there, we ought to find them before dark." "I'll go with you." "No, you'll tell me where to look." Edric frowned at him. Bran gestured toward the child tucked inside his cloak. "You've already done your share of crawling through wet brush this morning. Get dry. If Helena needs someone sent for the midwife or the temple healer, you have a horse and I don't. I'll take Joran and Pell with me. Between the three of us, we'll cover more ground than you could alone. There could be a woman out there who knows my voice because I was the one calling. If she's awake enough to know your voice, she's awake enough to answer 3 men shouting through the trees. Edric was quiet. Bran continued, "You found the child, Edric. That doesn't make you responsible for everything within a mile of where he was lying." Edric looked down at the little face under his cloak. "If his mother is hurt somewhere because I chose to leave. You chose to bring a freezing newborn home before he died in your arms. Don't turn that into something shameful." The words came without Bran's usual bluster. That made Edric listen. Bran glanced at him. "You can tell me exactly where he was. I'll search the ditch, both sides of the road and as far into the woods as daylight gives us. If there's someone out there, I'll bring them back." After several steps, Edric nodded. "Past Rook's marker. The bank narrows where the wash took part of the track. Another 100 paces beyond that you'll see my basket on the left. Go downslope from there. There's an alder with a broken limb lying into the ditch." Bran repeated the directions, then asked where Edric had already searched. By the time the farmhouse came into sight through the rain, Edric had described every patch of ground he could remember. Helena was in the yard before they reached the door. She had apparently seen them from the window. She came without her shawl, skirts gathered in one hand to keep them from the mud, her face pinched with worry. What happened? Edric stopped in front of her and pulled his cloak open. For a moment, Helena simply stared. Then everything in her changed. "Give him to me. He's cold. I can feel that from here. Edric, give him to me." He transferred the bundle into her arms. Helena took the child with practiced care that made something painful move through Edric's chest. One hand cradled the head automatically, the other supporting the body beneath the wool. She looked at the baby's face. "Oh, sweetheart." The words were scarcely audible, then she turned and went inside. "Bran, more wood on the fire. Edric, I want clean linen from the chest and shut the door behind you. Don't stand there dripping while the heat runs out." The gentleness vanished from her voice only when she addressed the men. Both obeyed. Inside, Helena laid the child on the table nearest the hearth and opened the cloak. When she saw the remnants of the wet swaddling still clinging around his lower body, her mouth tightened. "How long was he like this?" "I don't know. He was under branches below the road." "You found no one with him?" "Nobody." "Edric, I need the linen." He was already moving. Helena worked while he fetched it. She removed the last soaked cloth and examined the baby from head to foot, touching his belly, chest, limbs, and scalp with careful fingers. His skin was still cold enough to frighten her. His breathing came too quickly, though it had more strength than Edric remembered from the ditch. There were scratches but no serious bleeding, no obvious swelling around the head, no strange angle to any limb. Helena let out part of the breath she had been holding. Bran set the kettle nearer the coals. "I want warm water, not boiling." "Edric, put those linens near the hearth and turn them twice before you bring them to me." Bran crouched beside the fire and moved the kettle. "Should I run for Mara now?" "Not yet. Let me get him warm enough to see what we're dealing with. If his breathing worsens or he won't take anything once he's warm, then you can run." Bran nodded and left her to it. Helena wiped mud from the child's face with a warm, damp cloth. The red hair emerged more clearly with each pass, a deep copper orange unlike any shade she remembered seeing among the families nearby. The baby's eyelids fluttered. "That is better," she murmured. "You open those eyes when you're ready." A weak complaint followed. Helena's throat tightened. "Even better, you tell me exactly how poorly we've treated you." Edric came back with the warmed linen. "Here. Wrap his legs first, not tightly." Edric hesitated before touching the child. Helena noticed. "You won't break him." "He's awfully small." "All babies are small." Edric looked at her, something passed between them. Helena's eyes dropped first. "Help me." He did. Together they wrapped the baby in dry linen and wool. Helena then settled into the chair near the hearth and held him against her chest beneath a heavier blanket, surrounding him with her own body heat. Edric remained standing beside her. "You should change," she said. "I'll change when he's warmer. You are soaked through to your underclothes. If you intend to be useful today, I would prefer not to spend tomorrow nursing you through a fever. I can stay here until—" Edric. Helena looked up at him. Her voice remained gentle, but there was no uncertainty in it. "He is in my arms, beside a good fire, wrapped in dry wool. Your wet shirt is doing nothing for him. Change your clothes, then warm some goat milk. Very little, we will see if he can take it." That gave Edric something concrete to do. He changed. When he returned, Bran was standing beside the table with a cup in one hand. Helena looked at it. Bran followed her eyes down to the ale. "I was cold." "You have been inside for perhaps 10 minutes. "I was very cold." Helena gave him a long look. Bran lowered the cup slightly. "I'll make it last." She let the matter go. Bran drank more than she thought wise, but he had also walked through storms to help Edric repair a roof, and once spent 3 days sleeping in their barn when Edric had been too ill to tend the stock. There were things one tolerated in people who had proven themselves when it mattered. Edric warmed a little goat milk and brought it to her. Helena tested the temperature against her wrist. "Good, tear me a clean strip of linen." Bran watched. "You're feeding him off cloth." "Until I can speak to Mara and find whether anyone nearby is still nursing. Unless you've developed some useful new talent since breakfast." Bran scratched at his beard. "No talent of that sort." "Then the cloth will have to do." She wet the corner and touched it to the baby's lips. At first nothing happened, then his mouth moved. Helena dipped it again. The child sucked weakly at the damp cloth. "There we are." Edric's shoulders lowered. He had not realized how tightly he had been holding himself until then. Helena fed the baby slowly, stopping whenever he coughed or turned away. Color returned by degrees to his cheeks. The trembling eased. Eventually his weak crying strengthened enough that Bran winced. "That boy found his lungs." Helena looked down at the red, angry little face with something dangerously close to joy. "Let him use them. I would rather hear him complain for the rest of the day than hear what Edric brought through that door." Bran's expression sobered again. "So would I." The baby settled after another small feeding and fell asleep against Helena. Only then did the room truly quiet. Edric sat opposite her. Bran leaned against the table, studying the child in a way Helena had never seen him study anything that wasn't served in a mug or standing on 4 legs. After a while he asked, "Do either of you know anyone with hair that color?" Edric looked at him. "Why?" "Because I don't." Helena ran her fingertips very lightly over the soft copper strands. Dry now, they were even brighter. He could have family farther out. "He could, but he's not from this village." Edric's eyes narrowed slightly. "You sound very certain." Bran pulled the stool closer and sat. "Tell me which woman here has been carrying a child these last months. Mara Heller knows everyone's business before they know it themselves, and you two aren't much better. Tessa Varn had her girl 2 months ago. Mara's sister still has months to go. Corlin's daughter lost hers in winter. Who else is there?" Edric had no answer ready. Bran continued before he could invent one. "If a woman in this village had gone through a pregnancy to the end, we'd know. You'd have heard about it at the mill. Helena would have heard about it before you did, and half the women within 3 miles would have been bringing broth to the house." Helena gave a reluctant nod. "That doesn't rule out one of the outlying farms." "No, it doesn't." Bran bent forward, forearms on his thighs. "But then there's the hair. I can name every red-headed man I've met in my life because there haven't been many. There's nobody within half a day's walk with hair anything like that." Edric looked toward the sleeping child. "People inherit things from grandparents, great-grandparents. They do. I'm not saying the color fell out of the sky. I'm saying I don't think someone from our village carried that boy into the woods this morning. Helena watched Bran carefully. You think whoever left him was traveling. Maybe, or they came from farther out. The road sees traders, farm carts, pilgrims, guild people, estate riders. Could have been any of them. Edric leaned forward, and that is why we search before deciding anything. Bran nodded, which is what I'm going to do. He stood and set his cup aside. Edric rose as well. I'll show you the place. Helena's attention shifted from the child to her husband. You are not going back out there in another wet shirt. I changed. And you've been shivering since you came home. I'm not shivering now. No, because you're standing 3 feet from the hearth. Edric's face tightened with frustration. Helena, I did not properly search. I looked around the ditch, called out, and brought him home. If somebody left that child because they were injured or being followed, they could still be close. Bran doesn't know what the ground looked like before I walked through it. Helena did not dismiss him. She looked at him for several seconds before answering. That is a reason to want to go. It is not a reason you are the best person to go. Edric opened his mouth, but she continued. You have already been through the woods once in cold rain. You're exhausted whether you admit it or not, and we have no idea whether this child is going to remain stable. If he worsens, I may need you to ride for Mara Leth or farther for a healer. Bran can take 2 men who are dry, fed, and able to spread out. You would make their search smaller because they would have to stay with you. I don't need looking after. No, but you are thinking about the child instead of the ground. You've looked at him every few breaths since you came through the door. That stopped him. Helena softened her tone. I am not accusing you of weakness, Edric. I'm telling you that you are frightened. So am I. Let Bran search while you stay where you can actually help if something changes here. Edric looked toward Bran. Bran shrugged once. She's making better sense than either of us usually does. I'll get Pell and Joran. Pell tracks deer through ground I'd swear was stone, and Joran knows the East Wood better than I do. Give me the exact place and we'll search until there's nothing left worth seeing. Edric remained unhappy. Start at my basket, he said finally. Don't move it until you've looked around it. I may have disturbed the ground below the road, but I didn't touch much above it. Bran nodded. If you find signs someone was carrying the child, mark them before following, if there's blood. We'll follow it. If you find a body, don't move anything until you know what killed them. Bran's eyebrows lifted slightly. Edric went on, there are ashwolves in those woods. If one killed somebody, there could be more nearby. That erased the beginning of Bran's usual bravado. I'll take a spear. Take 2. Bran nodded again. Edric went to the peg beside the grain chest and removed his heavier brown cloak. Use this. Yours has been wet since you came in. Bran accepted it without argument this time. I'll bring it back before supper. If I don't, you can come looking for me and complain about it then. Edric's expression did not change. Bran seemed to think better of attempting another joke. He fastened the cloak and turned toward Helena. If you send for Mara, send someone through the Heller place too. My wife will want to know why I disappeared into the woods. She'll assume ale or foolishness. That narrows nothing. Helena almost smiled, but her attention returned immediately to the baby. Bran opened the door. Edric stopped him before he left. If you find his mother alive, bring her here, even if she's the one who left him. Bran looked back. Edric's face was grave. I want to hear why before anyone decides what kind of woman she is. Bran studied him for a moment, then nodded. If she's alive, she'll come back with us. And if somebody else left him, that depends on what we find. Edric's jaw tightened. Bran understood what remained unsaid. I'll bring them back too if I can. You can decide how angry you are after you've heard them speak. It was the kindest thing Bran had said all morning. Then he stepped into the rain. The search took nearly 3 hours. During that time, Helena barely left the hearth. The child slept, woke, cried, fed a little, and slept again. His body grew warmer by slow degrees. Helena counted breaths when she thought Edric wasn't watching her. Edric watched anyway. He repaired the north gate because Helena finally ordered him out of the house for 10 minutes before his pacing drove her mad. He came back covered in mud, washed his hands, checked the baby, split wood that did not need splitting yet, checked the baby again, and finally sat when Helena told him his restlessness was making her nervous. Late in the morning, the infant woke properly for the first time. His eyes opened. They were an uncertain gray-blue, unfocused and dark beneath the firelight. He stared at nothing Helena could identify. His mouth worked and then his face crumpled. The resulting cry was strong enough to fill the room. Helena closed her eyes. Relief washed through her so suddenly that it hurt. She rocked him gently. "You have every right to be furious. I would be too." Edric sat opposite her watching. "He sounds stronger." "He is stronger. Do you think he's going to live?" The question was quiet. Helena did not offer him certainty she did not possess. "I think he has a much better chance than he had this morning. He's warm, he's taking milk, and he has enough strength to make himself heard. I still want Mara to see him." A child this young can worsen quickly, and I'd rather feel foolish for worrying than bury one because I didn't. Edric nodded. His gaze remained on the baby's face. After a while, Helena said, "You have been thinking about something since Bran left." Edric rubbed both palms over his knees. "I keep seeing where he was lying." Helena waited. The branches were almost over him. If I had been looking toward the other side of the road when he cried, I might not have heard where it came from, if he'd been too cold to cry at all. He stopped and shook his head. "I don't like thinking how little separated finding him from walking past." Helena looked down at the child. "What you are describing is frightening. It would frighten me too, but it isn't something you caused." Edric's hands tightened together. "That isn't what troubles me." "What does?" He took a moment before answering. "That somebody put him there." Helena's rocking slowed. Edric looked at her. Not at a doorstep, not beside the shrine where someone would find him, not outside Bran's barn or ours, under branches below the road. Whoever carried him down there had to leave the track to do it. Helena had been avoiding the same thought. She could avoid it no longer. "You think they meant for him not to be found?" "I don't want to think that." "That isn't what I asked." "No." The word came reluctantly, followed by something fuller. "I think there are kinder places to abandon a child if you hope someone takes him in." Helena's arms tightened around the infant. For a while neither spoke. Then she said, "There may be an explanation Bran finds." "I hope there is." "So do I." That was enough. They did not need to comfort each other with possibilities neither believed yet. The door opened not long after midday. Bran entered first. Pell came behind him, a narrow older man Helena knew mostly from market days, and Joran followed with Edric's empty basket in one hand. All three were muddy nearly to the knees. Helena's stomach tightened before any of them spoke. Edric stood. "What did you find?" Bran removed his hood, not enough to tell you who brought him there. Edric's disappointment was immediate. "What did you find?" "Your tracks." Pell found another set above the ditch, but the rain ruined most of them. "One person, probably. We couldn't tell man or woman. They came off the road near where you did, only earlier." Pell took over. The prints were deeper going down than coming back up. Edric frowned, meaning whoever made them carried weight into the ditch and didn't carry the same weight out. Everyone's eyes went to the child. Helena felt cold despite the hearth. Joran placed the basket beside the wall. No sign of a cart nearby, no horse tied off. We searched east to the fork and west past Rook's marker, nothing in the brush that looked like someone lying hurt. "You searched both sides." Bran's face hardened. We searched Edric properly. Edric accepted the rebuke. Pell continued, whoever left the child walked away afterward, that's all I'd swear to. Helena looked down at the baby. So they weren't dragged away, they weren't attacked there. Not that we could see, Pell said. Rain can hide plenty, but there'd usually be something. Bran sent Pell and Joran home after Edric thanked them. Neither asked questions Helena suspected the whole village would be asking by sunset. When the door shut again, Bran remained. He looked exhausted now. The brown cloak hung heavy with rain around his shoulders. Helena asked, do you still think he isn't local? Bran came closer to the hearth. I'm more certain than I was this morning. Edric folded his arms, because of the footprints. Because of everything together. Nobody here has been carrying a child we don't know about. Nobody nearby has hair like his. Someone brought him down from the road, laid him under those branches, and walked away. If this was one of our people, where have they been hiding a pregnancy long enough to produce him? Helena shook her head. You cannot turn hair color into proof. I haven't, the village proves most of it. The hair is one more thing. Bran looked at Edric. Think about it. If Varro's daughter were carrying, we'd hear about it before Varro did. If one of the outlying farm women had given birth this week, somebody would be taking food over, somebody would be fetching a midwife, somebody would be complaining about chores not getting done. People don't disappear into a room for half a year and come out with a newborn without neighbors noticing. Edric slowly sat, then whoever brought him came along the road. That's my guess. Merchant. Could be traveler, servant, someone from an estate, someone passing between villages. The road doesn't tell you a man's name because he walked on it. Helena studied Bran. You sound as though you've decided nobody will come back for him. Bran was quiet for once. When he answered, the braggart was gone. I think if someone wanted him found, Edric wouldn't have had to crawl through a drainage ditch to do it. Helena's eyes dropped. Bran continued more gently. I'm not saying whoever left him was cruel. Maybe they were desperate. Maybe they couldn't feed him. Maybe someone was hunting them. Maybe the mother died and somebody panicked. I wasn't there. But whoever carried him into those woods didn't leave him where people normally leave a child, when they're hoping a good household finds him before sunset. Edric stared into the fire. What happens if no one comes? The question was directed toward no one in particular. Bran looked between husband and wife. That is something you two need to decide before the whole village decides it for you. Helena's eyes rose sharply. He's been here half a day. Which is why I'm saying decide, not decide today. By tomorrow, Mara will know. By the next day, the miller will know. Give it a week and someone 3 villages over will swear the child came out of a fey ring with antlers. Helena frowned. Don't start that nonsense around him. He can't understand me. I can. Bran accepted the correction. Edric had barely moved. Helena watched him for a moment and then asked, what are you thinking? He looked at her. If someone comes looking, we hear them. If they can prove the child is theirs and they have an explanation that doesn't make me want to put them back under those branches, then we decide what is right for him. Helena nodded slowly, and if no one comes. Edric took longer with that answer. His eyes went to the baby. We've spent years trying to have a child. The words changed the room. Bran looked away almost immediately. There were things even he understood were not his to stare at. Helena felt her throat tighten. Edric continued, still looking at the infant rather than at her. I don't want to pretend that doesn't matter because I'm afraid of saying it too soon. It matters to me. I saw him lying there this morning, and before I even knew whether he'd live, all I could think was getting him home to you. Helena's eyes filled. He finally looked at her. If nobody claims him, and if the village reeve and the temple don't find some law that takes the choice from us, I want him here. Helena lowered her gaze to the child. Edric's voice remained quiet. I want to raise him. She stroked one finger along the baby's cheek. For years they had avoided conversations like this. There had been a time when every late month became hope and every disappointment required its own small burial. After the pregnancy they had lost, even hope itself had become something Helena approached cautiously. Now a child slept against her breast, not theirs, not yet, perhaps never. But he was here. Helena looked back at her husband. You shouldn't have to convince me. Edric's expression changed. She continued before emotion could close her throat. When you brought him through that door, I was trying not to think beyond keeping him alive. I still don't want to promise ourselves something that can be taken away tomorrow. Someone may come. The Reeve may tell us there are obligations we haven't considered. Mara may know something about a family farther out. She looked down at the child again. But if none of that happens, I do not want to hand him to strangers because we're too frightened to admit we want him. Edric's eyes reddened. Helena smiled through her own tears. You said you would raise him. You will not be doing it alone. Edric leaned forward and put one hand over hers where it rested across the baby's blanket. Bran cleared his throat and stared intently at a point on the opposite wall. Neither of them acknowledged him. After a while he said, For what it's worth, I don't think anyone is coming. Helena wiped beneath one eye with her free hand. You've said that twice now. How can you be that certain when you don't know who left him? Bran turned back. Certain, I'm not, but I've lived here 46 years. I've seen women leave babies at temples because they couldn't feed them. I've seen a widow ask another household to take one because she already had 5 mouths and no husband. I've even seen a girl leave a child at the midwife's door because she was too frightened to tell her father. He nodded toward Magnus. Those babies were left where someone would hear them. The room went quiet. Bran's voice lowered. That boy was left beneath branches in cold rain. Whoever put him there was either desperate beyond anything I understand, or they meant him not to come back out. Helena looked down at the sleeping face. Bran drew a slow breath. Maybe that sounds cruel. I don't mean it cruelly. I'm saying if nobody comes, don't spend the next 10 years wondering whether you're stealing somebody else's son. The people who have him tonight are the people who pulled wet leaves off his face and kept him alive. Edric studied Bran for several seconds. You should drink less often. Bran frowned. What in the gods does that have to do with anything? You make more sense sober. Bran considered this and shook his head. I walked through the rain for 3 hours for you, and this is the thanks I get. It was the first hint of the Bran they knew, and even then it carried no demand for laughter. Helena almost smiled. The baby moved against her. All three looked down, his mouth opened. One small hand escaped the blanket and flexed blindly in the warm air. Edric offered a finger. The hand closed around it. He became utterly still. Helena watched his face. Something inside her settled, not certainty. Not yet, but something close enough to hope that she no longer wanted to push it away. We cannot keep calling him the child, she said. Bran pulled his stool nearer the table. I've been calling him the boy. You will not be choosing his name. I hadn't offered. You were about to. Bran looked mildly offended. I have excellent names. You named your last dog Bran. My father named me Bran. It was a mark of respect. Your wife told me you were drunk and couldn't think of another one. Bran opened his mouth, then glanced toward Edric as if seeking assistance. Edric was still looking at the baby. Helena noticed the distance in his expression. Edric. His thumb moved carefully beneath the infant's tiny fingers. May I name him? The question surprised her. She leaned back slightly to see his face. You have something in mind. I think so. What would you call him? Edric did not answer immediately. The name had come so suddenly that he almost distrusted it. He searched his memory for where he had heard it, a traveler perhaps, someone at market years ago, a soldier passing through, an old temple story. Nothing came, yet the name remained. It felt strangely settled in his mind, as though he had remembered something rather than invented it. Magnus. Helena repeated the sound softly. Magnus. Bran rubbed his beard. That's not common around here. No. Where did you hear it? Edric stared at the child. I can't remember ever hearing it. Helena tilted her head. Then how did you arrive at Magnus? Edric gave the only answer he possessed. It came to me when you asked. Bran studied him as though this might be evidence of a head injury. You spend enough time in wet woods, and eventually the trees start naming children for you. Helena ignored him. She looked down at the infant and tried the name again. Magnus. The child stirred. His fingers tightened faintly around Edric's. Helena's expression softened. It's a strong name. Edric looked at her. You like it? I do. It doesn't sound like anyone in the village, but perhaps that's fitting. He didn't come to us from anyone in the village. She adjusted the blanket around his shoulders and touched her lips gently to the top of his copper hair. Magnus, then. Edric remained beside her, his hand still caught in the tiny grip. Bran eventually rose to leave, taking his damp coat and promising to return the next morning after speaking with his wife. There would be people to notify. The Reeve would need to be told. Mara Leth would come and examine the child whether Helena invited her or not. Questions would begin and rumors would follow close behind them. None of that could be avoided. For now, though, the rain continued against the roof, the fire held steady, and Magnus slept between the two people who had chosen, carefully, fearfully, and without knowing what tomorrow might bring, to make room for him. Up in the loft, beneath an old folded cloth and years of dust, there was a cradle Edric had never been able to burn. Before nightfall, he would bring it down. Chapter 5: What Kind of Boy? By the time Magnus had been beneath their roof for a month, the farmhouse had developed a new rhythm around him. It was not a graceful rhythm. Helena woke when Magnus woke, and Magnus seemed to possess little respect for darkness, whether unfinished meals or the simple fact that other people required sleep. Edric learned to bank the fire differently at night because there was no longer any chance of leaving it cold until morning. A kettle sat near the hearth more often than not. Clean linen disappeared from the chest, at a rate Helena had not believed possible. The old cradle, repaired and brought down from the loft, stood beside their bed with a folded wool blanket tucked beneath the mattress to correct a slight lean Edric had never noticed when he first built it. The house smelled faintly of milk almost all the time, and Magnus ate. At first neither of them thought much of it. The child had nearly died before Edric found him. Mara Leth had examined him twice during his first week and again the week after. Each time she found him warmer, heavier, stronger through the lungs and more responsive beneath her fingers. A hungry child was better than a failing one. Helena reminded herself of that often. One afternoon Edric came in from the pasture and found her seated near the hearth with Magnus nursing again. The day's light had gone gray through the shutters, and the chill coming under the door carried the wet earth smell of a field that had not properly dried in weeks. He took one look at her face and slowed while unfastening his coat. You haven't eaten yet. Helena glanced toward the bowl on the table. The barley porridge had gone thick and cold enough that the spoon stood almost upright in it. I tried twice. He objected both times. Edric hung the coat from the peg and came nearer. Is he still feeding as often as he was? Often enough that I asked Mara again this morning. Helena adjusted Magnus against her, easing one hand beneath his head. She says his weight is coming up properly, his belly feels as it should, and nothing he is doing looks sick to her. She still thinks some of the hunger may be his body recovering from those first days. That sounds good. It does. I wish knowing that stopped me from worrying every time he wakes hungry an hour after I fed him. Edric pulled the other chair nearer and sat rather than giving her some useless reassurance. He watched Magnus for a moment. The boy's copper hair had begun to fill in properly now, soft and bright against Helena's sleeve. His cheeks no longer looked hollow. There was strength in the little hand curled against her breast. Has he been keeping everything down? Yes, that's part of why Mara isn't troubled. And no fever. None. Edric nodded slowly. Then I don't think you are missing something obvious. If Mara had seen anything that frightened her, she would have said it plainly. Helena rubbed her thumb over Magnus's temple. I believe that. This is not really about whether I trust Mara. Edric waited. Helena kept her eyes on the child. I am tired, Edric. There was embarrassment in the admission. He heard it immediately. She continued before he could answer. I feel miserable even saying it. We spent years wanting a child. Then you brought one home half frozen, and for days I was afraid he would stop breathing if I looked away. Now he is healthy enough to keep me awake, and I am sitting here complaining because he needs feeding again. Edric's expression tightened. You aren't complaining that we have him. Helena looked up. You are tired because you're the one he needs every time he's hungry. Those are different things. She gave a small breath that was almost a laugh but did not quite become one. You make that sound very simple. It is simple, that does not make it easy. He leaned forward, forearms against his thighs. When he finishes, give him to me. I'll take him until he wakes hungry again. You eat while the food is still food, and after that you can lie down for an hour without listening for him. You have work outside. The sheep will survive an afternoon without my personal attention. The west fence still needs. The west fence has needed mending since before Magnus arrived. It can remain offended until tomorrow. That finally drew a tired smile from her. Edric rose and went to the table. He lifted the bowl, looked at the skin that had formed over the porridge, and carried it back toward the pot. I'll warm this. Thank you. He scraped the bowl into the pot. Behind him, Helena said, Mara did say something else. Edric looked over his shoulder. She said that if he continues eating this often after another month, we should stop calling it recovery and accept that he may simply be a very hungry child. Edric considered Magnus. The child had shown no sign of slowing. That sounds expensive. Helena stared at him. Edric's expression remained serious for several seconds before the corner of his mouth betrayed him. She shook her head. I am glad one of us finds the prospect charming. I didn't say charming. What would you call it? Edric stirred the porridge over the fire. Something we'll have to plant for. That was close enough to affection that Helena let him keep it. The reeve came 4 days later. Oren Vale arrived shortly after noon in a narrow cart drawn by a patient gray pony that seemed nearly as old as he was. The reeve himself had known Edric since Edric was a boy, though age and office had changed the way the village spoke to him. He was not a nobleman, nor did he pretend to be one. He was simply the man who knew which families occupied which holdings, who owed labor after the harvest, whose sons had reached levy age, who had married without properly recording it, and which disputes would become the steward's concern if he failed to settle them first. That was authority enough. He came carrying an oiled leather case beneath his arm. Helena disliked the sight of it immediately. The papers inside represented exactly what she wanted and exactly what frightened her. Oren sat at the table while Edric gave the account one final time, where he had heard the crying, where Magnus had been lying, what had been around him, who had searched, which neighboring holdings and villages had received word. Whether anyone had made a claim, Oren did not interrupt often. When he did, it was for dates or names. He wrote carefully, blowing across the ink from time to time before continuing. Magnus slept in Helena's arms through most of it. At last, Oren laid the pen down. We've given this enough time that I am comfortable entering the boy under your household as a foundling of unknown parentage. Helena shifted in her chair. What does that mean if someone comes for him later? Oren looked at her rather than pretending not to understand the question beneath the question. It means they do not simply take him. They make a claim, and they prove it well enough that somebody with authority is willing to hear them. That could be me if the matter is straightforward. It could go to the estate if it is not. Edric rested both hands flat on the table. What would count as proof? Depends what they bring. A midwife who witnessed the birth, family marks, knowledge of what he was wrapped in before you found him. witnesses who saw them traveling with an infant. If there is a family line with strong enough mana traits that can sometimes support a claim, though it is rarely enough by itself. Helena's arms tightened around Magnus before she consciously stopped herself. Auron noticed. His voice softened. I am not telling you someone is likely to appear. If they were nearby and searching, we probably would have heard something by now. I am telling you what the record means because you deserve to understand it before I put your names on it. Helena looked down at Magnus. If somebody did come and could prove he was theirs, would anyone care why he was found under branches in the rain? Yes. Auron's answer came without hesitation. That would matter very much. Edric's jaw loosened slightly. Auron continued. Finding the parents and deciding whether the parents should have the child are not necessarily the same question. If there was an accident, an attack, some reason another person carried him away and abandoned him, then that is one thing. If a mother left him there herself because she thought he would die before anyone found him, that is another. He drew the paper toward himself. But we are building troubles we do not have. Today, the child is alive. No one has claimed him. You two are feeding him, sheltering him, and taking responsibility for him. That is what I can record. Helena looked at Edric. He nodded once. Auron dipped his pen. What name are you entering? Edric answered, Magnus. Auron's pen paused. Uncommon around here. So I've been told. Family name. Edric shook his head. He doesn't have one. Auron looked between the two of them, then wrote only the single name. Magnus. Something about watching it become ink affected Helena more strongly than she expected. The name had lived in their mouths for weeks. Now it existed outside them, on a village record under their household. Auron finished, sanded the page, and handed them the copy that belonged in their chest. Helena took it with both hands. Before the Reeve left, his attention settled on Magnus. He's looking well. He eats enough for 3 children, Helena said. Auron smiled faintly. That usually helps. I am beginning to wonder whether the 3rd child is hidden somewhere inside him. Has Mara looked at him? Repeatedly. And she thinks he is healthy. Then let the boy eat. Auron put his leather case beneath his arm. You will have more interesting things to worry about before long. Edric glanced at him. What sort of things? Auron had already reached the door. Whatever route he brings you. He opened it, paused against the cold air outside, and looked back at them. Most families have some guess before the reading. You two won't have that advantage. Then he left. For a long time after the cart disappeared, neither Edric nor Helena said much. The paper lay on the table between them. Magnus slept. Eventually Helena carried the record to the chest where they kept their marriage paper, the tenancy agreements, old tax tallies, and everything else important enough that fire would hurt them twice. When she returned, Edric was still seated at the table. He had not moved. You are thinking about what Auron said. Edric looked toward the cradle. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Neither had I. I've thought about winter. I've thought about getting another milk goat if he keeps eating the way he does. I've thought about where we'll put him once he outgrows the cradle. Helena sat opposite him, but not 6. No. Edric rubbed one thumb against a worn groove in the tabletop. With us, there was always some idea. My mother's people had hunters. My father's side had warriors. Bran's family has had warrior often enough that nobody was surprised when it showed in his line. Helena watched him. With Magnus, we don't know anything. That does not mean we need to know tonight. It means we need to think about it before the stone tells us. Helena leaned back slightly. What exactly are you trying to prepare for? Edric took the question seriously. If he has hunter root, we have people here who can help him. Corvin knows the woods better than anyone I know, and he has trained boys before. If Magnus has warrior, I can at least give him a beginning myself. You can. Edric looked at her. Helena raised one hand. I am not doubting you. I mean, what would you teach him? Spears first, shield work, footing. How to hold a line without leaning into the man beside you. How not to exhaust himself in the first minute because someone frightened him. The words came differently from his usual farm talk. Helena heard old experience beneath them. Edric continued. I was never warrior-rooted, but the Legion does not ask whether your class suits a spear before handing you one. Bran and I both had 5 years of the same drills beaten into us. Enough of it stayed. And if Magnus is rogue? That would be harder but not impossible. There were rogues with the scouts. Bran knew one well. If the boy wanted to pursue it, we'd ask around. Helena folded her hands. You keep saying if he wanted to pursue it, asterisk. Edric noticed the emphasis. What are you thinking? I am thinking you are already planning which man in the village will train a child who is barely old enough to recognize your face. He won't always be this small. No, that is precisely why I do not want us deciding what his life ought to be while he is. Edric frowned. I am not deciding his life. You are not meaning to, that is different. He sat back. Helena let the silence remain long enough that he knew she was not teasing him. Then she continued. You hear warrior and begin thinking about spears. You hear hunter and begin thinking about Corvin. You hear rogue and start remembering men from the Legion. Those are useful things to know. I am glad you know them. But the stone only tells us what root he has. It does not tell us what work he has to do until he dies. Edric considered her. If he has a root, he should learn enough to use it. I agree. That seemed to surprise him. Helena smiled faintly. I am not suggesting we hide him from his own class. I am saying there are plenty of people who never build their entire life around it. She gestured toward the window and the village beyond it. Old Perrin has hunter root. How often have you seen him hunt in the last 10 years? Not often. Because his brother died and somebody had to run the mill accounts. He learned the work, discovered he liked it, and now he spends more time with ledgers than bows. Edric nodded reluctantly. Helena continued. Arlen Voss has warrior root and has not served since he came home from the Legion. He makes barrels, good barrels. He has 3 sons, a decent house, and enough coin to complain about taxes without actually fearing them. That is Arlen's favorite occupation. The barrels or the complaining? Complaining. Helena gave him a look, but the humor passed without becoming a game between them. My point is that a class can matter without owning a person's life. People take trades, they become merchants, they learn craft, they farm. Some keep developing their root because they love it or because it serves the work they chose. Some do not. Edric looked toward Magnus. So if he comes back warrior and tells me he wants to spend his life measuring cloth in Brookshire, I should smile and buy him a ledger. If he is good at measuring cloth and enjoys it, I would hope so. Edric was quiet. Helena leaned closer. You had no choice about the Legion. His eyes returned to her. She had touched the real thing beneath the discussion. You served because the Empire required men. You came home and chose this farm. I do not want Magnus growing up believing that if the stone says warrior, then he owes the Empire a soldier before he has decided what he owes himself. Edric's expression hardened, not at Helena. At the memory of something older. I would never send him to the Legion because of a root. I believe you. Then what are you afraid I'll do? Helena thought before answering. That you will prepare so thoroughly for what he might be that we begin seeing everything he does through it. Edric said nothing. Helena looked toward the cradle. If he is 5 and likes carving bits of wood, I don't want us saying it is a waste because he may test hunter. If he hates hunting, I don't want Corvin dragged into this house because his root says hunter, and we decided 6 years earlier that hunters belong in forests. Her voice softened. We will teach him what he needs to understand himself. After that, I want to meet the boy before we choose the man. That settled into Edric more deeply than any clever phrasing could have. He looked down at his hands. After a while he said, "I can do that." Helena watched him. Edric added, "And if I forget, you'll remind me." "I expect I will." He almost smiled, then another thought came to Helena, and what happens if he's mage? Edric's expression changed, not fear, something closer to uncertainty. A mage could have a good life. He could. He'd never be short of work. Once he knew enough to be useful. Edric nodded slowly. "You are thinking about teachers. I am thinking about everything that comes before the good life you just imagined." Helena began counting on her fingers, not for his benefit so much as to make the worry tangible. Books, someone who knows how to teach mana safely, whatever tools they use, travel if Brookshire has nobody suitable, time away from the farm, coin every step of the way. Edric sat forward. Brookshire has mages. Brookshire has mages who earn their living being mages. They are not going to spend years training a farm boy because they like the color of his hair. The guild might know someone. They might. That does not make the someone free. Edric's jaw worked. "We would pay." "With what?" He started to answer and stopped. Helena was not trying to corner him. He could see that. That made the question harder. She continued more gently. "We do well enough. I am not ashamed of this house. But we are not first citizens. We do not have a tutor living in a side building and a chest of silver set aside for whichever child turns out talented." Edric looked toward the wall where his tools hung. "I could take winter work." "You already take winter work when the farm needs it. Then more of it. And if more is still not enough." He frowned. Helena hesitated, then said what had actually been troubling her since Oren mentioned lineage. "Would you ask the estate?" Edric's face became still. There it was. Helena did not need to explain what she meant. A first citizen household did not spend serious coin educating a promising common child and then forget the debt. Edric's gaze dropped to the tabletop. If Magnus had mage roots strong enough that the estate took an interest, they might offer. They might. And they would want service afterward. At the very least. Edric sat with that for several breaths. Helena spoke quietly. "I do not want us reaching the point where somebody from Aveline's household stands in this room and tells us what a generous opportunity they are giving our son, while what they really mean is that they are buying the next 20 years of his life." Edric's eyes lifted. "I would not agree to that without Magnus having a say. He would be 6 when the problem begins. Not 6 when the service begins. That is not much comfort if they shape everything between 6 and 16. Edric's mouth tightened. Helena saw anger there now, not at her. "Good," she continued. "That is what frightens me about mage. Not the magic, not even the money. It is needing something badly enough that the person offering it gains a hold over him." Edric looked toward Magnus. The boy slept with his mouth slightly open. "I don't have an answer for that tonight." Helena nodded. "I wasn't asking you to. I can tell you what I won't do." She waited. Edric spoke slowly. "If he has mage and wants to pursue it, we look in Brookshire first. We ask the temple. We ask the guild. We ask what instruction can be bought without obligation and what can be learned in pieces rather than all at once. If it costs coin, we find what coin we can." He rubbed a hand over his beard. "If I need to work elsewhere part of the year, we discuss it. If something can be sold without ruining the farm, we discuss that too. But I am not promising our son to a noble house before he understands what the promise means." Helena felt some of the pressure leave her chest. Edric continued. "And if the only way to make him a great mage is to make him someone else's man, then perhaps he does not need to be a great mage." Helena studied him. "You mean that?" "Yes." "What if Magnus disagrees when he's older? Then when he's old enough to understand the price, He can choose whether he wants to pay it. That answer pleased her more than a promise that he would somehow solve everything. She reached across the table and laid her hand over his. That is all I wanted. Edric turned his hand beneath hers. Magnus made a sound from the cradle. Both of them looked. The boy shifted, settled, and remained asleep. Edric watched him for a while. So we prepare enough that he has choices. Helena nodded. And then, we try not to ruin him with our excellent parenting. That earned a quiet laugh from Edric. Bran will help with that. Bran is exactly why I am worried. The worry did not disappear. It merely joined all the others, and then life began moving too quickly for either of them to hold on to every fear at once. Edric would later struggle to explain where the next 6 years went. They did not feel like 6 years while he was living them. They felt like mornings, Magnus waking hungry, Helena half asleep beside the hearth while Edric warmed milk. They felt like first teeth and fever nights, wet bedding, small clothes folded beside larger ones, and Helena calling from the other room because Magnus had somehow reached something she had been certain was far beyond him. They felt like seasons, barley turning green across the lower field, rye ripening under late summer heat, oats going into sacks, turnips lifted from the earth before frost, sheep lambing in spring, apples hardening from little green knots into fruit Helena stored carefully for winter. Magnus grew among all of it. At 1 he walked badly and often. At 2 he discovered the yard was larger than the house and attempted to personally inspect every part of it. At 3, Edric could no longer repair anything without Magnus appearing beside him and demanding to know what the tool was called, what it did, why it did that, and whether he might hold it. At 4, he began carrying kindling. At 5, he was helping feed chickens, gather eggs, pull small weeds, hold nails, fetch rope, carry vegetables from the garden, and perform dozens of other jobs whose usefulness remained debatable but whose seriousness Magnus never questioned. And through all of it, the boy ate. The hunger that Helena had once attributed to recovery never truly went away. It changed shape. Milk became porridge. Porridge became bread soaked in broth, mashed vegetables, eggs, soft meat, thicker stews. The portions grew with him. At first Helena worried, then Mara stopped worrying. Then Helena stopped asking whether something was wrong and began simply accounting for Magnus when she planned food. By 5, she cooked more than she once had for 2 adults. By 6, Magnus could finish his own bowl, drink his milk, eat a piece of bread, and still watch Edric's supper with enough quiet interest that Edric sometimes found himself shifting his plate farther away. The boy was not enormous. He was simply solid, strong and hale as any 6-year-old in the village, perhaps stronger through the shoulders and legs than most, though farm children were difficult creatures to measure cleanly. They ran, climbed, carried, fell, wrestled, worked, healed, and returned muddy often enough that no one thought much about it. Magnus rarely tired first. That Edric noticed. Farmers noticed endurance. They noticed whether a boy began dragging his feet halfway through carrying a basket, whether he shifted awkwardly under weight, whether he complained when work became repetitive. Magnus complained sometimes. He was still a child, but more often, if something proved difficult, he simply tried again. One autumn afternoon, Edric watched him wrestle a basket of split kindling across the yard. Magnus had overloaded it. That was obvious from 20 paces away. He had both hands beneath the handles and was walking with the stiff-legged determination of someone who had decided setting the basket down would constitute a moral failure. Edric waited until Magnus reached the halfway point. Put it down. Magnus stopped and looked toward him. I can carry it. I can see that. Put it down anyway. The boy lowered the basket reluctantly. Edric crossed the yard and looked inside. You were supposed to bring enough for the hearth. I did. You brought enough for tomorrow as well. Magnus wiped his nose with his sleeve. I didn't want to walk back. Edric crouched beside the basket. There is nothing clever about doing one trip badly when 2 trips would be easier on your back. I got it this far. And if you pull something carrying it the rest of the way, you'll spend 3 days doing no trips at all. Magnus looked unconvinced. Edric removed several pieces and stacked them beside the woodpile. You do not prove you are strong by making every load as heavy as you can manage. Then how do you prove it? Edric paused. That was more question than he expected. You don't need to prove it every time you pick something up. Magnus considered that with the solemn attention only children could give to statements adults had not intended to sound important. Then he lifted the lighter basket. It came up easily. Edric watched him carry it toward the house. 6 years. The number caught him unexpectedly. There had been a time when he measured Magnus's life in breaths, then days, then weeks. Somewhere along the way, the child Edric had carried beneath his cloak had become the red-haired boy disappearing through his front door with a basket of firewood. His son. The word no longer required thought. It had not for years. Edric. Bran's voice came from beyond the hedge. Edric turned. Bran Heller pushed through the side gate carrying a short-handled splitting maul across one shoulder. His beard had gone grayer over the last 6 years, though he claimed this was Mara's fault and would explain at length exactly how she had accomplished it if given half a mug and an audience. He set the maul down beside the chopping block. Brought that back before you accused me of stealing it. You've had it 11 days. And for 10 of them I intended to bring it back. Edric picked up one of the pieces Magnus had removed from the basket. What happened on the 11th? Mara told me if I didn't return it, she'd carry it over herself and explain to Helena why I still had it. That would have worked. It did. Bran looked toward the house. Magnus had come back out with the empty basket. There's the lad. Magnus changed direction. Uncle Bran. Bran had encouraged that title from the moment Magnus learned enough words to use it. Edric had stopped objecting years ago. Bran crouched enough to put himself closer to the boy's height. Your father working you like a field hand already. Magnus looked toward Edric before answering. He says I carry too much. Bran glanced at the abandoned stack of wood. A dangerous accusation. Your father spent half his Legion years trying to carry everything himself because he didn't trust anyone else to do it correctly. Edric's expression hardened. You're teaching him the wrong lesson. I am teaching him history. Magnus looked between them. Did father really do that? Bran straightened. Your father was a miserable bastard to share a detail with. Give him one job and he'd start checking everybody else's before supper. That is not what happened. Bran ignored him. Magnus grinned. Edric pointed toward the woodpile. Take the rest in 2 loads. Magnus obeyed, still smiling. Bran watched him go. He's 6 now, isn't he? The change in tone was slight, but Edric heard it. Yes. Bran rested both hands on the end of the maul handle. When are you taking him to Brookshire? Edric looked at him. For the reading. What else would I mean? Edric glanced toward the farmhouse. Helena and I haven't settled the day. Bran's eyebrows rose. You haven't. We know it needs doing. But knowing a roof leaks and putting shingles on it are 2 different things. Edric gave him a look. Bran lifted one hand. I'm not trying to needle you, I'm asking because you don't want to leave it too long. The boy only turned 6 last month. I know that, the Reeve knows it too. Edric's attention sharpened. Bran lowered his voice. That's what I'm getting at. Oren won't make trouble over a few weeks, he has better things to do. But those household roles go upward sooner or later, and once they reach someone under Aveline's steward, a 6-year-old foundling with no reading entered beside his name may become interesting. There is nothing unusual about waiting a little. No, there isn't, but there is something unusual about Magnus. Edric's face changed. Bran immediately clarified. I mean on paper, a child found under brush with no known parents, no lineage, no family root history. You and Helena took him in, the village knows him, and none of us think twice about it anymore. The steward's clerks don't know him. To them, he's a line on a page. That was better reason than Edric wanted it to be. Bran continued. If they see that line and the reading is there, fine. Warrior, hunter, whatever it is, and the record is complete. If there is nothing beside it, someone asks why. Then Oren asks you. Then perhaps a clerk comes down because the first answer didn't satisfy him. Nobody has to be accusing you of anything for it to become a damned nuisance. Edric folded his arms. He is my son, I am not hiding him from anyone. Bran's expression softened. I know that because I've watched you raise him for 6 years. The steward has not. There was no clever answer to that. Edric looked toward Magnus. The boy was on his second trip now, the basket sensibly lighter. Bran followed his gaze. Take him to Brookshire, make a day of it. There's a proper temple stone there and the guild house keeps one as well. Get the reading entered, buy whatever Helena has been threatening to buy for the last 6 months. Let the lad see a town bigger than ours and come home. Edric was quiet for a moment. You think the temple is better than the guild? For a child, aye. The guild reads applicants because they need the class on record. They may read Magnus if you pay them, but the temple does village children all the time. Bran rubbed at his beard, and if you're worried about the cost, I'll lend you the silver. I am not worried about the cost. Good, I wasn't looking forward to lending you the silver. Edric almost smiled. The back door opened. Helena stepped outside carrying an apron full of onions. She looked from Bran to Edric. What are the two of you discussing that has made Edric look as though somebody increased the tax? Brookshire, Bran said. Helena stopped. Bran pointed toward Magnus with his chin. The lad's reading. I asked when you're taking him. Helena's expression told Edric immediately that she had been thinking about the same thing. We should go soon. Edric looked at her. You were going to bring it up. I was waiting until after the onions were stored and the west field was finished. Then the sheep got into the lower fence and then Magnus caught that cough. She adjusted the onions in her apron. There will always be another reason to wait a week. Bran nodded emphatically. That is exactly what I have been telling him. You've been here 5 minutes. A productive 5 minutes. Helena ignored him and looked at Edric. I don't want the steward becoming curious either. There is nothing wrong with Magnus, and there is nothing wrong with us, but I would rather not have to explain either of those things to someone whose entire reason for visiting is that a record looked strange. Edric rubbed a hand across his jaw. You both make it sound as though the steward is waiting behind the hedge. He isn't, Helena said. That is why now is a good time to do it, before anyone cares. That settled the matter more than Bran's warning had. Edric looked toward the sky. The clouds had thinned through the afternoon. If the weather held, the road would be passable enough for the cart within several days. After market day. Helena nodded. We leave early. Bran grinned. Eyes, there we are. Edric looked at him. What? Nothing. I just enjoy seeing a man arrive at the conclusion his wife and his wisest friend already reached. Helena gave Bran a long look. Which one of us is the wisest friend? Bran's grin faded. Edric turned away before either of them saw him smile. Magnus came back across the yard. He set the empty basket beside the woodpile and looked at the 3 adults. Where are we going after market day? Edric looked at Helena. She gave him the answer to give, to Brookshire. Magnus's face brightened. He had heard of Brookshire all his life and visited it only once, too young to remember. What for? Edric rested one hand on the boy's shoulder. To have your root read. Magnus looked down at himself as though there might be something visible there he had somehow failed to notice. What do you think it will be? Edric felt Helena watching him. 6 years earlier he might have answered hunter or warrior. He might have started naming teachers before Magnus had learned to walk. Now he looked at his son and found that he meant something different. I don't know. Magnus waited. Edric squeezed his shoulder. That is why we're going. The boy seemed satisfied with that. He picked up the basket again and turned toward the woodpile. Edric watched him: warrior, hunter, rogue, mage, priest, wild magic. For years those names had lived in the back of his mind, possibilities attached to a child who had once fit along the length of his forearm. In a few days the pathstone in Brookshire would give them an answer. Whatever it said, Edric found he was less interested in the name than he had once been. Magnus was already becoming someone. The stone would only tell them which road had been waiting beneath his feet. Chapter 6. The Blood Reading. We speak endlessly of the civilization of man, yet I have watched an elven woman sold beside cattle beneath the imperial eagle. I have watched an orc made to kneel while men inspected his teeth, his shoulders, and the scars upon his back as though deciding whether a mule might survive another season. I have watched children laugh while a beastkin mother was separated from her husband because one fetched a better price in the north than the other. Do not tell me these things are necessary. Do not tell me they are the burden of empire, the privilege of conquest, or the natural station of lesser peoples. A civilization does not prove its superiority by discovering how completely it may strip another thinking being of dignity. If Aurellion is truly the greatest work of humanity, then let us possess enough courage to look upon what we have built without flattering ourselves. There are practices a nation may survive and yet be diminished by. Slavery is foremost among them. Constantine III on the Condition of the Empire, Final Volume, Chapter 19, regarding the trade in persons. Constantine III was summoned to the imperial court by order of Emperor Tiberius VI shortly after publication. Contemporary records confirm his arrival at the capital. No reliable account of him exists afterward. The first thing Magnus noticed about Brookshire was the smoke. It lay over the valley in a broad gray haze, too thin to hide the rooftops but thick enough to soften the distant hills. Chimneys rose everywhere below the road. Some trailed the pale smoke of cookfires. Others poured darker columns above smithies, breweries, kilns, and workshops clustered along the river. Magnus sat between Edric and Helena on the wagon bench, leaning forward whenever the road allowed him a better look. Brookshire was not a city. Edric had made that clear every time Magnus called it one. It was still larger than anything Magnus had ever seen. The village where he had spent his entire life could have fit inside one of its outer quarters. Buildings crowded the roads instead of standing alone. Timber houses leaned over narrow streets. Warehouses lined the brown river. Stone walls enclosed the oldest center of town, though Brookshire had long ago grown past them. Wagons crawled toward its gates from 3 directions, laden with grain, wool, timber, barrels, livestock, and people. Above it all, on a ridge beyond the river, stood the local first citizen's estate. Magnus pointed toward the walled compound. "Is that where the man who owns our land lives? I thought his house would be bigger." Edric glanced across the valley. "He owns enough houses that he does not need every one of them to be large. His steward spends more time in Brookshire than he does." Magnus had heard considerably more about the steward than the first citizen, most of it from Edric and very little of it affectionate. The traffic tightened as they reached the outskirts. A pair of guild adventurers passed on foot, packs high on their shoulders. One was human. The other was a coyotekin with tawny fur around his face and long ears rising through cuts in his hood. A bow hung over one shoulder. Magnus watched until Helena touched his arm. "You are allowed to notice people without turning around and staring until they notice you back. Brookshire sees more travelers in a week than our village sees in half a year." Magnus faced forward again. "I have never seen a coyotekin before. His ears were almost as long as mine are from my eyes to my chin." "That observation is better kept inside your head." Edric's mouth moved slightly. Helena saw it. He returned his attention to the mare before she could say anything. The first smithy stopped Magnus from thinking about the coyotekin. Its front wall stood completely open to the road. Heat rolled from the forge strongly enough to reach the wagon as they passed. The smith raised his hammer. Pale light crawled over his forearm. The hammer came down. Iron rang. The light vanished. Magnus turned his head. "He put mana through the hammer. Does that make him hit harder?" "Among other things," Edric said. "A good smith can reinforce his grip, wrist, shoulder, and sometimes the tool itself." It lets him do work that would punish an ordinary arm badly. Magnus watched another strike. Is that the same kind of thing you learned in the Legion? The beginning of it. I learned enough reinforcement to carry a shield, brace in a line, and keep my joints from coming apart when another man ran into me. Magnus thought about that. Then if I get warrior, you can teach me some of it. If you get warrior, I can teach you what I know. After that, we find somebody who knows more. That sounded fair. Brookshire swallowed them soon afterward. The streets smelled of wet wool, horse dung, bread, wood smoke, hot iron, onions, leather, and too many other things mixed together for Magnus to separate. Mana appeared everywhere once he began looking for it. A carter lifted one end of a heavy crate while faint light gathered along his arms. A butcher kept slabs of meat cold on a stone counter traced with pale blue lines. A woman old enough to walk with a cane paused before a stair, gathered herself and climbed while a soft glow pulsed beneath the skin around her knees. No one stopped to watch. Magic here was not something people gathered around to admire. It helped old women climb stairs. The wagon entered a wide market square near midday. Magnus noticed the slaves almost at once. A line of non-humans stood beneath an estate awning behind a waist-high rail. 2 orcs, several beastkin, an elf. Iron collars circled their necks. A thick-shouldered orc stood nearest the street while a man in estate colors examined one of his arms. The factor pressed at the muscle, checked an old scar, then gestured for the orc to turn. Magnus stared. Then he noticed Edric was looking away. Those are the slaves Bran told me about, aren't they? I thought he meant they worked somewhere outside town. Edric kept the wagon moving. Some work here, those are being sold. Magnus looked back. The elf had long pale hair and a torn blue coat. His wrists were bound. Do you think that's right? Edric was quiet for several seconds. When he answered, he kept his voice low. I think it is repugnant. I also think we are riding through the first citizen's market with his guards standing 20 paces away, so that is all I intend to say about it here. Magnus looked at him. Edric's face gave him no reason to ask again. Magnus turned toward the slaves one last time. Wagon carried them on. Brookshire did not pause for the auction. A baker shouted the price of rye loaves from an open window. 2 merchants argued over a damaged barrel. A dog slept beneath a cart while people stepped around it. Within another street, the auction was out of sight. Magnus still thought about the collars. Then the smell of meat pies reached him. He thought about those too. By the time they reached the temple quarter, he had eaten one and asked Helena whether there was enough money for another. There was not. According to Helena, this was because 9 small coppers were already being sacrificed to discover what sort of trouble he was likely to become. The temple stood near the old center of Brookshire, a broad building of gray stone built around an open courtyard. Several shrines occupied its inner wings. Magnus recognized Athena's bronze owl above one doorway and the wheat sheaf of the Golden Mother above another. The reading registry was less impressive. It consisted of a desk, 2 benches, 3 shelves of ledgers, and a temple clerk whose fingers were stained with ink. Helena placed 9 small coppers on the desk. We are here for our son's first root reading. His name is Magnus, and the district record should list him under our household as a foundling. The clerk searched the ledger. He found the entry without difficulty. Magnus, 6 years old, household of Edric and Helena, no family name recorded. Everything is in order and Brother Merrick has 1 child ahead of you. Magnus looked toward the inner room. What happens if the stone cannot tell what root someone has? The clerk continued writing. It almost always can. The usual problem is not the stone, but a frightened child trying so hard to do the reading correctly that they forget how to let their mana move. Magnus considered that. I do not know how to move mine on purpose, so perhaps that makes things easier. The clerk glanced at him. Perhaps it does. Brother Merrick will tell you what he needs when your turn comes. They sat. The child ahead of Magnus was a girl with 2 dark braids and muddy shoes. Magnus watched from the doorway when Brother Merrick called her forward. The pathstone stood on a low pedestal. It was black, but not solidly so. Hundreds of fine channels ran beneath its surface, branching through the stone like roots trapped inside dark glass. The girl placed her hand against it. Warm gold light flowed from beneath her palm. It moved outward through the channels until nearly the entire stone glowed. Words formed across the upper face. Root, hunter. The girl's mother smiled. Her father looked relieved. Brother Merrick recorded the result, spoke with them quietly about instructors near Brookshire and sent them out. Then he called Magnus. The chamber was smaller than it had looked from the hall. Brother Merrick was perhaps 30, with short brown hair and a plain temple robe whose cuffs bore old ink stains. He glanced at Magnus's registration sheet before setting it beside his ledger. You have already seen the easy version. Put your right hand flat on the stone and relax your arm. The reader will draw enough mana to identify your root without you forcing anything. Magnus placed his palm against the stone. It was cold. He waited. Nothing happened. Brother Merrick waited as well. Several breaths passed. Magnus looked at him. I do not think it is doing anything. Am I supposed to feel it pulling? Most children feel very little. Let your shoulder relax and give it another moment before we decide there is a problem. Magnus tried, nothing changed. Merrick reached over and touched 2 fingers to the side of the pathstone. Gold light immediately entered the channels. He removed his hand. The light disappeared. Helena moved closer. If the stone is working, what does it mean that Magnus is not making it respond? I would rather know whether this is unusual before we spend the next quarter hour telling him to relax. Merrick looked toward Magnus again. It means the reading is unusual. It does not yet tell me why. That answer seemed to satisfy Helena more than false reassurance would have. Merrick crouched beside Magnus. Your father told the clerk you have never been taught deliberate circulation. That is fine, but I want to try one more thing. Stop thinking about the stone and take 2 slow breaths. Do not push, pull, or search for anything. Magnus breathed. The stone remained black, then something moved far beneath his hand. A single channel changed, dark red. Magnus leaned closer. Another line filled beside it, then another. Brother Merrick stopped writing. The red did not spread from Magnus's palm. It came from the center of the stone. Thin channels filled deep inside the pathstone and crept outward, splitting into smaller branches as they rose toward the surface. Helena stepped beside Magnus. Brother Merrick, whatever is happening now is clearly not what happened with the other child. I need to know whether he should take his hand off. Merrick watched the spreading red. If Magnus feels pain, heat, numbness, or anything else unpleasant, he should remove it immediately. If he feels nothing, I would like the reading to finish, because I have never seen a pathstone respond this way. Edric moved close enough that Magnus could feel his presence at his shoulder. If anything changes, you tell us. Finding out your root is not worth getting hurt over. Magnus nodded. It still just feels cold. The red spread faster. Within seconds, every visible channel had filled. The color was darkest at the center, almost black there, but brightened toward the surface until the pathstone resembled a mass of blood vessels sealed inside polished stone. Letters formed. Root, Berserker. Brother Merrick stared. Edric read the word. Helena looked toward the priest. Merrick looked back at her before she could ask. I do not know what a berserker is. I recognize every common root and most of the uncommon ones that appear in this district, and I have never performed this reading before. Magnus looked at the red letters. He had expected warrior, maybe hunter. Rogue had sounded possible. Berserker meant nothing. Is it a kind of warrior? Merrick shook his head. The reader marked it as a root, not a warrior branch. I do not want to tell you more than that until someone who knows old martial records has seen this. Edric looked at the stone. Then find that person. We can wait. Merrick left the room. Magnus removed his hand. The red remained for several breaths before draining slowly from the outer channels toward the center. Soon the pathstone was black again. Helena crouched in front of him and took his hand. She turned it palm up, examining the skin. Nothing hurts and nothing feels strange. Magnus flexed his fingers. It feels normal. I still do not know what Berserker means.
Neither do we.
Helena rubbed her thumb once across his palm. We will find out before we decide whether we like the answer. War Sister Callista arrived wearing armor. That was the first thing Magnus noticed. Not temple robes over armor. A worn mail shirt covered her torso beneath a dark padded coat reinforced around the shoulders and ribs. A sword hung at her hip in a plain leather scabbard polished smooth by years of use. The bronze owl at her throat was no larger than a coin. She was old enough that gray had overtaken most of her hair. It was tied tightly behind her head. A narrow scar crossed one cheek, and another split the edge of her left eyebrow. Nothing about her suggested she had dressed for visitors. She looked ready to leave the temple and walk directly into a fight. Edric straightened when she entered. Callista noticed him noticing her. She also noticed the old Legion habit in the way his feet settled beneath him. Brother Merrick gave her the sequence of the reading while she examined the pathstone. He described the failed mana draw, his own test of the reader, the blood-red channels rising from within the stone, and the final result. Callista listened without interrupting. When he finished, she stared at the word written in his ledger. What in Athena's name is a berserker? I have seen that word somewhere, but I have never seen it named as a living root. Helena's arms folded. That makes 2 temple officials who do not know what our son is. I would be much happier if the next thing we learned was whether any of this means something is wrong with him. Callista looked at Magnus. That is something I can investigate without knowing the root. She crouched before him. I am going to examine you the same way I would examine a young recruit who complained that his mana was not circulating properly. I will not hurt you, but I need you to tell me if you feel anything unusual. Magnus nodded. That is fine. Brother Merrick already asked whether the stone hurt, and it did not. Callista took his wrist. Her fingers were rough and warm. She closed her eyes. For several seconds she held his pulse. Then she moved her hand to his forearm, his shoulder, and finally the center of his chest. Take a deep breath for me and let it out slowly. After that, breathe normally. Magnus obeyed. Callista's face changed. She repeated the examination. This time Brother Merrick watched her rather than Magnus. When she finished, she remained crouched for several moments. Edric broke the silence. You found something you did not expect. I would rather hear it plainly. Callista rose. I cannot find mana in him. I do not mean his reserve is weak or his channels are difficult to follow. I mean I cannot detect any mana structure at all. Helena's face tightened. Is that dangerous to him? Magnus has been healthy his entire life, so I need to understand whether you are telling me he is missing something necessary or merely something everyone else happens to have. If I found this in anyone else, I would expect them to be very sick or dying. Magnus is neither. Callista looked at him again. His pulse is strong, his breathing is clear, his body has developed normally. Whatever his lack of mana means, he has been living with it successfully for 6 years. Edric rubbed a hand across his beard. If Berserker is a fighting root, then no mana creates another problem. Every serious martial path I know eventually depends on reinforcement. Callista nodded. The physical lessons remain useful. Footwork, balance, range, leverage, spear control, shield position, falling safely, and understanding another person's weapon do not stop being real because Magnus cannot reinforce himself. Her eyes returned to the blood-red word in Merrick's ledger. What I cannot tell you is what a berserker uses when another martial class would use mana. Magnus had followed enough of that to understand the problem. If warriors use mana to make themselves stronger, what does a berserker use instead? Callista looked at him. That is exactly what I intend to find out. She turned toward Merrick. Send for Flavian. Tell him I need the oldest martial root indexes he can reach without requesting permission from the Capital Archives. Merrick left immediately. Edric watched him go. Who is Flavian? War scholar Flavian keeps Brookshire's martial archive. If that word exists anywhere in the records beneath this temple, he is the man most likely to find it. Callista pulled a chair toward the pathstone and sat. I should warn you about one thing before he arrives. If Berserker is as rare as it appears, rarity itself tells us almost nothing. A rare root can be powerful, useless, dangerous, poorly understood, or simply rare because almost nobody possesses the conditions required for it. Helena nodded. We did not come here hoping the stone would tell us our son was special. We came because we wanted to know what we should teach him.
That makes this easier.
Callista glanced toward Edric. You can teach him what you already intended to teach. Do not teach him mana habits he cannot use, and do not assume the strange name on that page makes up for the fact that every trained warrior he meets will possess a tool he lacks. Magnus did not particularly like that. It also made sense. Flavian arrived less than half an hour later. He was not what Magnus expected from someone called a war scholar. He was thin, slightly stooped, and dressed in a gray robe that had been repaired badly at one elbow. His dark hair had begun thinning across the crown. Spectacles sat low on his nose, and ink stained 2 fingers of his right hand. He entered carrying a ring of keys and looking irritated. Callista briefed him before he had time to complain about whatever work he had been pulled away from. She did not make Magnus or his parents repeat the reading. She gave Flavian the facts once. Blood-red pathstone response, independent root, no detectable mana, healthy child, foundling, unknown lineage. By the time she finished, the irritation had disappeared from his face. Flavian looked at Marek's ledger. Berserker. I have seen the word before, but I cannot remember whether it was in a root index, a casualty report, or an old account using the word descriptively.
Callista stood.
Then stop trying to remember and show us where you keep the things that can answer. Flavian glanced at Magnus and his parents. This may take some time. Old records rarely have the courtesy to be where sensible people would put them. Edric looked toward the courtyard windows. We came half a day for this reading. We can spare the afternoon. The archive lay beneath the western wing of the temple. Magnus had never seen so many books. Shelves covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Some held bound volumes. Others contained narrow wooden boxes, rolled maps, wax tablets, or bundles of parchment tied with faded cord. The room smelled of dust, old leather, lamp oil, and dry paper. Magnus liked it immediately. Flavian worked quickly. Current indexes gave him nothing. Older temple records produced only a few uses of the word, none clear enough to matter. One marginal reference sent him to an old military ledger. That ledger sent him to a physician's report. The physician cited a temple certification. Flavian stopped. His finger rested on one line. This one is real. Callista moved beside him. Flavian read the entry twice before explaining. Male human, root recorded as Berserker by a recognized temple reader. No branch recorded. The examining physician also noted complete absence of measurable mana. Helena sat back. For the first time since Callista's examination, some of the strain left her face. So there was someone else like him. At least that means Magnus's body is not doing something no one has ever survived before. It means one other person survived long enough to enter a military record. Flavian closed the book carefully. I would like to know the rest before I decide whether that should comfort you. The search continued. 1 record became 2, then 3. The 4th took nearly another hour. By then Helena had gone upstairs once to buy food, and Magnus had eaten enough bread and cheese that she had begun watching him with the familiar expression that suggested she was mentally counting what remained in the bag. Flavian finally returned from the adjoining archive carrying a narrow wooden case. He sat at the table. Callista looked at his face. You found enough to stop searching for the moment. Tell us what you have. Flavian removed his spectacles and cleaned them against his sleeve. I have 4 people I am willing to call genuine berserkers. There are other references, but they are poems, battlefield insults, or sources too damaged to establish whether berserker meant a root rather than a description. Edric frowned. 4 people across how long? The oldest account is ancient enough that its date is uncertain. The most recent is several centuries old. Flavian put his spectacles back on. As far as the records I can reach from Brookshire are concerned, Magnus would be the 5th documented berserker. Magnus tried to imagine only 4 people having the same root in all the years Flavian meant. He could not. Helena asked the question that mattered more. What happened to them? Flavian rested one hand on the wooden case. 3 eventually took their own lives. The records are much better for one than the other 2, but the manner of death is clear in all 3. Helena's hand settled on Magnus's shoulder. Edric stared at Flavian. Were they driven to it by the root? I cannot prove that. Flavian opened the case. But one of them believed the root had everything to do with the man he became, and he spent years trying to understand why. Inside lay several thin-copied folios. Castelline the Wise. Callista's eyes sharpened, the military historian. The same man. His later works rarely mention his root, which is why I did not connect the name immediately. Flavian lifted the first folio. Castelline was a scholar by temperament, languages, history, military organization, political writing. Every account I have found agrees on one thing: he hated fighting. Magnus frowned. How can a berserker hate fighting? Flavian looked at him. Apparently very easily, a root does not decide what a person enjoys. That answer made sense. Flavian opened the folio. Castelline was forced into violence more than once during his life. Because he was a scholar, he did something the others apparently never did. He kept notes. Callista pulled a chair closer to the table. Read the part that explains how a man with no mana fights. We can worry about his biography afterward. Flavian found a marked page. His voice changed when he read, not more dramatic, more careful. In lieu of mana, we are given tremendous strength through what I have come to call the Berserker's rage. I dislike the word, for it suggests simple anger, and anger is not required. I have entered the state afraid. I have entered it cold in purpose. I have entered it wanting desperately to flee. There is an ever-present malevolence within us. I use the word cautiously. I do not believe another spirit resides in me, nor have I ever heard a voice but my own. Yet there is a pressure toward violence that grows as danger grows, and the desires it strengthens are mine. The ordinary warrior becomes less dangerous as battle consumes him. Mana empties, muscle fails, blood is lost, pain teaches caution, the berserker is contrary. As I become battered, exhausted, and pressed nearer death, the limits protecting my body begin to loosen. Pain remains, but it matters less. I strike harder, I move faster. I become willing to spend myself in ways that would horrify me while calm. Our regeneration carries us deeper still. Wounds that should end a man's fighting may close if the body possesses enough food, water, and rest to pay for them. The rage learns from this. Continue, destroy the danger, survive the cost afterward. The worst of it is not that I become someone else. I do not. In the moment, I want what I am doing. Later, in sober mind, I have looked upon deeds that saved my life and felt ashamed of how completely I desired them. I feel as though I am not myself even while knowing the desire was truly mine. I am at odds with myself. Flavian stopped. The archive went quiet. Magnus understood some of it, not all. Castelline got stronger when he was hurt. He healed quickly, and when he was fighting, stopping became harder. Magnus looked at the old pages. So the rage did not control him, it just made him want to keep fighting more than he wanted to stop. Callista's gaze shifted toward him. That is close enough for now. She looked back to Flavian. What did Castelline try once he understood it? Almost everything available to a man of his education. Flavian turned through several pages. He trained himself to recognize the early changes. He used prayer, breathing exercises, martial discipline, withdrawal routines, and several methods of meditation. Some helped him notice what was happening earlier. He closed the folio halfway. He never wrote that he cured it. Edric's hand moved slowly across his beard, and in the end he killed himself.
He did.
Flavian's voice remained even. There is no surviving final letter explaining the decision. I will not put words into a dead man's mouth simply because the answer would be convenient. Callista sat for a while with Castaline's folio between them. When she finally spoke, it was to Edric and Helena. Then we do not make the mistake of telling Magnus this is something discipline will eventually solve. Discipline may help him recognize it. Training may give him habits worth holding onto when his judgment changes. That is worth doing even if the danger never disappears. Edric nodded slowly. That means I teach him how to stop before I spend much time teaching him how to hit.
It means you teach both.
Callista looked toward Magnus. A fighter who only knows restraint cannot protect himself. A fighter who only knows attack eventually gives the enemy every decision. Helena had been studying Castaline's pages. His regeneration, how expensive was it? Flavian reopened the folio. Very. He skimmed several entries. Castaline records periods of extreme hunger and thirst after serious wounds. He sometimes slept 10 or 12 hours after healing that would have kept another man bedridden for weeks. Helena looked at Edric. That exchange needed no explanation. Edric understood immediately. Magnus has eaten like a starving farmhand since he could chew. Magnus shifted in his chair. I do not eat that much. Helena looked down at him. You asked for a second breakfast yesterday and then ate part of mine when I was not looking. We are not discussing whether you are hungry. Flavian regarded Magnus with new interest, then caught himself. Helena noticed anyway. If his appetite matters, tell me what to watch for. I do not want every large supper turned into proof of something because we found a book that makes it interesting.
That is sensible.
Flavian rested his hand on Castaline's notes. Do not change anything merely because of this. If Magnus is injured naturally, watch whether his hunger and thirst rise afterward and whether the wound heals faster than expected. Write it down. A pattern over time is useful. One hungry evening is not. Helena nodded. That I can do. Callista tapped one finger against the table. And no one deliberately injures him to test the theory. I am saying that now because eventually somebody more curious than wise will suggest it. Edric's face hardened. They can suggest it from outside my gate. Nothing more needed saying. Flavian set Castaline aside and drew the oldest document toward him. The fourth Berserker is different. Magnus leaned forward. This is the one who did not kill himself. This is the one whose death was never recorded. Flavian unfolded a thin copy of an older elven account. The original witness was an elf. The name is lost from the surviving version, and the observer watched from a distance. That limits how much I trust the details. Callista studied the script. What did they see? A fight between the Berserker and someone they could not identify. Flavian turned the page slightly. It lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Edric stared at him. 2 people cannot fight for 3 days without stopping. The account describes pauses and movement across a large area, but it does not describe either combatant leaving. I am not asking you to accept every word as perfect fact. Flavian pointed to several lines. What matters is that this source predates Castaline by centuries and describes the same pattern. The Berserker was repeatedly wounded. The observer expected those wounds to weaken him. Instead, the longer the fight continued, the more dangerous he appeared. Callista looked from the old elven copy to Castaline's journal. That agreement is difficult to dismiss. Magnus had only one question: who won? Flavian looked at him. The Berserker collapsed near the end of the 3rd night. The other fighter was still standing. Magnus frowned. Then the other won. If the account is accurate, that is the simplest reading. Magnus looked at the page. Did he kill the Berserker after he fell? No, the witness specifically says the other fighter left him alive. Magnus thought about that for a moment. Why? That is one of the many things the elf did not know. Flavian folded the copy carefully. The opponent was never identified. The witness never approached closely enough to find out who he was, and the surviving account ends not long after the Berserker fell. Callista looked toward the 4 sets of records spread across the table. 4 men are not enough to build doctrine. No. Flavian's answer continued before the conversation could circle. But they are enough to tell us Berserker is real, that monolithness belongs to the root, that unusual regeneration appears in at least one well-documented case, and that 2 sources separated by centuries describe the same increase in danger under injury and exhaustion. Helena exhaled slowly. That is more than we knew this morning and less than I hoped you would find.
It usually is.
Flavian looked toward Magnus. The important part is not to turn these men into him. Castelline gives us warnings. The Elven account gives us another point of comparison. Magnus still has to grow into whatever his own root becomes. Edric pushed his chair back slightly. So tell me what I can actually do when we go home. Callista answered, teach him what you know without pretending you know more. Start with movement, balance, falling, spear handling, and enough shield work to build good habits. Do not try to replace missing mana with heavier training simply because he can tolerate it. Edric listened without interrupting. When he is older, bring him to someone better than you at whatever he is learning. The fact that Berserker is unusual does not excuse poor instruction. That was already the plan. Then the plan survives the reading. Callista's attention shifted to Helena. You keep doing what you have been doing, feed him when he is hungry. If he heals strangely, record it. If you notice his behavior change under injury or fear, record that too, but do not start calling every temper or stubborn moment rage. Helena's grip on Magnus's shoulder eased. I would rather not have him spend childhood wondering whether every time he gets angry means something is wrong with him. If there is a real change, Edric and I will notice. I believe you will. Callista rose. Bring him back in a few months. I want to see how he moves once Edric has begun teaching him, and I want Flavian to have time to search beyond Brookshire. Edric glanced toward the scholar. You can do that without sending Magnus's name around the Empire. Flavian nodded. I can request material on an obscure route without explaining why I want it. Scholars are allowed to be curious, and in my experience most of them consider curiosity explanation enough. Callista looked toward the ceiling, in the direction of the estate ridge beyond the temple walls. For now, that is better. There is no need to invite noble interest before we even understand what they would be interested in. Helena understood that immediately. The temple record still says Berserker. It should. I am not suggesting we falsify anything. Callista fastened the strap on one bracer. I am suggesting you go home as the same family that arrived this morning, instead of making your son the most interesting rumor in Brookshire. That suited Edric, it suited Helena even more. Magnus was less certain. He looked at the 4 records again. Can I read Castelline's book when I am older? Flavian rested his hand on the folio. When you can read well enough to understand the whole thing instead of having adults choose the frightening parts for you, I think you should. Magnus nodded. Then I will learn. Helena looked at him. You were already supposed to learn. I mean properly. You were already supposed to learn properly. Magnus decided there was no useful answer to that. The evening bells began ringing above them. They had been below the temple longer than Magnus realized. His legs were stiff when he stood. His stomach felt empty again. Helena noticed him looking toward the food cloth. There is bread left. Eat it now, because I am not listening to you tell me you are starving halfway to wherever we sleep tonight. Magnus took the bread. Flavian's eyes moved briefly toward Castelline's journal. He said nothing. That was probably wise. Edric gathered their things while Callista spoke quietly with Helena about a modest inn near the east gate. The road home would be dark before they reached the farm, and no one argued seriously about staying the night. Magnus ate as they climbed the archive stairs. At the top he looked back. Flavian had already returned to the table. The old elven account lay beside Castelline's folio beneath the lamplight. Magnus did not understand everything written in those pages. He understood enough. 4 berserkers had lived before him. They had not been heroes from a story. They had been men. 3 had eventually chosen death. 1 had fought until his body simply stopped. Castelline had spent years trying to understand the rage and had never made it disappear. Magnus looked down at his hand. It looked exactly as it had that morning. Small fingers, a little dirt beneath 1 nail, a fading scratch across the back from the chicken fence. Nothing red, nothing strange. Helena called him from the end of the corridor. Magnus, come along. Your father is already worrying about what the inn will charge us, and I would like to reach it before he decides sleeping in the wagon builds character. Magnus hurried after her. Behind him, beneath the temple, war scholar Flavian turned another page. Chapter 7. The Road Home. The room Callista had recommended was better than Edric expected and worse than Helena hoped. There was 1 narrow bed pushed against the wall for Magnus and a larger one for his parents, though larger proved a generous description. A wash basin sat beneath the shuttered window. Someone had left a pitcher of clean water beside it, along with a small cake of harsh yellow soap. The floorboards were swept, the blankets smelled only faintly of old smoke, and the room's single shutter closed tightly enough to keep most of the autumn wind outside. For a market night in, Helena decided they had done well. Magnus barely noticed. He had eaten stew downstairs, followed it with half a loaf of brown bread, and still accepted the boiled egg Helena bought from the innkeeper before they came upstairs. By the time she had made him wash his hands and face, his eyes were already drooping. He crawled beneath the blanket without argument. That alone told Edric how tired he was. Helena tucked the blanket around his shoulders and brushed his copper hair away from his forehead. You have had enough strange things explained to you for 1 day. Sleep now, and tomorrow we will go home, where the most exciting thing waiting for you is probably a fence that needs mending. Magnus settled onto his side. I like the farm better than Brookshire anyway. Brookshire smells like too many things at once. Helena smiled and kissed his forehead. Then sleep, farm boy. Your father intends to have us moving shortly after sunrise. Edric was sitting at the little table by the window, counting the remaining coins in his purse. Magnus closed his eyes. He heard Helena change for bed. The mattress creaked when Edric finally lay down. For a while there was nothing but the inn. Boots crossing the hallway outside. A burst of laughter from below. The muffled thump of something heavy being moved across the common room floor. A horse stamping in the stable yard. Magnus was tired enough that he expected sleep to take him immediately. It almost did. Then Helena spoke. Her voice was quiet enough that Magnus knew she thought him asleep. I keep hearing what Callista said about not sending his name with the letters. She was careful with the wording, but I understood her well enough. She is afraid somebody with more power than us might decide Magnus is interesting. Edric did not answer immediately. Magnus kept his eyes closed. The blankets rustled from the other bed. I have been thinking about the same thing, Edric said at last. A first citizen does not need to steal a child from his parents in the street to make their answer irrelevant. There are 100 polite ways to apply pressure before anyone ever threatens us outright. Helena shifted. That is what frightens me. If Magnus had read Warrior today, nobody would have cared beyond asking which branch he might reach one day. Instead, the stone turned red. 2 priests had no idea what they were looking at, and by supper a war sister and a scholar were digging through records older than Aurellion. Her voice tightened slightly. I do not want our son becoming something a lord collects. Edric exhaled slowly. He is not going anywhere while he is a child. Whatever else happens, that much is ours to decide for now. You said for now. I did because I will not lie to you simply to make tonight easier. The bed frame gave a soft creak as Edric turned toward her. When he is older, the choices get harder. If he becomes strong enough that people begin noticing him, keeping him hidden on a farm may become more dangerous than letting him stand somewhere they cannot simply reach down and take hold of him. Helena was quiet. Magnus opened his eyes. The room was almost completely dark. A thread of amber light showed beneath the door from the corridor outside. He could see neither of his parents clearly, only the shape of the other bed. Helena spoke again. "What are you thinking?" Edric took a long time before answering. "The Legion." Helena's silhouette moved sharply. "You spent years telling me you hoped Magnus would never have to live the way you did. And now, on the same day we learn his class becomes more dangerous when he is injured and frightened, you are talking about putting him in an army." Her voice remained low, but there was anger under it now. "I need you to explain that before I decide you have finally lost what sense the Legion left you." Edric did not rise to it. "When he is grown, Helena, not next spring, not at 10, and not because somebody tells us berserkers belong in battle. I mean that if he reaches the age where he wants a martial life anyway, a few years in the Legion may be safer than sending him into the world with strength and no discipline." The anger did not leave Helena, but she listened. Edric continued. "You know what Callista was telling us. The danger is not only that Magnus might become violent, it is that pain and fear may make violence feel more reasonable to him when everyone else would be looking for a way out. That cannot be answered by keeping him away from every hard thing until he is 20. He rubbed a hand across his face. Magnus could hear the scrape of his beard against his palm. "The Legion teaches a man to stop when another man tells him to stop. It teaches him to hold a place when he is afraid, leave it when ordered, watch the men beside him, keep his equipment, ration food, march when he is tired, and make decisions while the world is trying to kill him. Most of those lessons are unpleasant. Some are exactly the lessons Magnus may need." Helena's voice softened, but not by much. "It also teaches him war." "Yes, I know exactly what it teaches." There was something different in Edric's voice then, not defensiveness, memory. "I spent enough years in a shield line to know what I am suggesting. I know what dead men smell like after 2 days in summer. I know what happens when someone misses a step and the man behind him has nowhere to put his spear. I am not dreaming about polished armor and banners." He paused. "But I also know what I was before I went in and what I knew when I came out. I was never a great warrior. I made man-at-arms and went no farther. What the Legion gave me was enough discipline and competence that I could come home and build a life without being helpless every time something stronger than me appeared." Magnus lay very still, man-at-arms. Edric had mentioned the branch before, but never like this. Usually it was simply something father had been, the same way he had once owned a different mare or lived in a different village. Helena spoke more slowly now. "You really think Magnus cannot stay here forever?" "I think he can live here if that is what he wants. I do not think we should raise him so that staying here is the only thing he is prepared to do." Edric shifted again. "If he grows up and wants my fields, he can have fields. If he wants to learn a forge, I will help him find a smith who will teach him properly. If he wants to make wagons, raise horses, build houses, or spend his entire life growing barley, I will thank every god who cares to listen." There was the faintest trace of humor in his voice. "If the fool decides he wants the Adventurers Guild, then you and I can both shout at him when the time comes." Helena made a quiet sound that might have been a laugh. It faded quickly. Edric continued. "But whatever he chooses, I want him choosing because he has options, not because some noble frightened him into service, not because a stronger man discovered the strange monolith boy could be pushed around. And not because we kept him so sheltered that the first time this rage truly wakes inside him, he has no habit strong enough to stand against it." Magnus stared into the darkness. Sheltered, that word stung more than he expected. He did not think of himself that way. He helped with animals, he hauled kindling, he climbed things Helena told him not to climb. He had split his eyebrow on a fence post and once been kicked hard enough by a lamb to leave a bruise for days, but he understood what Edric meant. None of those things were what Castelline had written about. Helena's voice had lost its anger. What do we do now, then? Callista told us not to invent Berserker training, and I agree with her. I do not want half the village deciding our son needs to be beaten bloody because some dead scholar got stronger when he was hurt. No one is doing that. Edric's answer came quickly, then expanded before the exchange could become an argument. I have been thinking about the people we already trust. I can give him the Man-at-Arms foundation: spear, shield, movement, formation habits, carrying weight properly, and enough discipline that he learns technique before strength. He paused. Bran was arms. He went farther into individual weapon work than I ever did. He can teach Magnus how to handle weapons that are not built around standing in a line, and he understands power and leverage better than I do. Helena was silent for a moment. You realize you are proposing giving Bran permission to teach our son axes. I realize exactly what I am proposing, which is why I intend to be standing there while he does it. That drew a small breath of amusement from Helena. Edric continued, and Pell. That name surprised Magnus. Pell rarely spoke about fighting. He hunted sometimes, though less often now. He repaired tools. He knew the woods well enough to look at a trail and tell Magnus things that were invisible to everyone else. Magnus had seen an old bow hanging above his hearth. He had never seen him use it. Helena understood immediately. He has not carried a proper bow in years. You cannot simply walk into his house and tell him Callista wants him training a berserker. I am not going to tell him anything of the sort. Edric's voice grew quieter. I am going to ask him to teach Magnus to shoot. There was history behind the way he said it. Magnus heard that much. Pell was one of the best marksmen I ever knew. Giving it up did not make him forget where to put his feet or how to judge 100 paces in bad wind. If he refuses, I will respect it. But he is the best man near us to teach the boy patience at range. Helena considered that. Edric Magnus is 6. I know how old my son is. There was no sharpness in it, only tiredness. I am not proposing we hand him a war bow tomorrow, a light practice spear, a small shield, footwork, falling, a bow he can actually draw when Pell thinks he is ready. Callista told us to build a foundation, not a soldier. The room fell quiet. Magnus heard voices rise briefly in the street outside before fading. Helena finally spoke. I can accept that. I still hate how quickly today turned from a reading into us discussing armies, rage, and whether our son needs to become dangerous enough that powerful people leave him alone. Edric reached across the darkness. The mattress shifted as Helena moved closer to him. I hate it too. He was quiet for several breaths, but loving him does not change what the stone said. Helena's answer came softer. No, it only changes what we do about it. Magnus closed his eyes. He did not remember falling asleep. He remembered fire, not hearth fire, not forge flame. Fire roaring through a concrete opening. A metal wand bucked in his hands, fuel hissed. A tunnel mouth vanished inside orange-white flame. Men screamed where he could not see them. Magnus stumbled backward, sand beneath boots, not shoes, boots heavy, laced, his shoulders hurt, something enormous dragged at his back. 2 tanks, a hose, the stink of fuel, smoke, burned cloth, burned meat, someone shouting. Sorensen, move. He turned. A man in a stained helmet was crouched behind broken coral. Cartwright, John Cartwright. The name came with a face, a grin, cigarette smoke, a filthy joke Magnus could not quite hear. Then gunfire tore through everything. Magnus ran. He was not 6, his legs were long, his hands were larger, his sleeves were green, the letters on a patch meant something. United States Marine Corps. The words opened another door. America, Minnesota, his father, Ari, snow, a kitchen table, numbers written on paper, a schoolroom, English words, books, a rifle being cleaned, a ship rolling beneath his feet. Guadalcanal, Cape Gloucester, Peleliu, heat, mud, blood. The memories arrived without order. Not a story, pieces. Some belonged to a boy, some belonged to a man. Some belonged to a soldier who had done things Magnus could barely understand while trapped inside a 6-year-old body. He saw the bunker again. The flamethrower fired. He knew exactly why he had fired it. There were enemy soldiers inside. If they remained alive, Marines would die. That knowledge did nothing to silence the screaming. Magnus woke with his heart pounding. The in-room was dark. His blanket had twisted around one leg. His nightshirt clung damply to his back. For a moment he did not know where he was, then he heard Edric snore, soft, uneven. Helena breathed beside him, Brookshire the inn. Eldara. Magnus sat up slowly. His hands shook. He held them in front of his face, small again. The memories did not disappear. That frightened him more than the dream. Before tonight his other life had existed like something seen through dirty glass. He knew it had happened. He remembered pieces, but the memories had been distant enough that this life remained louder. Now he could remember words, whole words. He could remember reading them, writing them. He knew multiplication, division, fractions. He remembered measuring lumber. He remembered miles, feet, inches, pounds. He remembered the alphabet. He remembered filling forms. He remembered newspapers. He remembered enough arithmetic to know Helena's household sums were simple. Magnus sat motionless beneath the blanket. He could not read the signs in Brookshire. Those letters were not English. But he knew what written language was supposed to do. He understood sentences, grammar, numbers. The difference between knowing how to read and knowing the local symbols became suddenly obvious. If someone taught him the Eldaran letters, he would not be learning reading from the beginning. He would only be learning another way to write sounds he already understood. That was useful, too useful. Callista's voice came back to him. There is no need to invite noble interest. Magnus looked toward his parents. They were afraid someone powerful might try to take him. They had not said it to him. They had waited until they thought he was asleep. He understood why. 6 years old, monolith, berserker. And now, if he woke tomorrow able to do sums, he had never been taught and understand writing faster than any child should. No. Magnus pulled his knees up beneath the blanket. There was another thought waiting underneath that one. Earth. He could remember more of it now. Ari Cartwright, the Marines. Men whose faces came with feelings too large for him. He had loved people there. He had belonged there once. Magnus looked across the dark room. Edric had found him freezing beside a road. Helena had fed him, held him when he was sick, scolded him when he climbed onto the barn roof, taught him to weed without tearing up half the garden. Edric had taught him to mend fence, curry the mare, sharpen a knife, and keep his thumb away from the hammer. They were not replacements. That thought came with surprising force. Magnus did not need to choose whether Ari had been his father or Edric was his father. Both things could be true, but one of those lives was gone. This one was not. He thought of the farm, morning fog over the barley, the sheep crowding the gate when they heard Helena carrying feed, mud beneath bare feet in summer, Bran talking too loudly, Pell sitting outside his house repairing a strap, the strange beastkin in Brookshire, Mana glowing inside a smith's hammer, the pathstone filling red beneath Magnus's hand. He wanted this world, not because Earth had been terrible. Not because he hated the man he had been. He simply did not want to spend this life trying to crawl backward into the dead one. Magnus lay down. He did not know how to destroy memories. He was not sure he wanted to. Ari deserved better than that. Cartwright deserved better. The men whose names returned in fragments deserved better, so he made a simpler decision. He would leave them where they belonged. Behind him, if something useful remained, he would keep it. Numbers, reading, writing, how to learn, how tools worked. The ordinary things that did not demand he become a dead Marine again. The rest could sleep. And nobody needed to know how much had returned. Not yet. Magnus closed his eyes. This time when sleep came, there was no fire. Morning smelled of oats and wood smoke. Helena made Magnus eat before they left despite his insistence that the innkeeper's porridge had enough lumps in it to count as solid food. Edric paid for the room with visible pain. By sunrise they were back in the wagon. Brookshire passed around them in reverse. Shutters opening, merchants setting stalls, smithies beginning to ring. The estate compound still stood over the town. Magnus saw the market where the slaves had been sold the day before. The pens were mostly empty. He looked only briefly. Then the road carried them out. Fields replaced houses. The traffic thinned. By mid-morning Brookshire had disappeared behind the hills. Magnus sat beside Edric watching the road. His father glanced down. "You have been quieter than usual. Yesterday gave you enough to think about for several weeks, so I am not going to drag questions out of you, but you should tell us if something is bothering you." Magnus thought about fire, Ari, Cartwright, English, arithmetic. He chose his answer carefully. "I am thinking about the Berserkers. I do not think I want to end up like Castelline." Edric's face tightened slightly. "That is a concern I understand. You also do not need to decide at 6 years old how you will avoid mistakes made by a man who lived an entire life before you." Magnus nodded. "I know, I think I would still like to learn the spear." Edric looked ahead. A slow smile appeared beneath his beard. "That I can help you with." Helena sat on Magnus's other side. "Your father is going to ask Bran and Pell to help as well. Before you become too excited, this does not mean 3 grown men are going to spend every waking hour teaching you how to hit things." Magnus looked at her. "What would Pell teach me? I have never seen him fight." Edric answered, "Pell was a marksman before you were born, a very good one. He put the bow away years ago, and whether he wants to pick it up for you is his decision." Magnus thought about the old bow above Pell's hearth, and Bran. Bran followed arms. He knows more about individual weapons than I do, especially heavy ones. Edric looked down at him. "You are not touching a great axe anytime soon." Magnus had not said anything about a great axe. He decided saying so would probably make Edric more suspicious. "What are you going to teach?" Edric's answer came without hesitation. "The things that kept me alive. Spear, shield, feet, balance, how to fall without breaking something important, how to listen when somebody who knows more than you tells you to stop." That last part sounded suspiciously specific. Magnus looked forward again. "I can do that." Helena made a quiet noise. "You can learn to do that." Magnus considered objecting. He decided against it. The road climbed. Late in the afternoon, their village appeared between the trees. Smoke rose from familiar chimneys. The field stretched brown and gold around it. Magnus could make out Bran's roof. Farther away, near the edge of the woods, stood Pell's house. Beyond both lay home. Edric loosened the reins slightly as the mare recognized the road. Helena rested one arm around Magnus and drew him against her side. Magnus let her. Yesterday they had gone to Brookshire to learn what kind of boy he was. They had returned with more questions than they had carried there. That did not bother him as much now. He knew one answer. Whatever had happened before this life, whatever memories still waited somewhere inside him, this was where he meant to stay. The wagon rolled down toward the village. Chapter 8. The First Lessons. Magnus woke before the rooster and spent several seconds staring at the rafters. For once he had not dreamed. That felt like a victory. The farmhouse was still dark. Cold air had crept beneath the shutters during the night, and Magnus could hear the faint settling noises of timber contracting around the house. Somewhere below, one of the sheep gave a muffled complaint from the yard. He lay still beneath the blanket, Berserker. The word had followed him all the way back from Brookshire. It had sounded ugly when Brother Merrick first read it from the stone. Castelline's writing had made it worse. 3 dead by their own hands. One ancient fighter who had kept going for 3 days. Magnus ought to have been frightened by it. He was a little. That was not the whole truth. The other truth was harder to admit. He wanted to know what it could do. Magnus had known soldiers before he understood what soldiers truly were. He remembered wanting the uniform, the discipline, the weapons, the pride of belonging to something difficult. Much of what came afterward had been terrible. That did not make the wanting false. Now there were warriors who could reinforce their bodies with mana. Arms warriors who broke armor with weapons too heavy for ordinary men. Knights, war sisters, adventurers who entered dungeons and came back carrying things that had tried to kill them. And Magnus had been given a martial route so rare that 4 examples were all Flavian could find across thousands of years. The thought should have felt like a warning. Instead, somewhere deep inside him, it felt like a challenge. He did not like that. He liked it anyway. By the time Helena called him down, Magnus had already dressed. Edric was outside. Magnus found him beyond the barn with Bran. Bran Heller had arrived carrying a long-hafted axe across one shoulder, though Magnus suspected he had brought it mostly because Bran enjoyed arriving anywhere while visibly armed. His heavy wool coat hung open despite the morning chill, and his graying beard moved whenever he spoke. Pell stood several paces away. He had brought nothing. That interested Magnus more. Pell was an older man, narrow through the waist and shoulders compared with Edric and Bran, with graying brown hair cut close and a lined face that always looked slightly tired. He dressed plainly enough that Magnus had never thought much about him. Brown wool, good boots, a knife at the belt. There was no bow. Edric saw Magnus approaching. "Come here, this concerns you, so I would rather say it once with you standing here than explain afterward what 3 adults decided on your behalf." Magnus stopped beside him. Bran looked him over. "So this is our mysterious Berserker. He looks disappointingly like the same lad who was stealing apples from Mara's basket last month. I took 1 apple, and she said I could have it after she caught me. That last part is doing a great deal of work for your defense." Bran's grin faded when Edric gave him a look. Magnus noticed Pell had not smiled at all. Edric folded his arms. Callista's advice was simple. We teach Magnus what we actually know and nothing we do not. I can give him the foundation I learned as a man-at-arms. Bran knows arms better than anyone nearby. Pell knows distance, fieldcraft, and a bow better than either of us. Pell's face changed slightly at that. "I knew those things once." Edric looked at him. "You still know them." "That was not what I said." Magnus glanced between them. There was something there, not anger, history. Edric did not press immediately. "I'm not asking you to put on a uniform again. I'm asking whether you will teach my son enough that he can walk into the woods without being helpless and shoot, without sending arrows wherever fortune pleases." Pell looked toward Magnus. Magnus resisted the urge to stand straighter. Pell studied him long enough that it became uncomfortable. What did the war sister actually recommend, not what frightened parents heard after a long day? What did she tell you to do? Edric answered without taking offense. She said fundamentals: balance, movement, control, discipline. She specifically warned against anyone pretending they knew how to train a berserker. Flavian found 4 dead men and a handful of writings. That is not doctrine. Pell rubbed one thumb along the side of his index finger. "And you want 3 men teaching him at once." "I want 3 men teaching different things." Edric pointed toward Bran. "He understands offensive weapon work better than I ever did. I know soldiering, spear, shield, and how to stay on my feet. You know the woods." Pell's eyes remained on Magnus. "If I agree, I teach him properly. I will not put a bow in his hands, let him hit a stump from 20 paces, and call him a marksman because he's 6 and everyone is pleased." Magnus felt something quick and pleased move through him. Edric nodded. "That is why I asked you." Pell considered another moment. "Then I'll teach him, not every day. When I take him into the woods, he listens the first time. If I tell him something is dangerous, I do not want an argument while we're standing beside the danger." Magnus spoke before Edric could answer for him. "I ask questions when I don't understand something. If you explain why it is dangerous, I won't argue just because I don't like the answer." Pell's eyes narrowed slightly. "That sounds fair until you're tired, hungry, cold, and convinced you found a better route. We'll see how well you remember it then." Magnus thought that was also fair. Bran shifted the axe from one shoulder to the other. Then we're agreed. Edric teaches the lad how to stand there without falling over. I teach him the interesting parts, and Pell takes him into the trees until he forgets how civilized people live." Pell looked at him. "I remember why I stopped spending time with you. You stopped because Mara's cider frightened you. I stopped because you drink cider as though someone is trying to take it away." Magnus looked at Edric. Edric ignored both men. "We start simply. Magnus has chores, he still has lessons with Helena. Training fits around his life rather than replacing it." That was less exciting. Magnus had expected it, mostly. Edric looked down at him. And before you decide you can train from sunrise until supper, Callista was clear about something else. We do not know what your route will encourage you to do. Castelline wrote about continuing when he should have stopped. That means when one of us tells you a lesson is finished, it is finished. Magnus disliked that more. He also knew exactly why Edric had said it. I understand. Bran lowered the axe from his shoulder. That answer was too easy. I'd wager a copper he'll be sneaking exercises in before the week is out. Magnus looked at him. I don't have an exercise routine. Bran smiled. Give your father an hour. He was almost right. The first disappointment was that Edric did not give Magnus a spear. He gave him a patch of dirt. Magnus stood in it. Edric walked around him, feet wider. Magnus moved them. Not that wide. You are trying to fight someone, not stop a cart rolling downhill. Magnus adjusted. Edric pushed lightly against his shoulder. Magnus moved. Again. They repeated it, feet, knees, hips, back, weight, where the front foot pointed, where the rear foot sat. What happened when Magnus leaned too far forward? What happened when he stood too upright? Magnus had expected something more complicated. After the 10th correction, he began realizing simple and easy were not the same thing. Edric put one hand against his chest and pushed again. Magnus's heel slipped. Why do I have to keep so much weight behind me? If I lean forward, I can push harder. You can push harder until the other man stops pushing. Edric moved Magnus's front foot half a handspan. If all your weight is committed forward and whatever you were pushing suddenly disappears, where do you go? Magnus thought about it, forward. And if the thing disappearing was a shield because the man stepped aside? Magnus looked at the dirt, forward into him. Or past him, or onto your face. Fighting is full of people hoping you will put yourself somewhere stupid. That made the stance more interesting. Magnus tried again. This time when Edric pushed him, Magnus felt the pressure travel through his legs instead of folding his upper body backward. Edric nodded. Better. Magnus smiled, then Edric pushed harder and dumped him onto his backside. The ground was cold. Magnus looked up. Edric offered him a hand. Better does not mean good. Magnus took it. He wanted another attempt immediately. The desire was sharp enough that he noticed it. Again, that word had been appearing more often since Brookshire. It did not feel like another voice. That would have been easier. It was simply the answer Magnus wanted. Edric brushed dirt from his shoulder. Again. Magnus grinned despite himself. Bran joined them after midday. He watched Magnus repeat Edric's stance twice before stepping into the yard. That'll keep you alive behind a shield. Now move your rear foot. Edric looked at him. I am teaching him defensive stance. And I am showing him battle stance. Magnus looked between them. Their different stances. Bran planted the end of his axe haft against the ground. Your father spent enough of his life with a shield between himself and somebody unpleasant that defensive comes naturally to him. I went another way. He took the axe in both hands. Something about Bran changed. His feet did not spread as evenly as Edric's. His forward leg carried more of him. The axe was not held back or low. It occupied the space between Bran and an imagined opponent. Magnus understood the difference before anyone explained it. Edric looked difficult to move. Bran looked ready to move. Magnus stepped closer. Is that because you're an arms warrior? Partly. Bran settled the axe against his shoulder again. Warrior is the root. Arms is the branch I opened by spending an unreasonable portion of my youth swinging large pieces of sharpened iron at things that disagreed with me. Edric folded his arms. You make it sound more intentional than it was. I was very intentional. Occasionally the intention was poor. Magnus looked at Edric. You're a man at arms, is that your branch? Yes. Then what does the root actually do, if branches are what change how you fight? Edric considered the question. Root is the foundation. Warrior means my class recognizes martial development through mana, physical reinforcement, weapons, armor, and combat. Man-at-Arms is the direction my life pushed that route. He gestured toward the practice yard. I spent years marching, drilling with spear and shield, fighting in formation, standing watch, carrying armor, and doing the work of a common soldier. Eventually, the class recognized that I had become one. Magnus frowned. How did you know? Edric glanced toward Bran. There are two ways people usually know. The first is that you feel the change. The second is a reading. Magnus waited. Edric continued. When Man-at-Arms settled into me, the things I had been practicing for years became easier, not easy. Easier, reinforcement that had taken thought began happening naturally. It cost less mana to hold the same structure. My stance stopped feeling like something I was arranging and started feeling like where my body belonged. Like suddenly getting better. Glows. Edric rubbed his beard. You get better first. That is important. The branch does not teach you what you never learned. You become something strongly enough that the root recognizes it, and then the recognition reinforces what you already built. Magnus thought about the blood-red pathstone, and the other way is putting your hand on the stone again.
Yes.
A reader shows the root, and whatever recognized developments have opened beneath it. Magnus looked at Bran. What did yours show? Bran rested both hands on the axe haft. Warrior, arms warrior beneath it. What comes after that? Bran's expression brightened. Now Magnus had asked something he enjoyed discussing. The known arms line goes farther than your father's soldiering path. After arms comes weapon breaker if a man manages it. Beyond that is war master. The last known development is Titan of Arms. Magnus felt the name settle into him. Titan of Arms. A mythic development. Bran's tone lost some of its humor. That is not something a man reaches because he trained hard for a few summers. Most warriors never see a mythic development in their lives, much less earn one. I've never met a Titan of Arms. Magnus looked toward Edric. What comes after Man-at-Arms? Heavy infantry, then veteran. That branch ends there as far as anyone knows. Why didn't you become heavy infantry? Edric did not appear embarrassed. Because I served 5 years, reached Man-at-Arms, and eventually decided I wanted to come home. Heavy infantry belongs to men who go much deeper into armored formation fighting than I ever did. Magnus considered that. You could have stayed. I could have died too. That answer carried enough weight that Magnus left it alone. Bran pointed the axe haft toward him. And before you start thinking deeper always means better, don't. Your father has put better men than himself into the ground because they confused impressive titles with being difficult to kill. Edric looked at Bran. That almost sounded wise. I've been saving it. Magnus barely heard them. He was still thinking about the stone. What branches does Berserker get? Neither man answered immediately. Bran finally scratched at his beard. I haven't a damned clue, lad. From what you brought back from Brookshire, I'm not sure anyone does. Magnus looked at Edric. So how will I know if I get better enough for another branch? Edric's expression changed. This answer bothered him. For you, I don't know. Berserker appears to be a root by itself. Flavian found no reliable branch records. Perhaps the stone will show something when you have developed far enough. Perhaps it will always say Berserker. Anyone telling you more than that is guessing. Magnus looked down at his hands. He did not like not knowing. Everyone else had roads with names. Man-at-Arms, heavy infantry. Veteran, arms warrior, war master, Titan of Arms. Berserker was simply Berserker. For some reason that did not make the path feel smaller, it made it feel unfinished. Magnus got his spear after supper. It was not a spear. It was a straight ash shaft cut slightly taller than Magnus with both ends rounded. He stared at it. Edric saw the disappointment. If I give you a sharpened spear before you can control the stick, Helena will use the finished weapon on me. Magnus tested the weight. It was heavier than he expected. Can I at least call it a spear? You may call it whatever makes you willing to practice. Magnus decided that meant yes. The next morning, Edric added physical work. Magnus helped create the idea, mostly. If warriors have mana to make themselves stronger, I should make my body stronger because I don't have it. Edric had been repairing a harness at the kitchen table. He stopped pulling the thread. You are 6. I know how old I am. That wasn't the part I doubted. Magnus leaned against the table. I already work, I run around anyway. Couldn't I do things every morning that make me stronger on purpose? Edric considered him. Magnus tried not to look too interested. Things like what? That was the difficult part. Magnus remembered exercises from somewhere else. Rows of men dropping to the ground, arms burning, running until breathing became painful. He did not want to explain how clearly he remembered them. I could push myself up from the floor or squat and stand without using my hands. I could carry stones, run to the north marker and back. Edric's eyebrows rose slightly. Those are all reasonable. Where did you get the first one? Magnus shrugged. It seemed obvious. It did, technically. Edric studied him another moment. Then he stood. Show me. Magnus lay down. His first attempt was ugly. He got through 6 before his arms began trembling. Edric stopped him at 8. Magnus rolled onto his back, breathing hard. I could do more. I know. Magnus looked up at him. Then why did you stop me? Because you have spear practice later and chores before that. Training one thing until you ruin everything else is not discipline. Magnus disliked the answer. That probably meant Edric had expected him to. By the end of the morning, they had something resembling a routine: push-ups, bodyweight squats, hanging from the low barn beam. Short carries with stones Edric selected, a steady run to the north marker and back. Not every exercise every day, and Edric refused Magnus's suggestion that he should run as fast as possible every morning. Distance teaches one thing, sprinting teaches another. You will do both, but not every day. Magnus wanted to ask how Edric knew, then remembered his father had spent 5 years in the Legion. Probably best not to question everything. The routine was difficult. Magnus loved it almost immediately. Numbers made improvement visible. 6 good push-ups became 7, then 8. The north marker became something to reach without slowing. The ash practice spear stopped feeling quite so heavy. He began waking before Helena called him, and every time Edric told him he was finished, Magnus had the same thought. I could do more. He usually listened. Usually. 3 days later, Bran showed him battle stance properly. Magnus stood in Edric's defensive stance with his ash spear held forward. Bran circled him. Your father's stance is trying to answer one question. If something hits me, how do I remain where I am? Edric stood near the fence. That is an oversimplification. A useful one. Bran stepped into his own stance. Battle asks something else. How do I make the other bastard respond to me? He moved, not quickly enough to strike Magnus, quickly enough that Magnus understood why Edric had called him dangerous. Bran's forward foot advanced, his hips turned. The wooden practice axe in his hands crossed the distance in a smooth arc and stopped well short of Magnus's shoulder. Magnus had barely moved. Bran recovered immediately. That is battle stance. Pressure, balance, attack, recovery. I'm still defending myself, but I do it while making you worry about what I'm doing. Magnus looked at his feet. They were not where Edric put his. He shifted experimentally. Edric corrected him. If you're trying Bran's stance, don't keep my rear foot position. You will end up halfway between both and bad at either. Magnus adjusted. Bran pushed his shoulder. Magnus moved backward. Again, put more of yourself forward, but don't lean like you're trying to headbutt me. They worked until Magnus began feeling the distinction. Defensive stance made his body feel rooted. Battle stance felt coiled. That raised a question. Magnus looked at Bran. If someone bigger than me charges, Father's stance is better for stopping him.
Yes.
But if he hits me and I stop him, he might be off balance. Bran nodded.
Could be.
Then yours is better. For attacking him afterward, Magnus looked between the two men. Then why wouldn't I start in Father's stance, take the hit, and change into Bran's while he's trying to get his feet back? Neither answered. Magnus continued because he thought perhaps he had explained it badly. And if I attack him and he starts pushing me back, I switch the other way. Why stay in one stance when the other one is better for what is happening? Bran slowly lowered the wooden axe. Edric rubbed a hand along his jaw. Bran spoke first. Because your thinking stance means feet and posture. Magnus looked down.
It does. For you, maybe.
That made Magnus look up again. Bran planted the practice axe upright. When I settle properly into battle stance, my mana settles with it. Years of training taught my body where reinforcement belongs when I move this way. Legs, hips, back, shoulders, through the weapon when I need it. If I start ripping all of that apart every few breaths and trying to force it into another pattern, I'm wasting mana and attention. Edric nodded. Defensive is the same for me. Receiving force in my stance is not simply bracing my legs. My reinforcement follows habits I practiced until I stopped thinking about them. Magnus understood, then he noticed the problem, but I don't have any mana. The yard went quiet. Bran looked at Edric. Edric looked back at him. Magnus waited. Finally Bran scratched his beard. Well, that's inconvenient.
For who?
For my explanation. Edric stepped closer to Magnus. It removes one problem, not all of them. He pointed toward Magnus's feet. To change from defensive to battle, you still have to move your weight, alter your guard, reposition the spear, and change what your hips are prepared to do. During that transition, you are not fully in either stance. Magnus thought about it, but if I could make the change fast enough, then perhaps it could work. Edric did not sound pleased to admit it. Bran did. Perhaps. Magnus looked at them. Does nobody fight like that? Bran considered. Not regularly. A warrior may know pieces of several stances. Anyone with experience adapts. But truly mastering two and switching between them constantly is a poor bargain for most mana users. The deeper your branch goes, the more your own stance becomes part of how your mana wants to move. Magnus looked down at his feet again. His mana did not want to move anywhere. There was none. That should have been a weakness. Maybe it still was, but not here. Can I try it? Bran smiled. Edric sighed. You were going to whether we agreed or not. I would have asked first. That is not the reassurance you think it is. Edric moved him into defensive stance. Take the charge, then move to battle. Magnus settled. Bran placed one broad hand against the end of the ash shaft. Ready. Magnus nodded. Bran pushed. Magnus braced. The force traveled through his arms into his shoulders and legs. He held. Bran eased away. Magnus immediately moved. Rear foot forward, weight shift, spear change, hips. Bran tapped him in the chest. Magnus fell backward into the dirt. He lay there blinking. Bran looked down at him. There, that's why. Magnus sat up. He replayed it. The problem was obvious now. For half a second, all his weight had been wrong. He had left defensive stance before reaching battle. There had been a hole between them. Magnus stood. Again. Edric's face did something complicated. Bran grinned. They tried again. Magnus fell again. The third time he remained upright, but the spear point wandered far enough that Bran could have struck him anywhere he pleased. The fourth was worse than the third. That annoyed Magnus. The fifth was better, not good, better. Edric finally took the practice spear from him. That is enough. Magnus's arms were tired. His shirt stuck damply between his shoulders. His knees were dirty. He could still do more. The thought came immediately. He looked at the spear in Edric's hand, then at Bran, then at the patch of dirt where his feet had crossed badly during the last transition. He could see the mistake now, not completely. Enough. Magnus nodded. All right, I'm done. Edric studied him, as though checking whether the answer was genuine. Then he handed the spear back, put it away. Magnus carried it toward the barn, defensive, stop the force, change, battle, press. He could see the pieces. The problem was the space between them. By the time he reached the barn door, Magnus had already decided what he would practice tomorrow. The answer pleased him more than it probably should have. Again. Chapter 9. Sign. Pell arrived while Magnus was carrying water from the well. He did not come into the yard. He waited beyond the eastern fence with a pack hanging from one shoulder and a longbow in his left hand, its pale gray wood darkened where years of use had polished the grip. A second bow had been tied across his pack. It was smaller, plain, and new enough that the leather wrapping had not yet been darkened by sweat. Magnus nearly spilled half the bucket when he saw it. Pell watched him finish carrying the water before saying anything. That was probably intentional. By the time Magnus came through the gate, Helena had already appeared behind him with another bundle of food. Pell looked at what she was carrying, then at the pack he had brought himself. Helena, we're going into the woods for the day. We aren't marching to another province.
You haven't fed him for 6 years. I've seen him eat.
Seeing it and planning for it are different things. She pushed the bundle into his hands. Pell accepted it. I'll bring him back before dark. I expect you to bring him back before dark, fed, with the same number of holes in him he had when he left. Magnus glanced down at himself. Helena caught him doing it. That was not an invitation to start counting. Pell tucked the food away. We're not hunting anything today that can hunt us back. That sentence contains considerably less comfort than I think you intended.
It was the truth.
Helena regarded him for another moment, then looked at Magnus. You listen to him, not when you think he's right, not after you've tried your own way first. If Pell tells you to stop, you stop. Magnus nodded. I will. Pell waited until Helena had gone back toward the house before turning toward the tree line. She worries properly. Magnus followed him through the field. What does that mean? It means worrying is useful when it changes what you prepare for. Your mother sent food, water, a clean cloth, woundwort salve, and enough bitebine to treat both of us. That is better than standing at the door imagining every terrible thing that might happen. Magnus thought about that as they crossed the dew-wet pasture. Pell had not told Helena not to worry. He had not promised nothing bad could happen either. He had simply checked the pack. Magnus liked that. The country nearest the farm was familiar. Low field walls broke the pasture. Blackthorn had been allowed to grow thick along portions of the property boundary, its hard branches woven together until even the sheep respected it. Beyond that lay the first scattered trees, mostly iron ash and watchtower pine, with thinner brush growing beneath them wherever enough sunlight reached the ground. Magnus had been there many times. Pell did not begin teaching there. He kept walking. They passed the place where Edric cut winter timber, then the charcoal clearing. Then a narrow track used by villagers gathering wood and checking traps. Eventually even that faded. The iron ash grew larger. Their gray-brown trunks rose straight before spreading into heavy limbs overhead, while watchtower pines crowded the higher ground where drainage was better. Blackthorn filled openings between them, and the forest floor alternated between old needles, dark leaf mold, exposed roots, and patches of low green growth Magnus could not yet name. The air changed as they went deeper. The farmhouse smells disappeared first. Smoke, manure, hay. Then the village itself vanished from hearing. No hammer from the smithy. No barking dogs. No cartwheels complaining over ruts. Only their boots, the intermittent movement of branches, insects, and birds Magnus mostly knew by sound without knowing their names. Pell left the path. He did not announce it. One moment Magnus was following a faint track between the trees. The next Pell stepped over a fallen iron ash limb and continued downslope through thicker growth. Magnus followed. Blackthorn caught his sleeve almost immediately. He pulled. The thorn held. Magnus pulled harder. Don't. Pell had stopped several paces ahead. Magnus looked at the snag.
It is only my sleeve.
That is precisely why you should learn on it. Pell came back and lifted the branch enough for Magnus to work the cloth free without tearing it. When you force through thorn, you leave cloth, hair, broken twigs, and bent growth behind you. If you're hunting an animal, it hears you. If you're hiding from someone, you've marked the direction you went. If you're simply trying to make it home before dark, you've wasted strength fighting a bush you could have gone around. Magnus looked at the narrow gap Pell had used. He had not noticed it. I thought moving quietly meant stepping quietly. That is one part of it. The woods are not a floor with trees growing out of it. Everything you touch can announce you. Pell straightened. You're watching your feet too much. If I don't watch them, I'll step on something. You will, until you learn not to. Magnus frowned. Pell turned and continued walking. That wasn't much of an explanation. No, it wasn't. Come here. Magnus caught up. Pell stopped beside a watchtower pine and pointed into the woods. Tell me what you can see from here. Magnus looked. Trees. Pell waited. Magnus realized that answer was not going to survive. Iron ash, pine, blackthorn. There is a fallen tree farther down, rocks past it. I think the ground drops after those. What else? Magnus listened. A bird. Several. Magnus concentrated harder. He heard one calling somewhere above them, another farther off, and something small moving through leaves. Pell tapped the side of his own head. You keep trying to look directly at whatever matters. That works in a yard. It works badly here. Look ahead far enough to know where you're going, but let the ground stay in the bottom of your sight. Listen while you move. Notice what changes. You don't need to stare at a branch to know it is there. That sounds like trying to pay attention to everything. It is. I can't. Neither can I. That surprised Magnus. Pell looked down the slope. The point isn't to see everything. The point is to stop deciding beforehand what matters. He walked on. Magnus followed more carefully. For the next stretch, Pell said very little. That made Magnus work harder. He began noticing differences because he had nothing else to do. Watchtower pine needles made the ground softer but hid sticks. Blackthorn meant slowing or going around. Iron ash roots created raised ridges beneath old leaves. Low bitterbark shrubs grew more often where the ground stayed damp. Pell identified one when Magnus asked, peeling back a tiny edge of bark with his knife and letting Magnus smell the sharp bitterness before pressing it closed again. Useful. Very, which is why you don't cut pieces off everyone you pass. Magnus looked at the shrub. What does it do? Tannin for leather, bitter washes. Some healers use preparations from the bark. Helena knows more of that than I do. You still knew what it was. A man who spends enough time away from a roof learns which plants help him and which ones make dying take longer. Magnus looked at him. Pell kept walking. That had sounded like more than forest lore. Magnus filed it away. They descended toward a narrow run of water where wet ground had collected between stones. Pell stopped so abruptly Magnus nearly walked into him. His hand came back across Magnus's chest. Stay where you are. The change in his voice did what Helena's warning had not. Magnus froze. Pell pointed toward a patch of sun beside a flat stone. Magnus saw nothing at first. Then the shape separated from the earth. A snake lay partly coiled beside the rock, its mottled body nearly invisible among dead leaves and damp stone. Its head was raised only slightly. March adder, Pell said quietly, do not move closer. Magnus stared. How close can it strike? Farther than you want to test. Pell slowly guided Magnus several steps back and took them around the other side of the watercourse. Only when the snake had disappeared behind brush did he speak normally again. That is another reason you stop staring at tracks once you find them. Men kneel down to study something interesting and put a hand beside an adder they never saw. Magnus looked back. You saw it before it moved. I saw the grave crow. Magnus looked up. A black bird sat high in an iron ash behind them. He had noticed it earlier and dismissed it. What did the crow have to do with the snake?
Nothing.
Magnus waited. Pell gave him the faintest trace of a smile. But when it left the ground suddenly, I looked where it had been.
Magnus stared at him. That seems unfair. To the snake. To me.
You'll survive. They crossed the creek. Not long afterward, Pell stopped beside a muddy patch beneath a leaning gray yew. This time he said nothing. Magnus nearly asked why they had stopped. Then he saw the ground. Something had torn it apart. Soil had been pushed aside in dark clumps. Roots had been exposed. A section of leaf litter had been turned over until the pale undersides showed. Magnus crouched. Something was digging. Pell lowered his pack beside the yew but remained standing. What do you think did it? Magnus looked for tracks. There were prints in the mud, but they were larger and broader than anything he knew well. Boar. What kind? Magnus hesitated. Black boar. Pell nodded once. Good, now don't look only at the print. Tell me what the animal was doing.
Magnus studied the disturbed earth. Eating. Likely. Roots.
Among other things. Magnus moved around the edge without stepping into the sign. The ground had been rooted repeatedly. One side of the yew bore a muddy smear perhaps as high as Magnus's thigh. Coarse black hairs had caught on a blackthorn branch nearby. He reached toward them. Pell's voice stopped him. Look before you touch. Magnus withdrew his hand. What am I looking for?
Anything that might make touching it foolish.
Magnus examined the thorn. No snake, no insect nest. The hairs themselves looked harmless. He pinched one free. It was coarse and surprisingly stiff. Black boar, Pell said. Large one, I think. That rub is too high for a young animal. Magnus looked around. Are they dangerous? A grown black boar can open your leg to the bone before you finish deciding whether you should have moved. Their hide is thick enough people use it behind shields and inside armor. If one charges you and brush this close, you don't get much time to become clever. Magnus looked at the rooted earth differently. Could you kill one with the bow?
Yes.
There was no boasting in the answer. Magnus looked at Pell's longbow. How? By not being where it can reach me, putting the arrow somewhere useful, and not shooting until I have a shot worth taking. Pell crouched then, bringing himself closer to Magnus's height. If you remember one thing about hunting, remember that. Wounding something is not the same as killing it. A bad shot gives you an animal that is frightened, hurt, angry, and running into country you may have to follow. Sometimes that is unavoidable. Carelessness is not. He touched the edge of one print. These are not fresh enough to worry me. If they were, we would go another way today.
Because I'm 6.
Because you're 6, because you don't know this country, because you cannot handle that bow yet, and because there is nothing impressive about creating a dangerous situation merely to prove we survived it. Magnus looked at the track. Bran would probably fight it. Bran is why sensible men invented distance. Magnus laughed. Pell did not follow it with another joke. He stood and looked around instead. Now tell me which way it went. Magnus followed the prints. They disappeared after several paces. He stopped. Pell waited. Magnus backed up. The last clean print pointed downslope. Beyond it, the soil became firmer. He searched for another hoofmark and found none. Then he remembered the turned leaves. Several farther down showed darker undersides. A blackthorn branch had been pushed outward rather than inward. That way. Pell glanced where he pointed. Why? Magnus explained. Pell listened to all of it before answering. The branch may have been bent yesterday. The leaves may have been turned by anything. Never build your certainty from one sign when you can build it from 5. But yes, it went downslope. Magnus felt a small surge of satisfaction. Pell ruined it immediately. You missed the dung. Magnus looked around. It was 3 feet from him. He sighed. Pell picked up his pack. Good, you're learning. Magnus was beginning to understand Pell's definition of learning. It involved being wrong very often. They ate beside the creek near midday. Helena had packed dark bread, hard cheese, 2 boiled eggs, cold sliced mutton, an apple, a little sack of salt, and enough food beyond that for Pell to look offended on principle. Magnus ate most of it. While he was finishing the second egg, Pell took the smaller bow from his pack. Magnus stopped chewing. Pell laid it across his knees. This is gray yew. Not particularly fine gray yew, but straight enough, seasoned properly, and light enough that you can learn without ruining your shoulder. Magnus swallowed. You made it. No, I'm a better judge of bows than a bowyer. He ran his thumb over the grain. The wood matters. So does the tiller, the string, the draw weight, the length, how it was dried, and whether the man who made it understood what the wood wanted to become. You will learn enough to inspect your equipment. You do not need to pretend that makes you the craftsman who built it. Magnus took the bow when Pell offered it. The grip fit his hand. He liked it immediately. Pell saw that too. Do not start loving a weapon before you know whether it shoots straight. Magnus looked along the curve. How long before I can actually hunt with it? That depends on you. I am not taking you after living game until you can put an arrow where you intend often enough that I trust the animal won't pay for your impatience. Magnus considered arguing. He knew Pell was right. That was inconvenient. Pell continued. Your father already explained branches to you. Yes, he said what you teach me won't make me a hunter. It won't. Tracking does not belong to hunters. Archery does not belong to marksmen. Hunting does not belong to us either. My root and branch reinforce those things because I spent enough of my life doing them for the path to recognize what I had become. That gives me advantages you will never have. Magnus turned the bow in his hands. Then why should I spend years learning something my class won't help me with? Pell did not answer immediately. He leaned back against the gray yew and looked through the trees toward the creek. When you are hungry, it will not matter what root you have if you can put meat over a fire. When you are lost, a branch name will not show you north. If something dangerous is following you, knowing what made the tracks may matter more than knowing how well you swing an axe. And if a man 50 paces away means to kill you, I would rather you understand a bow than complain that Berserker never opened marksman. Magnus looked down at the bow. Pell's voice remained matter of fact. Classes make people better at things. They do not make every other useful skill forbidden. That made sense, more than sense. It fit what Magnus had already begun to suspect about Berserker. Nobody knew what the root wanted from him. That did not mean he had to wait for it to tell him. Pell stood. Now get up. You have spent enough time admiring the bow. The first lesson barely involved the target. Pell corrected Magnus's feet, then his grip, then the angle of his bow arm, then the shoulder Magnus kept lifting as he drew. After the fourth attempt, Magnus's back had begun aching in places spear drills had not touched. Pell stepped behind him and pressed 2 fingers between his shoulder blade and spine. You are trying to drag the string back with your arm. Keep doing that and you'll build the wrong movement until it feels natural. Draw again and think about bringing the shoulder back instead. Magnus tried. It felt strange. Pell made him let the string down without shooting. Again, down, again, down. After perhaps a dozen repetitions, Magnus looked toward the knot Pell had cut into a fallen piece of watchtower pine. Am I actually going to loose an arrow today? Yes, when I stop seeing you damage yourself every time you draw. That answer was difficult to argue with. Magnus drew again. This time Pell did not touch him. Better, hold, feel where the tension is. Magnus did. His forearm worked, but so did his back. Now let it down. Magnus lowered the string. Pell handed him an arrow. The shaft was light iron ash, straight and smooth beneath Magnus's fingers. Do everything the same. The arrow changes nothing until you release it. That turned out to be untrue in every way that mattered to Magnus. The presence of the arrow made him want to shoot. He drew too quickly. His shoulder rose. Pell stopped him. They began again. When Magnus finally released, the arrow passed well to the left of the pine and vanished into blackthorn. Pell closed his eyes briefly. Magnus stared at the empty space where the arrow had gone. I thought I had it lined up. You thought a great many things. Magnus looked at him. Pell pointed toward the blackthorn. Go find it, do not tear your sleeve this time. The arrow took nearly 15 minutes to recover. When Magnus returned, Pell had not moved. That was one arrow. Magnus handed it over. Pell inspected the shaft, straight enough again. The second struck the watchtower pine, nowhere near the knot. Magnus did not care. The sound of the arrow hitting wood sent a ridiculous burst of pleasure through him. Pell looked at the shaft, then at Magnus. You hit a tree large enough to build half a watchtower. Try not to become unbearable. Magnus smiled anyway. By the end of the afternoon, he could strike the fallen pine more often than he missed it. Pell stopped before Magnus wanted to, naturally. My arms are not tired yet. Your groups have opened for the last 6 shots, your shoulder is rising again, and twice you released before settling your feet. You are tired enough that continuing will teach you to shoot badly. I could keep going. I am sure you could, that is not the same question. Magnus looked at the target. Pell began gathering the arrows. Your father warned me about that. Magnus frowned. About what? That you think stopping and failing are the same thing. Magnus almost answered too quickly. They were not the same thing, he knew that, knowing it did not make stopping pleasant. Pell pushed the recovered arrows into the quiver. A man who trains one good movement 50 times has practiced that movement 50 times. A man who does it well 50 times and badly another 100 because he refuses to stop has practiced being tired and sloppy twice as much as he practiced being good. There are times to work through exhaustion. There are also times when exhaustion changes the lesson. Magnus looked at his bow arm. It had begun trembling slightly. He had not noticed until Pell made him look. All right, I'm finished. For today. Pell shouldered the pack. We still have to get home. The return journey was not the same route. Magnus realized that after perhaps half an hour. He also realized Pell was no longer choosing the easy ground. The older man moved through stands of iron ash, around dense blackthorn, across shallow water, and along a stony rise where ridge lizards warmed themselves in the remaining sun. Once Pell pointed out fresh woundwort growing beside a damp bank, and made Magnus distinguish it from a similar broad-leafed plant before explaining why Helena kept the dried herb in the house. Farther on he showed Magnus battle yarrow in a patch of open ground and bitebin growing near the edge of a rocky seep where March adders were common. He did not make Magnus memorize every use. He made him identify the plants again 20 minutes later. Magnus got bitebin wrong. Pell sent him back to look at it. Near sunset they heard grave crows ahead. Several. Pell stopped. Magnus did too. What does that mean? Pell glanced toward him. What do you think it means? Something dead. Probably, or something nearly dead. Magnus listened. The crows were noisy beyond the rise. Pell did not continue toward them. Aren't we going to see what it is? No. Magnus waited for the reason. Pell gave it without making him drag it out. Because carrion draws more than crows, ashwolves will investigate a carcass, so will grave wolves, bears may. Men do too, and men are often the least predictable thing in the woods. We have learned enough today without walking toward a gathering of scavengers at dusk simply because we're curious. Magnus looked toward the sound. He wanted to know badly, then he looked at Pell. You want to know too? Of course I do. But we're leaving. Yes. Magnus thought about that as they turned away. Pell did not lack curiosity. He simply did not obey every curiosity he felt. That seemed worth remembering. They reached the farm with the last light still caught along the western edge of the fields. Helena met them at the door. Her eyes went first to Magnus's face, then his hands, then the rest of him. No blood. Not his, Pell said. Helena's gaze snapped toward him. Pell paused. That was poorly phrased. There was no blood at all. Magnus laughed before he could help it. Helena stared at Pell long enough to make the older man look almost uncomfortable. Then she took Magnus's pack. What did you actually teach him? Pell stepped inside only after knocking mud from his boots, mostly how little he sees. Magnus followed. That was not all of it. No, he can now identify black boar sign if the animal has been kind enough to churn half the forest floor first. He knows what a March adder looks like before putting his hand beside one. He can distinguish woundwort from one plant he should not be picking, and he hit a very large pine several times with a bow. Helena looked at Magnus. A very large pine. I hit it more than I missed by the end. That is better than shooting the house. Pell removed his bow and leaned it carefully near the door. He listens when it matters. He also wants to continue after the useful part of training has ended. Edric had entered from the adjoining room in time to hear that. I wondered how long it would take you to notice. Magnus sighed. I stopped when Pell told me to. Both men looked at him. Magnus spread his hands. I did. Pell nodded. He did. He merely spent some time being unhappy about it first. That still counts. It does. Edric pulled out a chair. How often do you want him? Pell took longer to answer that question. Every third day would be useful. Less often and I'll spend too much time reteaching what he forgot. More often and I start taking time away from what you and Bran are doing. Edric considered it. You'll keep him this deep every time. No, some days farther, some days closer. He needs repetition, but if I always walk the same route, he learns a route rather than the woods. That seemed to settle something for Edric. Every third day then, provided the farm work is done. Helena put the food bundle Pell had returned nearly empty on the table, and provided somebody remembers that he needs twice the food you think he does. Pell nodded toward her. That part was established before we reached the first creek. Magnus sat down. His legs were tired. His back ached from drawing the bow. There was a shallow blackthorn scratch across one wrist and dirt beneath every fingernail. He wanted to go again tomorrow. He would have to wait 3 days. The idea irritated him. The fact that there was now something worth waiting for pleased him more. The routine settled around him after that, not at once. Nothing important did, but days repeated and repetition became years. Magnus trained before the farm was properly awake. What had begun with a handful of push-ups, squats, hangs, and short runs grew as his body grew. Edric added distance, load, and harder movements slowly enough that Magnus complained about the pace and quickly enough that Helena occasionally accused both of them of having forgotten what ordinary boys did before breakfast. Then came work. Animals needed feeding regardless of whether Magnus had trained well. Wood still needed splitting. Water still had to be carried. Fences broke. Barley did not harvest itself. Sheep developed a talent for creating problems in precisely the hours Magnus would rather have spent with a weapon. Edric's instruction fit around those obligations. Spear and shield remained the foundation. Defensive stance became less something Magnus arranged and more something his body could find as soon as his feet touched the ground. Edric taught him formation habits even when there was no formation to stand in. Keeping room for the man beside him, controlling a spear without fouling another weapon, moving backward without tangling his feet, receiving force without surrendering balance. Bran usually claimed the afternoon. As Magnus became large enough to handle heavier weapons safely, Bran expanded what he taught. Axe, maul, greatsword, polearms, the ugly mechanics of leverage, how a weapon changed when the enemy came too close. Why power that could not be recovered from quickly enough was often merely a dramatic way to miss. Battle stance became the other half of Magnus's martial education. He kept working on the seam between the two. Slowly, for years, every third day Pell took him into the woods. Gray yew bows grew heavier as Magnus grew stronger. Iron ash arrows became familiar beneath his fingers. The forest stopped being a wall of green and became country. Blackthorn recorded passage. Bitterbark marked damp ground. Watchtower pine told him something about soil and elevation. Grave crows told him where not to wander thoughtlessly. Ashwolf tracks stopped looking like large dog prints once Pell taught him to notice gait, spacing, and the difference between an animal passing through and a pack testing a place. Black boar rooting could tell him whether animals had fed there one night ago or several. A bent plant ceased being evidence by itself. A print ceased being a track by itself. Sign became a collection of small truths that only mattered when they agreed. Pell taught him shooting from standing, kneeling, and awkward ground. He taught him how wind behaved differently beneath trees and across open cuts. Magnus learned that a clear line to a target did not necessarily mean a clear line for an arrow once branches, movement, and distance were involved. Then came hunting. At first Magnus only followed. Later Pell let him choose the route. Later still the shot. There were misses. There were wounded animals that had to be followed, and Pell never allowed Magnus to pretend those failures were meaningless. There were clean kills too. Those mattered differently. By 15, the structure of Magnus's days had become so ordinary to him that he rarely thought of it as training unless something changed. He rose before sunrise and went through the physical routine that had been growing with him for 9 years. He ran, he lifted and carried. He worked through movements that had once exhausted him before breakfast. Then he ate. Then came the day's farm work and whatever Edric intended to teach. By afternoon, Bran usually had him somewhere in the yard with a weapon in his hands. Every third day, Pell took him beyond the fields and roads into the deeper woods. At 6, Magnus had followed close enough to see Pell's boots. At 15, Pell sometimes disappeared ahead of him deliberately. Magnus had become very good at finding him. Not good enough. Pell still occasionally vanished so completely that Magnus would stand among iron ash and gray yew, studying broken light, disturbed moss, bent blackthorn, and the faintest changes in leaf litter, while irritation slowly turned into admiration. 9 years of instruction had changed many things. It had not answered one question. Magnus still had no idea where Pell had learned to move like that, and Pell still had no intention of telling him. Chapter 10. Harvest Day. Harvest Day began with Edric trying to put Magnus on his back. 9 years earlier, that had required little more than a well-timed shove. Now it took work. Magnus felt the pressure come through the rim of the practice shield and sank into defensive stance before Edric could drive through him. His left foot slid half a handspan across the packed earth, stopped and held. The impact traveled through his forearm and shoulder, down his back and into bent legs already tired from the morning run. Edric pressed harder. Magnus led him. The yard smelled of damp soil, straw, and the faint smoke drifting from Helena's kitchen chimney. Beyond the fence, the harvested barley fields had been reduced to pale stubble. Golden chaff still clung in wind-blown drifts along one hedgerow where the thrashing had been finished 2 days earlier. Somewhere along the road, a wagon rattled toward the village, followed by laughter Magnus could hear even from the yard. Edric shifted his weight. Magnus felt it, there. He stopped trying to resist. The instant Edric's pressure changed, Magnus turned his hips, let the shield slip offline and stepped through the transition he had once spent entire afternoons trying to understand. Defensive became battle. No pause, no awkward moment with his weight caught between his feet. The blunted spear in his right hand came around with him. Magnus drove the shaft toward Edric's ribs and followed behind it, already stepping to keep the advantage before his father could recover. Edric caught the thrust against his own shield. Magnus struck again. Edric gave ground. That alone would once have been enough to make Magnus grin. He knew better now. Edric's rear foot planted. Magnus saw it too late. The shield disappeared from his spear point. Edric stepped inside, hooked Magnus's ankle with the lower end of his practice spear and drove his shoulder into Magnus's chest. The sky rotated. Magnus hit the dirt on his back hard enough to empty his lungs. He lay there for a moment staring upward. Edric appeared above him. You were pleased with yourself. Magnus drew breath carefully, for about 2 seconds. That was one too many. Edric offered his hand. Magnus took it and came up. At 15, he no longer had to reach far to meet his father's eyes. Another year might remove the difference completely. The thought had begun occurring to him more often lately. Edric stepped back and rested the practice spear against one shoulder. The transition was better. Magnus brushed dirt from the back of his shirt. It felt right until you tripped me. The stance was right, your judgment afterward wasn't. You had me moving backward and decided that meant I was losing balance. Those are not the same thing. Magnus replayed it. Edric had yielded ground deliberately. He should have noticed the rear foot. I was watching the shield. You were watching the thing you wanted to beat. Magnus frowned at him. Edric's expression barely changed. Pell has been telling you the same thing in the woods since you were 6. That was irritating because it was true. Magnus retrieved his shield. Again. Edric looked toward the road. Another wagon rolled past the gap between the fields, this one piled high with sacks and baskets. 2 children sat atop the load, waving at someone Magnus could not see. Behind them came 3 men walking with bows over their shoulders and a woman leading a mill horse decorated with braided strips of yellow cloth. No. Magnus glanced back. We haven't been out here long. You ran before dawn, finished the lower pasture fence, hauled water, fed the sheep, and spent most of the last hour trying to knock me over. That is enough before breakfast. Magnus looked toward the wagon. The road had been like that since sunrise. Everyone seemed to be going somewhere, everyone except them. Are we really not going? Edric began collecting the practice weapons. We discussed this yesterday. You and Mother discussed it. I was told the conclusion. That is usually how parents discussing their own plans works. Magnus followed him toward the barn. They're saying there'll be contests this year. There are contests every year. Bran said Brookshire hired musicians from farther south. He said there will be an arms exhibition too. Bran also claimed last winter that he'd once beaten 3 men at once while standing on a table. He said 2 men. Edric looked at him. Magnus considered. Actually, it may have become 3 by the end. Edric carried the practice shields inside. That is how Bran remembers most things. Magnus leaned the spear into its rack and glanced once more through the open barn door. People had been preparing for the festival all week. Hardsoil rye packed into sacks for sale, barley loaded for brewers, baskets of winter apples from orchards farther south, wool washed and bundled, wheels repaired, harness oiled, honey sealed into little clay jars, wax packed beside it. Helena herself had traded 3 rounds of cheese and a sack of onions to Mara 2 days earlier because Mara's family was taking a wagon into Brookshire and had agreed to sell them for her. Magnus had asked then why they did not simply go themselves. Helena had looked at Edric. Edric had looked at Helena. That had been the end of the discussion. They were not fearful people. They simply disliked crowds with an almost professional dedication. Edric preferred his fields. Helena preferred knowing where everything in her kitchen was. Both seemed to regard spending an entire day shoulder to shoulder with several thousand strangers as something sensible people avoided when possible. Magnus did not, at least not today. I could go without you. Edric stopped. Magnus immediately regretted how the words had sounded. He continued before his father could answer. I don't mean alone on the road. Half the village is going. The Hellers are going. Joran's family left an hour ago. I could travel with them and come back with the evening wagons. Edric set the last shield aside. You've thought this through. For several days. That explains why you've been unusually helpful. Magnus decided there was no safe answer to that. Edric wiped his hands on his trousers. I am not saying no, I'm saying you need to speak to your mother as well. Magnus stared at him. That is very different from what you said yesterday. Yesterday, I thought you wanted us to go with you. I did. And now? Magnus looked toward the road. Now I mostly want to go. Edric's mouth twitched. Eat first. That was as close to victory as Magnus expected before Helena became involved. He went inside hungry enough to make the argument dangerous. Helena had made barley porridge thick with milk, honey, and chopped winter apple, along with eggs and yesterday's dark rye bread. Magnus ate through the first bowl while she listened to him explain his proposal. She did not interrupt. That worried him more than interruption would have. By the time he reached the part about returning with the evening wagons, she had put another piece of bread on his plate without asking and taken her own seat across from him. "You've planned the road," she said when he finished. "You have not said much about what happens once you reach Brookshire." Magnus swallowed. "I go to the festival." "I understood that part. There will be people from here everywhere. There will also be people from 20 other villages, estate households, merchants, legion men on leave, apprentices with coin in their pockets and more ale in them than sense, and every fool in Brookshire who has spent the last month waiting for an excuse to behave badly in public." Magnus looked toward Edric. His father was very interested in his breakfast. Helena noticed. "Do not look at him. He did not have to spend the morning washing you after you came home from Brookshire covered in whatever trouble you found. I was 6 the last time we went. That is part of my objection. You were easier to carry then." Magnus tried not to smile. Helena rested both hands around her cup. "I am not worried about you getting lost, Magnus. Pell has spent 9 years making certain you could find this farm from places I would rather not know he took you. I am not even particularly worried about the road. What concerns me is that you have spent most of those 9 years here, in the fields or in the woods with men who know exactly what kind of boy you are." "What kind of boy am I?" Edric made a low sound into his cup. Helena ignored him. "The kind who thinks being able to endure something is an argument for doing it." Magnus opened his mouth. Helena raised one finger. "And before you object, your father found you doing your exercises with a sack of barley tied across your shoulders after specifically telling you not to add weight until he showed you how. That was 2 years ago. You remember it clearly enough." Magnus sat back. She continued more gently. "Brookshire is not dangerous merely because it is larger. It is simply full of people who do not know you and you do not know them. That matters." Magnus looked down at the remnants of porridge in his bowl. He understood the concern. He also hated it. "If I keep avoiding Brookshire because there might be someone unpleasant there, when am I supposed to stop?" Helena became quiet. That was the better argument and all 3 of them knew it. Magnus continued. "I don't want to leave the farm, I just want to spend 1 day at the festival. I have coin, I know the road, I can stay with people from the village. If something feels wrong, I leave." Edric finally spoke. "I told him I was willing to consider it." Helena looked at her husband. "You told him that before speaking to me." "I told him he needed to speak to you." "That is a very farmer's distinction." "It is an accurate one." Magnus watched them. Helena's attention returned to him. "What weapon were you planning to carry?" Magnus tried not to answer too eagerly. "The axe." Edric stopped eating. Helena stared. "Which axe?" "The long one Bran gave me." "That is not an axe a boy carries to buy honey cakes. It has an edge cover. That does not make it smaller." Magnus glanced toward the wall beside the door where the weapon currently leaned. The axe stood nearly to his shoulder, ash-hafted and two-handed, with a broad bearded head Bran had selected precisely because it demanded proper leverage rather than forgiving bad technique. It was not some monstrous executioner's weapon. Bran would have mocked such a thing as an excellent way to tire before the fighting began. It was still considerably heavier than the swords most young men carried. "There are weapons contests," Magnus said. Helena closed her eyes briefly. "I should have known Bran was involved somewhere." A knock sounded at the door. Magnus looked toward it. Edric did not. "Speak of the bastard." Helena gave him a look. Edric shrugged. "He'll survive." Magnus was already getting up. Bran came in without waiting for Magnus to finish opening the door. Pell followed more slowly. Someone else stood behind them. Magnus recognized her immediately. That was not the surprising part. The surprising part was that Abigail Heller had come with them. He had known Bran's daughter for most of his life. Their farms were close enough that pretending otherwise would have been ridiculous. Magnus had seen her carrying milk, helping Mara with wool, driving sheep, sitting on the Heller wall during summer evenings, and once throwing a rotten apple hard enough to strike her younger cousin squarely between the shoulders at a distance Pell would probably have approved of. She had simply never come with Bran when he arrived to train Magnus. Today she wore a dark green wool dress belted closely enough for walking, with a clean cream-colored underdress showing at the sleeves. Her brown hair, usually tied back however was most convenient for work, had been braided and pinned behind her head with two narrow yellow ribbons worked through it. Magnus had seen Abigail hundreds of times. Apparently he had not looked at her recently. He realized he had been standing in the doorway too long. Abigail raised her eyebrows. "Are you going to let us in?" Magnus moved immediately. "Of course, I didn't know you were coming." That much was obvious. There was amusement in her voice, but she did not linger over his discomfort. She stepped past him into the house and greeted Helena. Magnus shut the door and discovered that Pell had noticed everything. The older man said nothing. That was somehow worse. Bran was already speaking to Edric. "We've come to rescue your boy from a lifetime of misery. The whole village is halfway to Brookshire, and I could hear him sulking from my pasture." "I was not sulking." Bran turned. "You've been asking everyone who passes whether they're going to the festival." "I asked 3 people. A model of restraint." Helena set another cup on the table. "Why is Abigail with you?" Bran's expression changed into the weary look of a father who had apparently been fighting a similar battle at home. "Because my daughter has informed me that keeping a girl of 15 away from the harvest festival, while nearly every friend she possesses is already there, constitutes an offense against nature, decency, and possibly the gods." Abigail removed her cloak. "I did not mention the gods." "You were working toward them." "I said there was no sensible reason I could not go with the village wagons." Bran pointed toward her. "You see, the prosecution rests." Abigail looked at Helena instead. "My mother doesn't want to spend the day in Brookshire either. Father said he would take me, but then spent the entire morning complaining about how crowded the town would be. I told him I would rather stay home than listen to him complain all the way there." Bran's mouth opened. She continued before he could defend himself. "And Pell was coming this way, so father decided to ask whether Magnus was going." Magnus looked at Bran. "You came here because Abigail wants to go." Bran considered that. "I came because your father owns better cider than I do, and because Pell refuses to sit in my kitchen when my wife is cleaning it." The girl merely provided direction. Pell had taken his usual place near the hearth. Mara told him to get out. Bran looked offended. "She asked us to make ourselves useful elsewhere." "That is how your wife tells you to get out." Helena smiled despite herself. The conversation loosened after that, not into argument, into the comfortable sort of disagreement Magnus had watched among the 4 adults for years. Pell accepted bread without asking whether he was staying for the meal. Bran refilled his cup from the cider jug after Helena pointed at it. Edric shifted the bench so everyone had room. Abigail sat near Helena and immediately began discussing which families had already gone ahead to Brookshire. Magnus stood there for several moments before realizing the decision about his day might now be happening without him. He sat. Abigail noticed. "Are you trying to go too?" "I've been trying since yesterday." "Then perhaps between the 2 of us they'll realize we are capable of walking down a road." Helena looked at her. "It is not the walking that concerns us." Abigail's expression softened rather than becoming argumentative. "I know, my mother said much the same thing, but Joran's family is already there. The Millers are taking 2 wagons. Mara said the Leth girls are going. We wouldn't be alone unless we tried very hard to be." Bran leaned back in his chair. "That is the trouble. At their age, trying very hard to be alone becomes something of a pastime." Abigail's face flushed. "Father, Bran immediately lifted both hands. All right, that was unnecessary. It was the speed with which he backed off that made Magnus look at him. Bran could be loud, he could be embarrassing, but he was not cruel with his daughter. Edric rubbed a thumb along the side of his cup. If they go, they travel with the village wagons. They don't leave Brookshire alone, and they come back with the evening group whether they feel finished or not. Helena glanced at him. You've decided already. No, I've decided what the conditions would be if we decide. You've spent too much time explaining regulations to this boy. Magnus knew that was directed at Edric. Bran answered anyway. No such thing. Look what happened when Pell got hold of him. He can identify dung at 50 paces and thinks that is a personality. Magnus stared at him. Pell broke off a piece of bread. It is usually closer than 50. Abigail covered her mouth. Magnus looked around the table and decided he had somehow become the subject without contributing anything. Can we return to whether I'm allowed to go? Helena's smile faded, though not completely. Yes, we can. The room settled. She looked first at Magnus, then at Abigail. You both understand that Brookshire will be crowded enough today that if you lose sight of each other, finding one another again may not be simple. Abigail nodded. Magnus did the same. Helena continued. You keep your coin divided instead of carrying everything in one purse. You do not follow anyone into a private house because they promise you something interesting inside. You do not gamble with people you do not know. You do not drink enough that your judgment becomes somebody else's problem. Magnus frowned. I barely drink. I know, I would like that fact to remain useful. Abigail looked much more accustomed to this conversation. My mother already gave me almost the same speech. Then Mara is sensible. Bran sighed. I am sitting directly here. Helena ignored him. If there is trouble, you find someone from the village, a temple officer, guildhouse staff if you're near them, or a town watchman. You do not decide that being capable of handling trouble means you should. That last part was directed at Magnus. He knew it. I understand. Helena watched him for another moment. Do you? Magnus could have said yes again. Instead, he thought about it. If somebody is looking for an argument, I leave. If I can get Abigail and myself away from something without fighting, I do that first. Abigail turned her head slightly at the inclusion of herself. Helena seemed to notice too. That is what I wanted to hear. Magnus relaxed, then Bran put down his cup. There's one more thing. Something in his voice changed. Not entirely serious. Serious enough that Magnus straightened anyway. Bran leaned both forearms on his knees and looked directly at him. She's my daughter, lad. I know the two of you are nearly grown and neither of you needs me following 10 paces behind all day, so I'm trusting you to look after each other. Stay out of places you've no business being. Don't let anybody separate you if something feels wrong. And if Abigail comes back to me with so much as one hair out of place on her head, don't trouble yourself walking home. Find a respectable household in Brookshire and ask whether they've need of another son. Abigail groaned. Father, for the love of... Bran was already smiling. Edric lowered his face toward his cup. Helena's mouth had tightened suspiciously at the corners. Even Pell looked marginally entertained. Magnus heard none of that properly. Responsibility settled into him with uncomfortable clarity. Bran trusted him, not simply to walk beside Abigail, to bring her back safe. Magnus met his eyes. I'll keep her safe. Bran's smile remained for a moment, then something changed in it. Not alarm. Recognition, perhaps, that Magnus had taken a joke somewhere Bran had not intended it to go. Magnus, I was mostly... I understand you're joking. That seemed to relieve him. Magnus continued, but I'll still keep her safe. Abigail stared at him. Bran rubbed one hand over his beard. All right, just remember she is perfectly capable of telling you when she does not need saving. I am sitting here, Abigail said. I know exactly where you are. You've spent the last 5 minutes discussing me as though Magnus is borrowing one of your sheep. Bran turned toward her. That sheep would be easier to manage. Abigail's eyes narrowed. Bran wisely reached for his cider. Magnus looked between them and felt suddenly less certain about the assignment. Pell caught his eye. She has been Bran's daughter longer than you've been her escort. Magnus waited. Pell continued, keep that in mind. This time Magnus understood immediately. Abigail did not need a guard following behind her. She needed someone traveling with her. There was a difference. Probably, he would work it out on the road. By mid-morning, the village barely resembled itself. Harvest had pulled everyone outside. The lane beside the mill was crowded with wagons, handcarts, horses, and people dressed in the best clothing they owned that could still survive a muddy road. Sacks of common barley and hard-soil rye had been stacked beneath waxed cloth. Winter apples filled baskets lined with straw. Someone had brought 2 cages of dovecote whites that objected loudly every time the cart jolted. Bundled wool occupied nearly half another wagon, besides small sealed jars of honey and pale blocks of hive wax wrapped in cloth. Children ran between adults until someone shouted at them to stay clear of the wheels. A mill horse stamped beside the well while its owner tightened a harness strap. Yellow and rust-red ribbons had been braided through its mane, decorations it endured with the expression of an animal accustomed to human foolishness. Magnus stood beside Bran's house fastening the leather-edged cover over his axe. Abigail came out carrying a small purse tied beneath her belt and a rolled cloak over one arm. She looked at the axe. You are really taking that. There are weapon contests. You could take a sword. I could. She waited. Magnus tightened the strap over the axe head. Abigail sighed. I begin to understand why Father enjoys speaking to you. Magnus slung the weapon across his back. The weight settled comfortably between his shoulders. Your father mostly enjoys hearing himself speak. That is the first clever thing you've said to me all morning. Magnus looked at her. Abigail smiled and started toward the road before he could decide what response she expected. He followed. That was becoming irritating, not her. The strange feeling that every ordinary sentence required more thought than fighting Bran with a practice axe. Magnus could read a broken trail through wet leaves. He could judge whether a black boar had passed yesterday or 3 days earlier. He could put an arrow into a moving target from distances that would once have seemed absurd. Apparently none of those skills explained what to do when Abigail smiled at him. He decided Pell had neglected an important part of his education. They joined the road beside one of Joran's wagons. For the first mile, there were perhaps 30 people around them. By the second, other roads had begun feeding into theirs. Farm families, tenant workers, craftsmen with goods packed beneath canvas, young men walking in groups, weapons at their belts. Women carrying baskets. A pair of hunters with an ashwolf hide rolled across the back of a packhorse, the gray-black pelt attracting children whenever the wagon slowed. Magnus glanced at it as they passed. The animal had been large, not especially old. The damage along the shoulder looked like spear work. He was still studying it when Abigail touched his arm. Magnus. He looked at her. She pointed ahead. Brookshire had appeared beyond the rise. He had seen the town before. He still stopped. The Brookshire of his childhood memory had been stone, crowds, temple corridors, and the uncomfortable awareness that something about him had frightened adults who should have known what they were looking at. This was different. Color had reached the town before they had. Long strips of harvest cloth hung between buildings near the outer market. Yellow, brown, green, and deep red moved in the morning breeze. Bundles of dried grain had been tied above doors. Wagons crowded the approach road until the line slowed to walking pace. Music drifted over the roofs, not one musician, several, pipe, drum. Something stringed Magnus could not identify from this distance. Then came the smells: bread, roasting meat, hot fat, apples cooking with spice, wood smoke, ale, horse sweat, honey. Someone farther ahead had begun selling food before people were even through the gate. Abigail's entire face changed. There. She pointed toward a row of temporary stalls beyond the town entrance. Magnus saw nothing meaningful. What am I looking at? The blue awning beside the cider stall. Lysa told me her aunt would be selling ribbons there. You know people here. Abigail turned toward him. Did you think I only existed when Father brought me to your farm? Magnus felt heat climb his neck. No, I meant I didn't know you had friends in Brookshire. I have been here more than twice in my life. That isn't what I meant either. She studied him for a moment, then Mercy appeared. I know. Magnus exhaled. They moved with the crowd. Brookshire swallowed them gradually. The road narrowed between houses and shop fronts. A smith had dragged a rack of polished tools outside his workshop. A Fletcher displayed bundled arrows beneath a canvas awning. Farmers shouted prices over baskets of winter apples and sacks of grain. Someone had built a fenced ring farther down one street where two men were already wrestling while a crowd shouted around them. Magnus's attention snapped toward it. Abigail saw, "You've been in town for less than 3 minutes." "I'm only looking. Your father said exactly the same thing about you." That was unfair, probably. Magnus followed her toward the blue awning. He could feel the coin in his purse, the axe across his back, the crowded town opening around them. For the first time in years, there was nothing he was expected to train, repair, track, carry, feed, or harvest before sunset. The entire day belonged to them. Bran's ridiculous warning remained lodged somewhere in the back of Magnus's mind. Keep an eye on each other. Bring her home safe. He glanced toward Abigail. She had already spotted someone in the crowd and was raising one hand, smiling in recognition. Two girls near the ribbon stall waved back. Magnus had just enough time to realize that he knew neither of them before Abigail caught his sleeve. "Come on, I want you to meet them." Magnus looked once toward the wrestling ring, then toward the food stalls, then at the two girls waiting for them. Of all the things Pell, Edric, and Bran had prepared him to face, this seemed unexpectedly dangerous. He went anyway. Chapter 11. A Matter of Honor. By early afternoon, Magnus understood why Edric and Helena disliked Brookshire on festival days. There were too many people to walk anywhere in a straight line. The broad market street that had seemed enormous when he was 6 had narrowed beneath bodies, awnings, carts, temporary cook fairs, livestock pens, and tables dragged out in front of shops. Harvest cloth hung between upper windows. Yellow and russet streamers stirred above a crowd thick enough that Magnus occasionally lost sight of people 10 paces away. The musicians had moved twice since morning. Magnus knew because Abigail had followed them both times. He had followed Abigail. At first that had seemed perfectly reasonable. Bran had entrusted her to him. By noon, Abigail had noticed. "You have been standing behind me for the better part of 2 hours." Magnus looked away from a group of apprentices carrying cups of cider past them. "I haven't." "You have." "I went to see the archery contest." "For perhaps 20 minutes, then you came back and stood behind me again." They were beside the blue awning ribbon stall where Abigail had first introduced him to Lysa Dorn and Celia Marr. Lysa was the daughter of a Brookshire cooper. Celia's family kept an alehouse near the Eastern Market. Both had greeted Magnus pleasantly enough before discovering that embarrassing Abigail in front of him was considerably more entertaining. Magnus had discovered that Pell's advice about maintaining awareness became difficult when 3 girls were discussing him within hearing distance. Abigail folded her arms. "My father was joking." "I know. You keep saying that while behaving as though he gave you charge of a prison cart." Magnus rubbed a thumb against the worn leather of his belt. "He also said we should look after each other." "That part was not a joke." "Neither was my mother telling me not to drink myself stupid or wander into somebody's house. But I would like to spend an hour with my friends without looking over my shoulder and finding you studying every man who comes near us." Lysa, who was examining a length of red ribbon, made a quiet sound suspiciously close to laughter. Magnus ignored her. "I don't study every man who comes near you." Abigail stared at him. Magnus considered several examples from the last hour and decided not to continue that argument. She softened. Magnus, I am not asking you to leave Brookshire. Go watch the weapons exhibition. Go buy whatever terrible fried thing you have been staring at since we arrived. I will stay with Lysa and Celia. We meet at the harvest pole before the evening bells and return with Joran's wagons. That was the agreement. Magnus looked toward the center of the market. The harvest pole was impossible to miss, a tall stripped trunk wrapped in cloth, grain sheaves, and autumn flowers, rising above the crowd where three streets met. You'll stay together. Celia answered before Abigail could. I promise we will protect her from the terrible dangers of ribbons, musicians, and watered cider. Magnus looked at her. Celia's smile faltered. Abigail slapped his arm. She is making fun of you. I noticed. Then stop looking at her like Pell just asked you where you found tracks. That made Lysa laugh openly. Magnus felt his ears getting warm. Abigail saw that too, and to her credit did not make it worse. She touched his forearm. Go, enjoy yourself. I am not disappearing. Magnus hesitated, then nodded. All right, harvest pole before the evening bells. Before them, if you're late, I am telling Father you lost me. Magnus pointed at her. That isn't funny. Her smile widened. It is a little funny. Magnus left before the other girls could join in. For the next 2 hours he managed, almost successfully, to forget that Bran Heller had entrusted his daughter's continued survival to him. The weapons exhibition helped. 2 Legion veterans demonstrated spear work against a pair of younger warriors. A traveling arms warrior split a suspended block of hardwood with a mana-reinforced greatsword strike that drove a cheer out of half the square. Magnus spent 12 coppers at a smith's stall handling a narrow-headed war hammer. He had no intention of buying simply because its balance interested him. He watched the wrestling. He ate something Helena would have described as an insult to proper food: minced pork, onion, and hard cheese wrapped in dough, fried in tallow and drowned in a sauce hot enough to make his eyes water. Then he ate another. He found the archery range again. Pell would have hated the wind. The temporary targets had been erected in an open field beyond the buildings, where gusts came between warehouses hard enough to move arrows visibly. Magnus watched 2 men miss because they fought the wind instead of accounting for it, and experienced the deeply satisfying realization that he knew exactly what they had done wrong. The afternoon slipped away. Then the temple bells sounded once, not evening, but later than Magnus expected. He turned toward the harvest pole. The crowd had become thicker, drunker too. The change was obvious. Men who had been merely loud at midday now leaned against one another. Ale had been spilled across the street near the brewer's stalls. 2 town watchmen were separating a pair of laborers who had apparently discovered some ancestral dispute over whose grandfather had stolen whose pig. Magnus began working his way toward the meeting place. He arrived first. That did not bother him. He waited. A group of children chased one another around the pole. A woman with a baby strapped against her chest argued with a fruit seller over the price of apples. 5 minutes passed. Magnus checked the streets. 10, still nothing. He told himself that Abigail had said before the evening bells there was time. The uneasy feeling in his stomach did not care. Another 5 minutes passed. Magnus stopped waiting. He went back to the ribbon stall. The blue awning was still there. Lysa was not. Neither was Celia. The woman selling ribbons recognized him. You've come looking for the Heller girl. Magnus stopped in front of the table. Yes, have you seen her? Not for some time. She and Lysa went toward the musicians. Celia was with them. The woman shook her head. Celia's mother came for her, something about the alehouse. Lysa stayed. That was at least something. Magnus headed toward the southern square. The musicians were gone. Again, he found Lysa near a cider stand. Alone, she was talking to 2 young men Magnus did not recognize. Magnus waited until she saw him. The expression on her face changed immediately. Not guilt, something closer to annoyance with herself. Magnus, I was going to come find you. His stomach tightened. Where is Abigail? She went with some people from the upper market. She knew one of them from last year's festival. I thought she was coming back. Magnus looked past her. What people? Lysa hesitated. A young man from House Corvel, Kaelan, his friends were with him. The name meant nothing to Magnus. Apparently his face said so. Lysa lowered her voice. His father is First Citizen Maravan Corvel. They hold land northeast of Brookshire. Kaelan is one of the younger sons. How long ago? Perhaps half an hour. You let her go alone. Lysa bristled. She did not ask my permission, Magnus. Kaelan invited us all to drink with his party. I went for a while. Abigail stayed after I left. That stopped him. She went willingly. Yes. Lysa watched the tension in his shoulders and became more serious. She was enjoying herself when I left. There were several girls there, not only her. I would not have walked away if I thought she was in danger. Magnus forced himself to think. Pell's voice lived somewhere in the habits of his mind. Do not decide what happened before you know. Where? Behind the old wool exchange. There's a courtyard between the storehouses where some of the richer families have tables set up away from the market. Magnus turned. Lysa caught his sleeve. Magnus. He looked back. Kaelan Corvel isn't a first citizen himself, but his family matters here. Don't go storming in because Abigail is late. I won't. Lysa did not seem reassured. Magnus pulled his sleeve free and headed for the old wool exchange. He did not run, not yet. The upper market was less crowded than the main square. Better cloth hung from the stalls. The people there had servants carrying their purchases, more swords. Fewer muddy boots. Magnus found the wool exchange. Then the courtyard. Abigail was not there. A young servant in green and black house colors remembered her. Magnus described the yellow ribbons. The boy nodded. Master Kaelan's party went toward the west stores. Why? The servant shrugged, more private. Something cold settled behind Magnus's ribs. Which way? The boy pointed. Magnus went. The west side of Brookshire was older. Storehouses leaned against one another along narrow lanes where cart ruts had been worn deep into stone and packed earth over generations. Festival noise remained close, but the buildings broke it into distant pieces. Drums, shouting, laughter, a burst of music, then quiet again. Magnus reached an intersection and stopped. 3 lanes, nothing obvious. He looked at the ground. Stone, bad for tracks, good for rubbish. A cup had been crushed near one wall. Cider spread darkly beneath it. Someone had scuffed mud across the stones farther left. Magnus started that way, then stopped. Something yellow had caught against a rough nail protruding from the corner of a timber loading frame. A ribbon. Magnus took it between 2 fingers. He knew that ribbon. He had spent half the morning trying not to stare at it woven through Abigail's hair. The unease in his stomach became something harder. He put the ribbon in his pocket. Voices carried from the lane ahead, a man's first, then Abigail's. Magnus could not hear the words. He could hear enough of the tone. He moved faster. The lane opened into a loading court enclosed on 3 sides by stone warehouses. Barrels stood stacked beneath one wall. An abandoned cart occupied another. The only open exit was the lane Magnus had entered through. There were 7 people in the yard. Abigail stood near the far wall. 2 young women Magnus did not recognize stood several paces away, both looking uncomfortable. 4 young men occupied the space between them and the lane. All were dressed too well to be laborers. One wore a dark blue coat with silver embroidery at the cuffs, open enough to show a fine male shirt beneath it. He was perhaps 19, blonde, lean rather than large, with the loose posture of someone who had been drinking for hours without yet losing control of his body. His left hand was wrapped around Abigail's wrist. She was trying to pull free. Magnus stopped. For an instant, nobody noticed him. "You've had enough," Abigail said. Her voice was steady. That frightened Magnus more than if she had been shouting. The blonde man smiled. "You said that about the last cup." "I meant both." "Then don't drink." "I am leaving." "You've been saying that for 5 minutes. And you've spent 5 minutes pretending you did not hear me." One of his companions shifted uncomfortably. Kaelan, let the girl go. There are 100 others at the festival. Kaelan did not look at him. That is precisely the problem with all of you. The moment a pretty farm girl decides to remember she's respectable, you begin apologizing to her. Abigail's mouth tightened. You invited me to drink with you. I came, that was all. Kaelan's thumb moved over the inside of her wrist. You came willingly. And now I'm leaving willingly. Take your hand off me. He leaned closer. You common girls become very proud after 3 cups and a little attention. Tomorrow you'll be back feeding chickens while your father thanks men like mine for keeping roads open and raiders off his land. Do not confuse a pleasant afternoon with standing. Magnus felt something inside him go very still. Abigail jerked her arm again. Kaelan held on. Magnus stepped into the yard. Take your hand off her. Every face turned. Abigail saw him first. Relief crossed her face so quickly that it hurt, then alarm replaced it. Magnus. Kaelan looked him over. His eyes lingered on the long axe across Magnus's back, then moved to the mud-darkened boots, plain wool, calloused hands. He smiled. Another one. Magnus walked closer. Abigail told you to let her go. Kaelan's friends moved apart slightly, not threatening, making room. Kaelan finally released Abigail. She immediately stepped back and rubbed her wrist. Magnus stopped between them. That should have been the end of it, he knew that. Helena's voice returned with irritating clarity. If you can get away without fighting, you do that first. Magnus looked at Abigail. Are you hurt? My wrist hurts, nothing else. Then we're leaving. He turned with her. Kaelan laughed. Magnus kept walking. Do you know what I find remarkable about commoners? Magnus stopped. Abigail touched his arm. Magnus, leave it. Kaelan continued. You spend your entire lives being told where to plant, when to pay, how much grain belongs to your betters, which road you may use and whose land you live upon. Yet give a farm boy a weapon, and suddenly he imagines himself a man whose opinion should concern me. Magnus turned back. One of Kaelan's friends murmured something to him. Kaelan brushed it away. His eyes stayed on Magnus. The girl accepted my hospitality. She drank my wine. She sat at my table. Whatever childish disagreement followed is between her and me. You walked in here and spoke as though I were some alley drunk putting hands on unwilling women. Magnus looked at Abigail's reddened wrist. You were holding her after she told you to let go. A flicker passed through the group. Kaelan's smile disappeared. Take care. The words were quiet. Magnus understood then that the conversation had changed, not because anything new had happened, because other people were listening. A pair of festival-goers had appeared at the lane entrance behind him. More voices approached. Kaelan stepped forward. You are very close to accusing me of something that stains a man's name. Magnus looked directly at him. I don't know what word you prefer for holding a woman who told you to release her. Abigail inhaled sharply. One of Kaelan's friends muttered, Gods. Kaelan stared at Magnus. His cheeks had reddened, perhaps from drink. Perhaps not, you little shit. Magnus's hand remained away from his axe. If you didn't want people saying it, you should have let her go. The first spectator behind Magnus called to someone in the lane. That was enough. Crowds grew from nothing at festivals. Within moments there were a dozen people at the yard entrance, then more. Kaelan saw them. Magnus watched pried close every remaining exit. Kaelan straightened his coat. When he spoke again, his diction changed. The drunken slur around the edges disappeared. You have publicly accused a son of House Corvell of forcing himself upon a woman. You have done so before witnesses and repeated the accusation after being warned what you were saying. I will give you one opportunity to withdraw it and apologize. Magnus could feel Abigail beside him. Her fingers closed around his sleeve. He should have stopped. He knew what Edric would tell him. He knew exactly what Helena would tell him. Pell would ask what goal was still being served. Bran would probably swear for several minutes first, but eventually he would ask the same. Abigail was free. They could leave. Magnus looked at Kaelan. then at the place on Abigail's wrist where the man's fingers had left red marks. "No." A sound moved through the crowd, not cheering, anticipation. Kaelin's expression emptied, then defend it. His hand settled on the sword at his hip. Abigail pulled harder on Magnus's sleeve. "Don't." Magnus looked at her. She stepped closer, dropping her voice. "He's warrior-rooted. Kaelin has trained with hired masters since he was a child. I have seen him fight before. You made him let me go. That is enough." Magnus looked back at Kaelin. The noble-born young man was already unfastening his coat. Someone took it from him. Fine mail showed beneath. Of course he wore armor. Magnus did not. "He hurt you." "He bruised my wrist. I would rather have a bruised wrist than watch you get opened from throat to belly because you are too stubborn to walk away." Magnus almost smiled, almost. That sounded like my mother. "I am serious." "I know." Abigail's eyes flashed at the useless answer. Magnus lowered his voice. "So am I." That frightened her. He saw it. He hated that he saw it. Then Kaelin drew his sword. Steel whispered from the scabbard. The crowd moved back. That sound settled the question. Magnus reached over his shoulder. The leather edge cover came free first. He tossed it aside. Then the axe entered his hands. The familiar weight steadied him. Ash haft, broad bearded head, heavy enough that Bran had made him spend months learning to recover from a missed strike before allowing him to use it freely. Kaelin looked at the weapon and laughed once. "You brought a woodsman's axe to an honor challenge." Magnus settled his grip. "It isn't for wood." The crowd widened into a rough circle. Abigail retreated reluctantly to its edge. Someone shouted that a watchman should be fetched. Someone else answered that the Corvell boy had issued challenge before witnesses and the redhead had accepted. Nobody seemed willing to step between two drawn weapons. Kaelin rolled one shoulder. Mana stirred. Magnus could not see it as light. He saw what it did. The man's posture changed. Loose became precise. His weight settled so subtly that an untrained eye might have missed it. His sword rose into a compact guard, breathing slowed, duelist. Magnus did not know whether the branch had formally opened. He knew what the training looked like. Kaelin's eyes moved over him once. "Yield whenever you understand your place." Magnus lowered his center. Battle stance. His awareness widened. Walls, barrels, crowd behind. Abigail left, Kaelin 7 paces ahead, sword longer in effective reach than it appeared if Aura came into play. No shield, mail, Magnus breath, Kaelin moved. Magnus had fought Bran for 9 years. He had fought Edric. He had sparred with Pell when Pell could be convinced. None of them had ever tried to cut him open. The difference arrived in less than a second. Kaelin crossed 3 paces with a mana-reinforced burst so fast Magnus barely tracked the first step. The sword flashed. Magnus got the axe haft across. Steel struck ash. The impact jarred both hands. Kaelin's blade slid down the haft, changed angle and opened Magnus's upper arm before he could recover. Heat, then wetness. Magnus retreated. Kaelin smiled. That is the difference between practice and blood. Magnus ignored him. The cut was deep enough to matter, not enough to stop the arm. He shifted, defensive stance, lower hips, compact structure. Make Kaelin come through something solid. The noble saw the change. He circled. Magnus tracked him. Kaelin feinted high. Magnus did not bite, low. Magnus caught it on the lower haft. The sword flicked away. Kaelin stepped outside the axe head and drove his pommel into Magnus's face. Something cracked. Magnus staggered. The world flashed white, warm blood poured over his mouth, his nose. He heard the crowd react. Kaelin was already moving. Magnus barely got the axe between them before the next cut came. Steel bit through his shirt and across the right side of his ribs. Pain arrived sharp enough to bend him. He retreated 2 steps. Kaelin followed. Magnus shifted into battle stance and threw a short diagonal cut designed less to hit than to force space. Kaelin slipped outside it. Too easy, the axe head passed. Heavy, slow. Kaelin's sword returned before Magnus's weapon did. The point entered Magnus's thigh. Not deep enough. Magnus grunted and dragged himself backward before Kaelin could twist the blade. Blood darkened his trousers. The crowd had become quiet. Kaelin looked almost disappointed. "This is what you trained for." Magnus breathed through his mouth because his nose no longer worked. Battle was too open. Defensive kept him alive but surrendered initiative. He changed again. Kalen attacked during the transition. Magnus caught the sword, barely. That was the weakness he had spent 9 years trying to erase. Against Edric and Bran, the seam had become tiny. Against a man this fast, tiny was enough. Kalen kicked him squarely in the chest. Mana reinforced the leg. Magnus left the ground. He hit stone hard enough that the axe nearly came free. Someone shouted his name, Abigail. Magnus rolled before the sword came down. The edge struck sparks off stone. He gained one knee. Kalen's boot caught him under the jaw. Magnus went over again. The taste of blood filled his mouth. His head rang. For several seconds he could not hear anything else. Kalen stepped back. Stay down. Magnus planted one hand, pushed. The crowd came back into sound around him. Kalen frowned. Magnus stood. His right thigh trembled. Blood ran down his arm. His ribs burned every time he breathed. His nose had become a pulsing mass of pressure. None of that changed the fact that Kalen was standing in front of him. Magnus lifted the axe. Kalen stared, then something ugly entered his face. Fine. He came again. Magnus shifted defensive, caught the first strike. Kalen disengaged. Second came from the other side. Magnus caught that too. The third was a thrust. Magnus moved, not enough. The point drove into his right flank below the ribs. There was pressure first, then a sensation so deep and wrong that his entire body seized around it. Kalen's face was suddenly very close. For the first time the bastard looked surprised. Perhaps he had not meant to drive it that deep, perhaps he had. Magnus looked down. Several inches of steel had disappeared into him. Kalen pulled, the blade came free. Blood followed, too much. Magnus's legs failed. His knee hit stone. Abigail screamed. The crowd broke. People began shouting for a healer. Someone yelled that the bout was finished. Magnus barely heard them. His hand went to his side. Blood pushed between his fingers, hot, slippery. His heartbeat slammed against his ribs, once, again. Each beat hurt. Kalen backed away, breathing hard. The sword in his hand was red nearly halfway to the guard. "Gods," one of his friends whispered. "Kalen, you've killed him." Magnus heard that, killed. His heart struck again. Something answered, not a voice, nothing spoke to him. His body simply rejected the conclusion. His heartbeat grew harder. The next pulse seemed to travel all the way into the wound. Heat spread beneath Magnus's hand, not warmth, heat. His muscles tightened involuntarily around the torn place. Another heartbeat, another. The bleeding changed. Magnus stared at his fingers. There was still blood, but it was no longer pouring through them. His breathing came deeper, his vision sharpened. Pain remained everywhere, it simply mattered less. Magnus took his hand away from the wound. The edges were drawing together, not healed, not even close, but closing. The crowd had gone almost completely silent. Magnus stood. Kalen's expression changed. What in the gods' names? Magnus picked up his axe. His heart hit again. The weapon did not feel lighter. His arms felt stronger. There was a difference. Kalen raised his sword. Magnus entered battle stance. The noble attacked. The first cut came high. Magnus saw it, actually saw it, not slow, never slow, but there was suddenly more time between Kalen's shoulder beginning to turn and the blade arriving. Magnus stepped outside it. Kalen's eyes widened. Magnus struck. The axe came diagonally toward the ribs. Kalen parried. Steel met steel. The impact drove him sideways. The crowd roared. Magnus barely heard it. Kalen recovered and cut him across the shoulder. The blade went deep enough to peel cloth and flesh open together. Magnus felt it. His body shuddered. His heart hammered. Heat flooded the wound. Something inside him rose another step. The pain lost more ground. Kalen expected him to retreat. Magnus did not. He struck again. Kalen blocked. The impact traveled down the noble's sword and into his arms. Magnus saw his elbows bend. He hit him again, not the man, the guard. Kalen gave ground. Magnus followed. Battle stance. One measured step. Axe came over. Kalen parried. Magnus recovered. His heart beat. Again, the axe fell harder. Kalen's knees bent. Magnus saw that. A cold clarity moved through the heat. There. That was the weakness, not his swordsmanship, not his speed. Structure. Kalen could avoid Magnus's weapon. He could cut around it. He could use mana to accelerate and reinforce and recover. But when forced to stand under the axe, every block had to go somewhere. Wrists, elbows, shoulders, back, hips, knees, ground. Magnus did not need to get around the defense. He could destroy it. Bran had taught him that, not with words, with years of being hit through his guard until he learned what a heavy weapon did to the man holding the thing that stopped it. Magnus raised the axe. Kaelin saw where it was going. He reinforced. Magnus knew because the man's stance suddenly locked. The axe came down. The sound was enormous. Kaelin's sword caught the haft just below the beard. His knees buckled. Magnus ripped the axe free again. Kaelin tried to angle away. Magnus changed the line and cut him off. The axe descended. Kaelin blocked. His boots skidded. Again, the world narrowed. The crowd began disappearing first, not literally. Magnus simply stopped needing it. Abigail vanished somewhere beyond the edges of his attention. The walls remained because they determined where Kaelin could move. The barrels remained because Kaelin could trip over them. The sword remained. Hands, feet, shoulders. Hips, everything else became useless. Magnus's stance changed. He did not notice. Battle's stance had always contained a return. Attack, recover, reassess, move. Now the recovery became the next attack. The axe bounced from Kaelin's sword. Magnus used the rebound. The head circled, came back from the side. Kaelin blocked. Magnus stepped through the impact instead of away from it. The axe withdrew only far enough to strike again. His weight stayed forward. His rear foot followed automatically. No neutral ground, no space offered, no pause. Kaelin cut him. Magnus accepted it. A line opened across his forearm. It meant nothing. The axe came down. Kaelin caught it. His face twisted. Back off. Magnus hit him again. Kaelin's sword rang. Again, the blade dipped. Again, the noble's left knee touched the ground. He surged upright with mana. Magnus saw the burst, did not care. Kaelin thrust. The point entered high in Magnus's chest near the shoulder, glanced from bone and tore out through muscle. Magnus's left arm weakened. The axe nearly fell. Kaelin saw it. Relief flashed across his face. He stepped in to finish. Magnus shifted his grip. Two-handed became right hand dominant, left merely guiding. The axe came around from low. Kaelin barely caught it. His sword was knocked so far aside that Magnus stepped inside and drove his forehead into the noble's face. Cartilage broke. Kaelin reeled. Magnus followed, axe raised, down. Kaelin blocked. The sword chipped. He stared at the damaged edge. Magnus struck again. Another chip. Kaelin's confidence broke before the blade did. He began retreating in earnest. Magnus followed. There was no decision anymore. Kaelin moved. Magnus pursued. Kaelin defended. Magnus broke the defense. Kaelin cut. Magnus continued. His heart hammered so violently it felt as if something enormous were trying to escape his chest. Every beat drove heat through him. Wounds tightened. Blood slowed. Muscles contracted harder. Breath tore in and out of his lungs. Magnus could smell iron, his own blood, Kaelin's blood now too. The noble had taken a cut along one shoulder when his guard finally slipped. Mail had stopped the axe from opening him completely, but the links had been driven inward and blood soaked the cloth beneath. Kaelin backed into the abandoned cart. His hip struck the wheel. No more retreat. Magnus advanced. The crowd had stopped cheering. Someone shouted for Magnus to stop. The words reached him as noise. Kaelin raised his sword with both hands now. One arm was failing. Magnus could see it trembling. He lifted the axe overhead. Kaelin's eyes went to it. Fear. Good. Magnus brought it down. Kaelin blocked. His knees collapsed. He hit the ground. Magnus ripped the axe upward. Kaelin's sword remained between them, still a threat. Magnus struck again. The sword tore from Kaelin's hands. It clattered across the stones. The noble stared after it, then back at Magnus. His hands came up. I yield. Magnus raised the axe. Kaelin's face drained white. I yield, gods damn you, I yield. The words meant something, somewhere, far away. Magnus knew the concept. Yield, end of bout, threat finished. But Kaelin was still there, the man who had held Abigail, the man who had smiled while she tried to pull away, the man who had called them livestock with cleaner words, the man who had cut Magnus open, the man who had put steel through his body and expected him to die obediently on the stones. Magnus wanted him dead. That truth was absolute, not foreign, not forced upon him. His. He wanted the axe to come down, wanted to feel it pass through mail. Bone, man. Wanted the thing in front of him reduced to something that could never touch Abigail again. His hands tightened. Kaelin screamed. Magnus swung. Something hit the haft. The axe changed direction so violently that it tore from his hands. It spun across the courtyard and struck stone 20 feet away. Magnus turned. A woman stood beside him. Older, gray threaded through dark hair pulled tightly back from a scarred face. Practical armor beneath an ash-gray temple mantle, a sword at one hip. Callista, he knew her. That recognition lasted less than a heartbeat. She had taken the weapon. She stood between him and Kaelan. Move, Magnus lunged. Callista's eyes widened. He struck her around the waist with his shoulder. The impact took both of them off their feet. The crowd erupted. Callista hit the stones hard enough for armor to ring. Magnus came down on top of her. His hands went for control, shoulder, wrist, neck, anything that would move her out of the way. Callista caught his right arm. Magnus tore against the grip. For the first time, surprise became alarm on her face. Magnus. He drove forward. Callista twisted. Her knee came between them. Mana reinforced her body. Magnus felt the change a fraction before she moved. Then the world turned. His shoulder hit stone. Callista rolled over him, trapped his right arm against her chest, and drove her weight across his upper back. Magnus surged upward. She rose with him. Her expression changed again. He got one knee beneath himself. Callista shifted, her forearm locked under his jaw, not choking, controlling his head. Magnus, stop fighting me. He tried to throw her. She planted, defensive reinforcement. Immovable, Magnus's heart hammered. His eyes found Kaelan beyond her. The noble was crawling backward on hands and knees while his friends dragged him away. Moving, still moving, Magnus roared and surged again. Callista swore. She hooked one leg around his, collapsed his base, and drove him face first into the stone. His cheek struck hard. The impact barely registered. Look at him. Magnus fought the pin. Callista tightened it. Magnus, look at the man. He turned as far as her hold allowed. Kaelan, unarmed, bleeding, unable to stand. Two friends holding him, no sword, no advance, no attack. Callista's voice came closer to his ear. He yielded. He has no weapon. He is not fighting you. Whatever else you think he deserves, the fight is finished. Finished, the word entered somewhere the others had not. Magnus stared. Kaelan was not attacking. The threat was gone. Then why did stopping feel unbearable? His chest heaved beneath Callista's weight. The rage did not vanish. It remained, hot, demanding. His body wanted forward. His hands wanted the axe. His eyes kept returning to Kaelan. Finish him, the thought was Magnus's. That was what terrified him, not yet, not fully, but enough. He forced his fingers open. One by one, the first was easy, the second less so. By the fourth, his hand had begun trembling. Callista felt it. She did not release him. Stay there. Magnus swallowed blood. I know. His voice barely sounded like his own. No, you don't. Callista's breathing was harder than before. She shifted enough to look at his face without giving him room. I saw your eyes when I took that axe. You knew who I was and attacked anyway. Magnus tried to answer. The rage had been holding his body together. Now something changed. His heart missed a beat, or seemed to. The heat vanished, not gradually. One moment Magnus felt capable of tearing the street apart. The next, the strength went out of his arms. His stomach cramped. A violent thirst hit him so suddenly his tongue seemed to swell against the roof of his mouth. Cold followed. His entire body began shaking. Callista felt the collapse beneath her. She released the arm and rolled him onto his back. Magnus. He tried to sit. Nothing happened. The sky above Brookshire blurred. Callista opened his torn shirt. She froze. The wound in his flank was still there, a deep red seam surrounded by blood, but it was closed enough that no fresh blood poured from it. The gash across his shoulder had begun knitting. The cut on his forearm had already become something that looked hours old rather than minutes. Callista touched two fingers beside the flank wound. Magnus flinched. That sword went into you. He nodded once. How deep? Magnus tried to remember. Deep. Callista looked at him. Even through the haze he understood that had not been useful. She raised her head. The entire courtyard had become silent. Dozens of people were staring, some at Kaelan, most at Magnus. Callista's voice snapped through them. I need water, clean if anyone has it, food as well, bread, meat, cheese, anything salted. Stop standing there and move. People moved. A woman shoved through carrying a skin. Callista took it, smelled the mouth of it, then held it to Magnus. Slowly. Magnus drank. His body wanted all of it. Callista pulled the skin away after several swallows. I said slowly. Magnus grabbed for it. She caught his wrist. The movement startled both of them. Magnus looked at his own hand. He had almost fought her for water. Callista saw that. She handed it back carefully. Small mouthfuls, you will get the rest. Magnus obeyed. Someone brought bread. Another person appeared with smoked pork. Magnus ate before he was properly sitting. No dignity, no patience. He tore through the first piece so quickly he barely tasted it. Callista watched him. Her face had become unreadable. Abigail pushed through the crowd. Magnus. He looked at her. Her hair had partly come loose. One yellow ribbon remained, the other was in his pocket. There was a bruise around her wrist. She looked frightened, not of Kalan, of him. Something inside Magnus fell farther than his body already had. Are you all right? Abigail stared. Blood covered him from neck to boots. His nose sat crooked beneath dried red. His shirt was cut open in 3 places. He had just tried to kill a man who was begging him to stop and then tackled a war sister in front of half Brookshire. And his first question was whether she was all right. Abigail's mouth trembled. Yes, I'm all right. Magnus nodded. Good. He meant to say more. He had no idea what. Callista stood. Can you walk? Magnus planted a hand against the stones. His arm shook so badly he barely managed to push upright. Callista watched the attempt. That answers that. I can walk. You can barely sit. I can. Magnus. Something in her tone stopped him. Not mana, not command magic, experience. You are coming to the temple. You can either let me help you there, or you can fall down 3 times and make me carry you after you've embarrassed yourself. I do not care which path preserves your pride. Magnus looked toward Abigail, then at Kalan. The noble was being tended near the wall. Blood ran from his nose, one arm hung uselessly, his sword lay broken-edged on the stones. Rage stirred again at the sight. Callista noticed where Magnus was looking. She stepped into the line between them. That is enough. Magnus's jaw tightened, then the trembling worsened. He nodded. Callista got one of his arms over her shoulders. Magnus was taller than she remembered, heavier too. She absorbed the weight without complaint. Abigail came to his other side. Magnus looked at her. You don't have to. I know. She took his arm anyway. They started toward the lane. The crowd opened. Nobody cheered. Nobody laughed. Nobody called after them. Magnus could feel people looking at the places where his wounds should still have been bleeding. He could feel them looking at Callista, at Abigail, at him. The festival music continued somewhere beyond the warehouses. A pipe, drums, someone singing badly. Brookshire had not changed because 2 young men had nearly killed one another in a loading court. Harvest Day continued. Magnus made it halfway to the temple before his legs stopped cooperating. Callista caught him before his knees hit the street. That's enough walking. Magnus tried to protest. She looked at him. He stopped with the help of a temple attendant who had come running from ahead. They got him through the doors. The last thing Magnus remembered clearly was the smell. Clean linen, oil, old stone, the faint bitterness of medicinal herbs. Then voices blurred around him. Someone asking what had happened. Abigail answering too quickly. Callista ordering more food. A healer swearing after touching Magnus and finding no mana beneath the blood. Magnus opened his eyes once. Callista stood at the foot of the bed. There was blood on one side of her temple mantle where Magnus had crashed into her. She was staring at the closing wound in his flank. Not at Magnus, at the wound. For the first time since Magnus had known her, war sister Callista looked afraid. She turned toward someone beyond his sight. Find Brother Merrick. Send someone for Edric and Helena as fast as you can safely ride. She looked back at Magnus. And tell Flavian I want Castelline's writings brought out before this boy wakes properly. Magnus wanted to tell her he was awake. His body chose otherwise. Darkness took him. Chapter 12. The Price of Survival. Magnus woke to a healer swearing about him. I am telling you, war sister, if I keep feeding mana into this boy at the rate he is taking it, I will be useless to the next wounded person carried through that door. The voice came from somewhere beyond Magnus's right shoulder. He knew it only vaguely, an older man, tired enough that irritation had flattened into professional contempt. Callista answered from nearer the foot of the bed. Then stop trying to make him whole tonight. I need to know the sword did not tear something inside him that his own body is now hiding from us. Check the abdomen again, make certain the bleeding has stopped where you cannot see it, and leave the rest for whatever damned thing he calls healing. Warmth pushed into Magnus's side. He clenched his teeth. Magical healing had never felt pleasant to him. There was no mana in his body to meet it, no familiar warmth spreading along pathways everyone else seemed born knowing. The healer's power entered as pressure without a road, searching through flesh that gave it nothing back. The man working over him muttered another curse. Magnus managed to open his eyes. Athena's temple came into focus slowly, pale stone wall, dark ceiling beams, a bronze lamp burning low above him. Clean linen had been wrapped around his ribs and shoulder. His mouth tasted of old blood and salt. His tongue felt swollen with thirst. He tried to sit. Pain drove through his flank hard enough to stop him. The healer immediately planted a hand against his chest. If you tear open what I have spent half my reserve checking, I am going to let your miraculous body repair the rest without me. Magnus let himself fall back. Could somebody give me water before you continue threatening to abandon me? That brought Callista around the bed. She looked different without the courtyard around her. Smaller somehow, although Magnus knew better than to mistake that for weakness. Her dark hair had been pulled back again. A shallow scrape crossed one cheek and there was dried blood along the lower edge of her gray mantle. His blood, perhaps, maybe hers. Memory pressed suddenly against the inside of his skull, the axe leaving his hands. Callista standing where Kaelin should have been. Magnus driving into her. Stone beneath his knees. He looked away. Callista handed him a cup. You may drink all of it, but take your time. The last time you woke, you emptied a cup in 3 swallows and gave most of it back to the floor. Magnus drank more carefully. Water had never tasted so good. His hands shook around the cup. He noticed Edric only after lowering it. His father sat beside the far wall with Bran next to him. Neither man looked as though he had been home. Edric still wore the clothes Magnus had seen him in that morning. Dust streaked one knee. His hair had been flattened on one side where sweat had dried beneath it. Bran looked worse. His broad shoulders had collapsed inward, elbows resting across his thighs, hands clasped between them. Abigail sat near the window. Her green festival dress was wrinkled and dirty along the hem. A bruise darkened one wrist. Her hair had come partly loose. Only one yellow ribbon remained. Magnus stared at the bruise. Everything that had happened before the fight returned faster than everything that happened during it. Kaelin's hand around her wrist, Abigail trying to pull free. The way Kaelin had looked at Magnus when he entered the yard, as if a sheep had opened a gate and spoken. Magnus's pulse rose. The healer felt it beneath his fingers. Whatever you are remembering, remember it less violently until I finish examining you. Magnus forced his breathing down. Edric stood and came closer. Your mother is still at home. Joran's youngest was caught beneath a harvest wagon shortly before the first messenger reached the village, and Mara needed every pair of hands she could get. The boy will keep his leg, but the message only said you had been injured in a festival fight and were alive. Helena thought Bran and I were coming here to collect 2 foolish children from ordinary trouble. Magnus glanced toward Abigail. She gave him a tired look. I think we have both exceeded ordinary trouble. At least 9 words, good. Bran did not laugh. That told Magnus more than anything else could have. Callista pulled a chair closer to the bed and sat. I was explaining the fight when you woke. You need to hear the rest yourself because other people are already deciding what happened in that courtyard. Magnus looked toward her. The last thing I remember clearly is you taking the axe away from me. Callista watched him for several seconds before answering. Then your memory carried farther than I expected. Before we discuss what happened afterward, understand that I am not going to pretend Corvel was some helpless victim you attacked without cause. He restrained Abigail after she told him she intended to leave. You challenged his behavior, and he answered by making the matter one of honor before witnesses. Bran shifted forward. Callista continued before he could speak. Kalen Corvel is older than Magnus, warrior-rooted, armored, trained by men his family could afford to hire, and capable of reinforcing himself with mana. He had every advantage he expected to matter. For most of the opening fight, they did. Magnus remembered enough of that, his broken nose, the sword sliding across his ribs, the point entering his thigh, the terrible speed with which Kalen had moved whenever mana surged through him, then the thrust into his flank. His fingers drifted toward the dressing there. Callista noticed. That wound went deeply enough that one of Corvel's own companions believed he had killed you. I believed there was a serious chance of it myself. Had another boy taken the same thrust without your class, we would probably be speaking about a burial rather than a sentencing. Edric's face tightened. Bran looked at Magnus's bandaged side for a long time before speaking. I want to know what condition Corvel is in, because I have heard 3 different versions since I entered Brookshire, and every bastard telling the story seems determined to make it larger. Callista rested both hands on her knees. Corvel will live. One arm is presently hanging nearly useless from damage through the shoulder and elbow. The wrist of his other arm is broken. Both knees are badly sprained. One ankle will not reliably take his weight, his nose is broken, and his torso is heavily bruised beneath the mail. Magnus also broke his sword several inches above the guard. Bran's eyes narrowed. The sword broke before the boy went down. It broke while Corvel was still attempting to defend himself. Magnus had stopped trying to pass his guard by then. He simply kept forcing the axe through the same structure until Corvel could no longer carry the impacts. Bran sat back, the expression on his face was not pride. Magnus knew him too well for that. Recognition was worse. Edric saw it too. You taught him to attack a defense that way. Bran rubbed his beard before answering. I taught him that a shield, sword, or armored guard still belongs to the man holding it. If you cannot get around a defense, you can sometimes make the bastard regret putting his body behind it. I did not teach him to stand there accepting sword cuts so he could keep swinging. Callista looked directly at Magnus. That is the part neither of them taught you. I recognized defensive stance early. I saw battle stance after you began recovering. Near the end, you were doing something different. You stayed forward even when ordinary technique demanded room. You let Corvel strike you when avoiding the cut would have surrendered pressure. Every rebound became another attack, and every step backward he took became another step you took after him. Magnus remembered Kaelan's sword cutting across his forearm. He had seen it coming. He had known it would land. He had swung anyway. Callista read the realization on his face. You remember choosing to take that wound. Magnus flexed the hand beneath the bandage. I remember thinking his sword could not stop my axe if he committed himself to cutting my arm. I knew the cut would hurt, but by then that did not seem important enough to give him room. Nobody answered immediately. The silence had weight. Callista eventually continued. That judgment is what concerns me, not because it failed. It worked extraordinarily well. Corvel could no longer discourage you by threatening injury, and once that happened, his entire defense began collapsing. The problem is that whatever changed inside you did not recognize victory when you had already achieved it. Magnus looked down. Kaelan yielded before I tried to kill him. You heard him yield clearly enough that I believe some part of you understood it. His weapon was gone, he was on the ground, and he could no longer stand without assistance. You raised the axe anyway. Magnus's throat tightened. Callista's scrape seemed suddenly brighter against her cheek. When I removed the weapon, you looked directly at me. You knew my face, you knew who I was. Then you tackled me hard enough that I had to reinforce myself and put you on the ground before you reached Corvel again. Edric came closer. He did not touch Magnus immediately. When you attacked Callista, did you understand that she was trying to stop you from killing a man who could no longer fight? Magnus stared at the linen over his legs. I understood enough that I cannot tell myself I mistook her for someone else. I knew she was Callista, and I knew she had taken my weapon. Everything beyond that felt smaller than getting back to Kaelan. Edric finally rested one hand on Magnus's forearm. It was not absolution. Magnus was grateful for that. Neither was it rejection. That mattered more. Bran drew a long breath and looked toward Callista. If Magnus had killed Corvel while that sword was still in his hand, you would not be sitting here telling us the boy crossed some sacred line. Callista shook her head. I would be telling you that your 15-year-old nearly died in a lawful armed challenge and survived by killing the man trying to kill him. That is not what happened. Corvel surrendered. Magnus continued. We deal with the part that actually happened instead of making either boy innocent of everything. Bran accepted that with visible difficulty. Magnus saw Abigail's bruised wrist again. Then he remembered Bran's words from that morning, if a hair was out of place, do not bother coming home. Bran had been joking. Magnus knew that now. It did not stop the shame from arriving. He shifted beneath the blanket. My trousers should still have something in the left pocket. The healer beside him frowned. Whatever treasure you carried into that fight can wait until you are capable of bending without reopening your side. Magnus looked toward Bran instead. I need to give him something before I forget again. Callista found the trousers folded beneath a chair. One leg had been cut open from thigh to knee, but the pocket remained intact. Magnus reached inside. His fingers found cloth. He pulled out the second yellow ribbon. A dark streak of dried blood marked one end. Abigail stopped breathing for a moment. Magnus held it toward Bran. You trusted me to look after Abigail, and she still came back hurt. I found this caught on a nail while I was searching for her, and I kept thinking about what you told me before we left. I did not mean to break your trust. Bran stared at the ribbon. He did not take it. Abigail rose from the chair. Her eyes had already filled. You found that before you reached the courtyard. Magnus turned his hand so she could see the torn edge. It was near the western stores. Once I found it, I knew you had gone through that lane, so I kept following until I heard your voice. Abigail pressed the heel of one hand against her mouth. Her other hand reached slowly for the ribbon. You carried it through the entire fight. Magnus watched tears spill across her fingers and became more confused by the second. I put it into my pocket because I thought you might want it back. I forgot about it once everything started. That broke whatever control she had left. Abigail sat on the edge of the chair beside him and bent forward, crying hard enough that she had to cover her face. Magnus looked helplessly toward Bran. Bran's eyes were wet too. He leaned over, took Magnus's wrist rather than the ribbon, and held it tightly. I made a poor joke because embarrassing you amused me. After 9 years, I should have known better than to put responsibility into words you might take seriously. Abigail was hurt because Kaelan Corvel decided her wishes mattered less than his. You found her, you stood beside her, and you nearly died when Corvel chose to turn that into a duel. Whatever we have to reckon with about the way the fight ended, you did not break my trust. Magnus closed his hand around the ribbon. Some knot he had not known was inside him loosened. Abigail finally lowered her hands. Magnus held the ribbon toward her. She shook her head. You should keep that one until I decide whether you deserve another chance to escort me anywhere. The attempt at firmness failed halfway through. She was still crying. Magnus put the ribbon back into his palm. I think I should avoid festivals for a while. Bran's mouth twitched. Nobody laughed. The door opened behind Callista. The man who entered wore dark green wool beneath a black outer coat trimmed narrowly in silver. A seal hung from a chain across his chest. He was narrow through the shoulders, clean-shaven, gray beginning at both temples. Magnus had seen him before, at the edge of the courtyard. Watching, his face resembled Kaelan's just enough to make recognition unpleasant. Callista stood. Magnus, Magistrate Corvel, witnessed the latter part of yesterday's fight. He is also Kaelan's uncle, which will be entered into any formal record of these proceedings. The magistrate's expression barely changed. My relationship to Kaelan does not remove my office, War Sister. It does mean everyone in this room will examine every decision I make, so perhaps we can save time and agree that none of us considers the arrangement ideal. Edric's hand remained on Magnus's arm. That will depend on what decisions you make. Magistrate Corvel looked at him, then at Magnus. I have no intention of deciding anything before I know what manifested in that courtyard. The temple recorded your son as Berserker years ago. Yesterday I watched a mortally wounded boy rise, recover while fighting, accelerate after injuries that should have slowed him, and dismantle a trained warrior through his guard. I want another reading entered with the witness record. Callista looked toward Magnus. So do I, although perhaps for different reasons. The ordinary reader from Athena's temple was brought to the bedside. Magnus placed his hand against the dark stone. Red spread through the buried channels. The first word appeared exactly as it had years before. Root, Berserker. Then the stone continued. Abilities. Berserker Rage. Regeneration. Bloodthirst. Raging Blow. Stances. Battle Stance. Defensive Stance. Berserker Stance. No branch appeared, the stone went still. Magistrate Corvel leaned nearer. Bran stared at the names. Edric's attention fixed on the last three. Callista read the list twice. This reader can identify what has been recognized, but it cannot tell us what those names actually mean. The Golden Mother's Temple keeps a greater reader capable of returning stable descriptions. She turned toward the war sister beside the door. Go there and ask them to lend it under temple seal. Tell them the reading concerns an undocumented berserker development and that both Athena's temple and the magistrate are recording the result. The war sister left immediately. Magistrate Corvel did not move away from the stone. Magnus noticed something in his expression. The anger Magnus expected from Kaelen's uncle was gone. In its place sat calculation. Edric noticed it too. His eyes narrowed. The greater reader arrived less than an hour later in a bronze-bound case carried by the returning war sister and a priestess of the Golden Mother. Its pale stone was crossed by fine golden veins. Magnus placed his hand upon it. Red spread through gold. Root, Berserker. Branches, none. Inherent ability, Berserker Rage. Passive, wounds, exhaustion, and mortal danger generate rage. Rage generation accelerates as the Berserker's physical condition worsens and surges under potentially fatal injury. Rising rage increases physical response, attack tempo, muscular commitment, and aggression while progressively reducing pain, hesitation, inhibition, and self-preservation. Inherent ability, regeneration. Passive rapidly repairs bodily trauma by consuming the Berserker's physical reserves. Greater injury requires greater food, water, salt, energy, and recovery. The healer beside Magnus muttered beneath his breath but wisely kept the thought to himself. The reader continued. Developed ability, bloodthirst. The Berserker enters an enraged combat state that generates rage through aggression, danger, bloodshed, and successful violence. Developed ability, Raging Blow. Expends accumulated rage through a trained physical strike, allowing extraordinary muscular commitment and force at the cost of the rage spent. Then the stances appeared. Recognized stance, battle stance. A balanced martial stance emphasizing broad awareness, technical judgment, mobility, weapon transitions, and measured aggression. Recognized stance, defensive stance. A guarded martial stance emphasizing structure, footing, force reception, protection, restraint, and survival. Recognized stance, Berserker stance. An extreme offensive stance built around uninterrupted pressure and deliberate acceptance of injury. The Berserker sacrifices conventional defensive restraint and willingly exposes the body to attack when doing so preserves offensive momentum, position, or continued violence. Blocks, rebounds, missed strikes, and advancing movement are incorporated directly into renewed offense. As rage deepens, the Berserker increasingly accepts injury in exchange for pressure and decisive attack, while disengagement and self-preservation become progressively more difficult. Magnus read the final description twice. He could see the courtyard inside it, Kalen retreating, the axe coming down, the sword meeting it. Again, the cut across Magnus's arm. The knowledge that taking the cut meant Kalen could not stop the next strike. He felt suddenly cold. Callista was staring at the same words. The stone is describing exactly what I watched. Magistrate Corvel did not answer her. His eyes had moved upward again. Berserker, no branches, regeneration, raging blow. The expression that crossed his face was brief. Greed did not look like Magnus had expected. It looked quiet. Practical, Magistrate Corvel turned toward the clerk who had accompanied him. Copy the entire reading and mark the route as an exceptional martial classification for the provincial record. Edric rose. You stopped looking at that stone like Kalen's uncle halfway through the reading. Magistrate Corvel looked toward him. Edric continued before the man could interrupt. I served in the Legion. I know districts receive credit for recruits, and I know unusual martial talent brings more notice than another conscript carrying a spear. Whatever anger brought you into this room, you are looking at my son now and wondering what the Legion will pay your office for delivering him. The magistrate did not deny it quickly enough. Bran stood. Callista stepped slightly between them. Magistrate Corvel's voice remained controlled. The Empire rewards officials who fill military obligations with useful men. That fact does not erase what Magnus did after my nephew surrendered, and pretending I have no interest in the military value of this reading would insult everyone present. Edric's face hardened. At least we understand each other now. Magistrate Corvel folded his hands behind his back. Then we can discuss the part that matters. I watched Magnus raise an axe over a disarmed man who had yielded before witnesses. Warsister Callista prevented the blow, and Magnus then attacked her. Those facts support charges serious enough that I can send this matter beyond Brookshire without inventing a single word. Bran started forward. Callista stopped him with one raised hand. She kept her attention on the magistrate. And if you send it beyond Brookshire, Athena's temple will send its account beside yours. We will state that Kalen restrained a girl who had told him she was leaving, issued the challenge himself, and then inflicted wounds our healers believe would have killed an ordinary 15-year-old. We will include your presence at the duel, your blood relationship to Kalen, and the fact that your interest in maximum punishment sharpened considerably after the Pathstone identified a rare military asset. Magistrate Corvel's mouth tightened. You are threatening to turn a criminal inquiry into public scandal. Callista shook her head. I am telling you that if you demand the harshest possible reading of Magnus's conduct, you will not be permitted to separate it from everything that came before. Athena's temple will make its witness record public and send a sealed copy above your office. If your judgment survives scrutiny, then you will have nothing to fear from an accurate account. The room became very quiet. The Golden Mother's priestess stood beside her reader without speaking. Her presence was enough. Magistrate Corvel looked from Callista to Magnus, then toward the fading red lines on the stone. The ordinary commutation for violence of this seriousness is 5 years in the Aurellion Legion. I can justify that term without exaggerating the surrender or the attack upon you. Callista answered him without raising her voice. You could justify 5 years only by asking everyone reviewing the matter to care deeply about the final moments and very little about the mortal wounds preceding them. I will not ask you to erase Magnus's responsibility. I am offering you 2 years of compulsory service, full satisfaction of the charges upon completion, and no separate temple complaint for the attack upon me. The magistrate stared at her. 2 years is less than half the ordinary term. 2 years is also 2 years taken from a 15-year-old who entered that courtyard to help a girl your nephew refused to release. If you want 5 badly enough to gamble your family's name against the temple record, then prosecute him openly and let somebody above both of us decide. Edric looked at Callista. Before anyone bargains away years of his life, I want Magnus to understand what is being decided. Callista nodded. He should understand it completely before he agrees. Magnus looked toward Magistrate Corvel. If I refuse military service, what happens to me next? The magistrate answered without warmth. You remain in custody while formal charges are prepared. Athena's temple may submit its testimony, your father may seek representation, and the matter will eventually be heard outside my sole authority because of my relationship to Kaelan. If the ruling goes against you, imprisonment is likely. I will not pretend to know the final term. Months waiting, then perhaps years behind stone, or 2 years. Magnus looked at Edric. His father hated the choice. That was written plainly across his face. Magnus remembered Edric describing the Legion over the years without romance. Marches, bad officers, good sergeants, mud, hunger, men who became family because there had been nobody else. 2 years was not small, it was still a road with an end. Magnus turned toward Callista. If the term is 2 years, the charges end when I finish serving. Callista looked toward the magistrate before answering. That is the agreement I am demanding, and I will not sign anything that leaves him room to reopen the matter afterward. Magistrate Corvel's jaw tightened, then his eyes drifted toward the greater reader again. Magnus saw the calculation return. 2 years of an unknown berserker was still 2 years more than the Legion possessed yesterday. The magistrate looked toward his clerk. Write the commutation at 2 years, with completion satisfying the charges arising from the challenge and its immediate aftermath. The boy remains under legal custody until transferred to the Legion. Edric's head snapped toward him. He should be allowed 1 night at home before you take him. Magistrate Corvel's answer came without hesitation. Yesterday your son survived wounds that should have killed him, broke a reinforced sword, crippled a trained warrior, and attacked a war sister after she removed his weapon. I will not release him into the countryside on a promise that he returns when summoned. He remains here under temple and military guard until the Legion receives him. Magnus felt the meaning before anyone explained it. He was not going home, not first, not even for a night. Callista's expression hardened. He remains in Athena's temple until transfer. Your guards may watch the doors and corridor, but no one drags an injured boy from a healer's bed because you are suddenly afraid of the recruit you just acquired. The magistrate considered that. First light is acceptable. A Legion detail leaves Brookshire for the training depot shortly after dawn. Edric looked toward Magnus. Helena. Magnus saw the thought hit him too. Callista was already turning toward Bran. Ride home now and bring Helena back before dawn. Whatever kept her there this afternoon no longer matters more than this. Bran was moving before she finished. He stopped beside Magnus long enough to grip the back of his neck. I will bring your mother here even if I have to put her over the saddle myself. Do not let these bastards move you before I return. Magistrate Corvel looked offended. Bran did not care, he left. The commutation was written before midnight. Magnus signed because his hand still shook too badly to make anything resembling neat script. 2 years, the number sat on the parchment with obscene simplicity. He slept badly, hunger woke him twice, pain woke him once. The sound of boots outside the chamber woke him the final time. Dawn had begun turning the high temple windows gray. Helena arrived before the sun. Magnus heard her coming down the corridor before he saw her. Not because she was shouting, because someone tried to stop her. I have spent half the night riding to reach my son before you carry him away, so whatever rule you are about to explain can wait until I have seen him. The legionary moved aside. Helena entered. Mud darkened the hem of her work dress. Her hair had partly escaped its braid. Smoke stained one sleeve from whatever emergency had kept her home. She stopped 3 steps inside the room. Magnus had never seen his mother look at him that way. Her eyes went first to his face, then the bandages. Then the guards beyond the doorway. She crossed the room and put both hands around his face. When the first messenger said you were alive, I believed that meant I had time to finish helping another family before I came to deal with whatever stupidity you and Abigail had managed together. Then Bran arrived and told me you had been stabbed, nearly killed a nobleman, attacked a war sister, and somehow been sentenced to the Legion before I had even reached Brookshire. Magnus could think of nothing useful to say. Helena pulled him against her, his ribs protested, he held her anyway. She smelled of wood smoke, horse sweat, and home. That nearly undid him. When she finally released him, she kept one hand against the side of his neck. I am angry enough with you that 2 years may be required before I decide precisely what I intend to say. None of that changes what matters this morning. You eat whenever they feed you. You write when you are permitted. You listen before you decide every instructor is wrong. Most importantly, you come back to us when those 2 years are finished. Magnus swallowed. I intend to come home. Helena's thumb moved once beneath his ear. Then make decisions that help you do it. Outside the temple, harness bells sounded. The Legion detail was ready. Magnus dressed slowly. His body had repaired enough to stand, but every movement reminded him that closed wounds were not unwounded flesh. His axe remained with the magistrate. That absence bothered him. The pack Bran had brought from home felt stranger still. Abigail waited beside the temple doors. The yellow ribbon was in her hand. She approached without looking at anyone else. You carried this far enough yesterday that I think you should keep carrying it. She tied the ribbon around one of the leather straps on Magnus's pack. Magnus looked down at it. I thought you wanted it back. Abigail tightened the knot. I did, until I learned what you did with it. Now I want you to bring it home when your sentence is finished. Magnus looked at her. Her eyes were wet again. He touched the ribbon. I will bring it back with me. Abigail held his gaze. You had better bring the rest of yourself too. Magnus nodded. That is the part I will work hardest on. The legionaries waited outside. So did Edric. Magnus stepped down from Athena's temple beside him. His father walked with him as far as the wagon. Neither spoke until Magnus reached the rear step. Then Edric put one hand on his shoulder. The Legion will teach you things I never could. Let it. You already know enough to become arrogant if you allow yourself, and not nearly enough to survive the kind of men who have been doing this longer than you have been alive. Learn first. Prove yourself when proving something actually matters. Magnus looked at him. I will remember what you taught me. Edric's grip tightened. Remember why I taught you. I wanted you prepared enough that the world could not choose everything for you. It chose this. Do not let it choose what kind of man comes home afterward. Magnus climbed into the wagon. The wheels began moving a few minutes later. Brookshire passed slowly around him. Festival ribbons still hung above streets littered with broken cups, straw, trampled flowers, and yesterday's mud. Athena's temple receded behind them. Helena stood between Edric and Bran. Abigail was beside her. Callista remained higher on the temple steps, gray mantle moving slightly in the morning wind. Magnus kept watching until the road bent. The temple disappeared first, then the people. The yellow ribbon fluttered against his pack. 2 years. The wagon carried him toward the Aurellion Legion.
This was a Black Mountain Stories production. If you enjoy long-format content such as this, please consider giving this video a like and a subscribe, and stay tuned for the next part of the saga.